And we're live. Chair?
Thank you. I will call this meeting to order. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Metis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tihonantati, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Metis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interests that I should be aware of? No? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this time. However, if you have one throughout the meeting, please declare it at that time. Moving on, Community Services section. Deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings, we have none. At this point,
Chair DeLeo?
Yes?
We do have some public meetings.
Oh.
Item 3.3.1,
Oh, yes,
public
okay.
meeting.
Okay, so at this point, I will pass the floor over to Deputy Mayor Snell for public meetings for the next two items. Thank you.
Councillor DeLeo, we're just going to pass it right to Shannon, who is going to lead through the public meeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, council, staff, members of the public.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Notice of this public meeting was published in the Wasaga Sun newspaper on November 2nd, 2022, and was posted on the town's website. The purpose of this public meeting is to explain to the public the factors that are considered when establishing the water and wastewater rates, and to outline the proposed new rates for 2023. Staff is here today to review and explain the details of the updated water-wastewater rates study for 2023 that was undertaken in October. Shannon Stewart, our Deputy Treasurer, is here today to present the water rate study and to answer questions that members of the public may have. Shannon, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. And again, good morning to council staff and members of the public. The purpose of the water and wastewater rate study is to review the activity levels of and the financial needs of the water and wastewater system and determine if any changes to the water and wastewater rates are needed. The town has certain obligations under the Sustainable Water and Sewage Systems Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. And these include preparing and approving a plan that reviews the full cost of providing water and wastewater services, outlining how it intends to pay for the full cost of these services, and maintaining a dedicated reserve account for revenues allocated in the cost recovery plan to pay for the full cost of providing water and wastewater services, including but not limited to operating costs and capital renewal and replacement costs. The water-wastewater system is self-sustaining. This means that funds generated from the water and wastewater rates are used to maintain the system and help pay for future replacement and maintenance of the assets. The review looks at how much is required for future operations and asset management to ensure the system remains financially sustainable, and whether changes to the water and wastewater rates are required to meet those needs. It's important to know that no surplus is generated for the town from the water and wastewater rates. Any funds collected in excess of the current year operating costs are held in the dedicated water and wastewater reserves as mandated by the province in order to meet the long-term financial needs of the water and wastewater system. The rate structure is considered adequate when it provides for the building of reserves to meet future replacement requirements, maintenance on the existing infrastructure as needed, covers the annual operation costs, and leads to a financially sustainable system. There are specific factors that are considered during the review. The largest influence comes from the number of users in the system. We also look at wages and benefits from council-approved salary grid and union contracts, the Ontario Clean Water Agency or AQUA contract, utility costs, asset replacement requirements, and inflation rates. During the review process, the following steps are taken. First, a detailed review of current users. This includes a forecast for new users. We start with the total current users, which for 22 is 13,023. We then forecast expected new users based on predictions of the new homes in the most recent development charges study. We also analyze consumption patterns, and this involves calculating the average consumption levels per system user. The average for a single-family home in 2022 is 183 cubic meters per year. There is also a review of the revenues and operational costs. Revenues come from the base charge and the consumption charges, and operational costs for both water and the wastewater systems. It is important to understand the needs of the system in terms of renewal and replacement. We review the inventory of the system and consider replacements based on the normal expected life of each asset. We review AQUA's asset inventory recommendations, and the largest replacement upgrade years begin in 2021 with approximately $22 million in investments required over the next 10 years. Given that the non-residential building CPI has increased from 2.2% at the end of 2020 to 11.6% in the third quarter of 2021 and 15.9% in 2022, we have to watch this trend and how it will affect the predicted long-term capital costs. Finally, within the steps of the review, using the rates calculated and the asset replacement requirements, we forecast the reserves required to meet the system needs. For 2023, the proposed rate increases are 3.5% for the water base and consumption rates and 4% for the wastewater base and consumption rates. And the rate increases are proposed to take effect January 1st, 2023. The proposed increases will provide for maintenance costs, compensate for expected increasing costs over the next 10-year period, will assist with building reserves for future renewal and replacement needs, and provide for changes resulting from Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster. This bill will affect timing and amounts of DC receipts and may result in some new infrastructure in the future being funded from reserves rather than development charges. This will help to build future sustainability for the system. This chart provides a comparison between the town's proposed 2023 rates and our comparators' 2022 rates. The average Wasaga Beach user in a year will pay $597.63. This is $437.80 less than Collingwood, $464.81 less than Clearview Township, and $497.54 less than Penetanguishene. So our proposed rates, even with the increases, are substantially below the rates of our comparators. Looking now at the impact of the proposed increase on our average resident. This chart compares average annual charges of 2022 to 2023 rates. It is split between the annual base rate and the annual consumption estimate. So the annual base rate will increase over a year by $14.28, and annual consumption based on average usage will increase by $10.98 for an overall increase of $25.26 annually, or $2.11 per month. This graph shows the forecasted balances for the water and wastewater reserves respectively over the next 10 years. The bars on the left, the blue ones, those are the water reserves, and the bars on the right, the green ones, are the wastewater reserve. You'll see that as we complete needed capital projects for the wastewater system, including sewer upgrades over the next few years, we will be drawing on the related reserve balances to fund them. As the projects are completed, there's a slow climb to replenish the balances. This replenishment is key as we look forward to large water main and sewer replacement renewal costs predicted to start around 2059. on an estimated use, based on the estimated useful life of the assets, and is part of maintaining a sustainable system. The predicted balances of over $40 million in 2032 seems like a big number, but 35 to 40 years from today, we will need more than 4 times that, as a large portion of our infrastructure reaches the end of its expected useful life. Our asset management plan indicates that in order to be ready for those future replacements, we should be contributing $4 million a year to these reserves. In 2021, we contributed $2.2 million, and the forecast for 2022 is $2 million. The recommended rate increase will help to address this gap identified by the asset management plan and put us into a financially sustainable position. These last 3 slides show the residential rates, the non-residential rates, and the lifestyle condominium and flat rate construction rates. Starting with this slide are the residential rates, and the monthly base charge for single-family residents would be $14.94, and the wastewater would be $17.63. The consumption rate per cubic meter would be 44 cents for water and 69 cents for wastewater. These are the non-residential rates. And for the 3/4 inch size service, the monthly base charges are also $14.94 for water and $17.63 for wastewater, with consumption at 44 cents for water and 69 cents for wastewater. These rates at this size are the same as the residential rates, but they start to increase as the service size increases. The final slide in this presentation shows the lifestyle condominium rates and the flat rate construction rate charges. Lifestyle condominium monthly base rate is $11.22 for water, and the base rate is $13.21 for wastewater. The consumption rates are the same as the residential rates at 44 cents per cubic meter for water and 69 cents per cubic meter for wastewater. The flat rate construction rate monthly base rate is $19.13, and the wastewater rate is $22.79, and consumption rates are not applicable to this class. As I mentioned at the start of the presentation, we're required under the Sustainable Water and Sewage Systems Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act to ensure that we are operating our water and wastewater systems in a responsible and financially sustainable manner. We have an obligation to our system users to make sure that we meet those requirements. In conducting this review and making our recommendations, we do not take this responsibility lightly, and we do our best to make sure that we can provide water and wastewater services that will continue to meet the needs of our community in a financially sustainable way. And this concludes the water and wastewater presentation on proposed rate changes.
Thank you, Deputy Treasurer, for your presentation. Is there anyone present that would like to ask a question or provide comments on the water and wastewater rate study or the proposed new water rates? If so, please come forward and clearly state your name and address in order that it may be correctly entered into the records of today's proceedings. Seeing no one coming forward, are there any further comments? I'll ask now members of council if they have any questions or comments with regards to the study or the new rates. Councillor Blanchet.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. Yes, just to point out, and it was indicated in the presentation, but despite the increases in the reserves, we still have a gap cost based on projected infrastructure requirements going out 20 years. I don't know if the treasurer can ballpark that number, but just a couple other things is, you know, a good indicator of what we could be dealing with is the force main leak at Schoonertown Bridge, which this year was unbudgeted and is a significant amount of money, I believe $1.3 or $1.5 million for that repair. And of course that I believe will come out of reserves. And just to remind the public that the same inflationary pressure that affects your budgets affects many of our suppliers related to the maintenance of the system, whether it be the cost of natural gas in heating some of our facilities or the fuel for our vehicles. So just that I believe that staff does an amazing job to try to maintain the rates as low as possible, but to ensure that we have safe drinking water into the future.
Thank you. Was there any particular question in that, Councillor Blanchet, or was it more just for comments?
I just didn't know if our treasurer was aware of that, the amount or a ballpark of the projected gap that we still need to make up over time.
Thank you, and through Deputy Mayor Snell. So yes, we do have, under the water, wastewater services, as the Deputy Treasurer has noted, we do need to contribute 4 million to the reserves, and we're currently contributing just over 2 million. So we have a gap there of about 1.7 million that we need to make up on that side. We also have another gap on our tax-supported assets as well. So there's about approximately another $3 million gap. And those gaps that I'm referring to are from our asset management plan that was produced and reflected numbers from probably 2020 or 2021. So we've had a lot of inflationary pressure since then. So that gap has already started to grow. So we do have significant gaps between both water, wastewater, and our tax-supported assets that we'll need to look at over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Shannon and or Jocelyn. A couple of questions just for public information, if you will. So as we look at the chart on page 7, we see that in 2020 to 2022, our wastewater reserves were considerably higher, and in 2023-24 it drops down and goes back up. Could you just give an explanation as to why that's happened and how we plan to get back more in line with water on wastewater?
So the big drop there is, through you, Chair, to Mayor Smith. The big drop there in the next few years is just related to the timing of projects. So the wastewater projects that we have going on now are pulling from that, and it's just the timing of when those assets are needing to be renewed. So by increasing our wastewater rates a little bit more than our water rates this year, we're helping to get that back on track quicker.
Thank you, and if I may, Madam Chair, thank you, because it's important that folks understand why that fluctuation's happening and the reasons, and that reserves are here for this reason. The next question is, we know that the system, almost in its entirety, I guess, was installed in between 1973 and 1977 or 78, and you did mention that by with the next 25 to 30 years, we're going to be in a situation where we're having to replace that infrastructure. Wasaga Beach is kind of unique in the sense that the province provided this infrastructure relatively quickly and all at once. And so my concern always has been and still is, as we look 25 years out now, we're not likely to have the odd problem here or there. We're likely to have problems across our complete system because it's all equally aged for the most part. Could you just speak to that a bit, and what plans may or may not be in place at this time, so as that we can ensure in 25 to 30 years it's going to be a big number, and that we're going to be able to assure the good folks of Wasaga Beach that we'll be there and be ready financially.
Thank you, through the chair. So we have, our reserves are the first thing that we're trying to build there. We're probably going to need to debenture as well in order to, once we start to get into the large replacement costs. And as was mentioned, the Schoonertown Bridge is a good example of that water main, force main, that failed sooner than the life cycle projection. So not only do we have to be prepared for what we anticipate is the life cycle, we have to be prepared for those that don't reach that end of life, and we have to replace them sooner. So that's why it's very important that we raise these rates at this time, so that more gradually and with less of a financial impact year over year, we can build those reserves and ensure that there is money there for us to be able to either use debentures and use reserves to finance those debentures as well, or a mixture of reserves and debentures in order to accommodate all the replacements that are going to be needed in the next 25, 30 years. So what we do today is critically important to that financial plan and that sustainability. So it may feel like a higher percentage, but in terms of absolute dollars and what we really need, this is a critical financial plan to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. Given that explanation, I guess my question would be is, we're talking an average $25, $11 increase a year for an average home. And certainly I know that's significant, but when you consider, say, the difference between $25.11 and $30, it's not a huge difference. And if we're projecting the need of a debenture, which then we have to pay interest on, I'm just wondering, in the shorter term, whether we, instead of looking at percentages, we should be looking at an annual increase of potentially, $30 on an average home or $35 on an average home, so that when the time comes that we minimize the need to borrow money for the infrastructure, because ultimately the taxpayers are going to pay more in the long run if we're servicing a debenture as opposed to having the money available in the reserves.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Belanger. So certainly, we are going to need to debenture. We could set those, you're correct in saying, look at the absolute dollar as opposed to the percentage. It is better to look at that $30, if that's the right number, to look at that and build those reserves. But with infrastructure of this size and cost, we're going to definitely still need to debenture, but the more we can minimize that, that is better. But we're also spreading the cost of that infrastructure over the benefiting owners, the residents at the time that are using the systems. And that also is a good financial plan. So you do want to use both a mixture of debenture and reserves, and that creates a good financial plan. But looking at that rate per household as a dollar amount rather than a percentage is the right way to look at that. And as we look at this long-term plan over the next couple of years, we'll be looking at that as well as to what is that right dollar amount and moving us towards having those conversations rather than percentage conversations. So thank you, that was a good point to make.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none. I would just like to mention that a full copy of the study and today's PowerPoint presentation will be placed on the town's website for viewing by the public. This meeting is now closed, and we will move to the proposed 2023 General Rates and Fees public meeting. Notice of this public meeting was published in the Wasaga Sun newspaper on November 2nd, 2022, and was posted on the town's website. The purpose of this public meeting is to explain to the public the changes being proposed to various rates and fees for a number of services that are provided by the town that will be considered by council. Information highlighting the major changes will be presented by the Deputy Treasurer, Shannon Stewart. Please go ahead.
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor Snell, members of council, staff, and members of the public. During this public meeting, we're presenting the proposed fees, charges, changes for the 2023 budget. Every year in the fall, each department reviews their fee schedule. They're looking at the reasonableness of their current fees, whether they have added new services that have not been included, or if there are any services that are no longer provided. All of their changes are forwarded to me to consolidate and present. So on the screen right now is Appendix A to my Fees and Charges Staff Report, which is a table outlining the proposed changes by department, and I will walk through each of these. Please note that the chart on the screen is only showing charges that have proposed changes to them for 2023. So Schedule A, Administration and General. We have removed the GIS reproduction CDs charge. There isn't really a demand anymore for CDs. It has been more than a year since there has been a request for them. We do give this information out in different formats. We have also removed a room rental fee. This is a room that is used internally now and not available for public rental. And the other big change is the request for information outside the FOI process. This fee has been removed and replaced with the routine disclosure request. On Schedule B for the Treasury Department, the only change to this schedule is that we have added a rush option for tax and water and sewer certificates for requests that need to be completed in less than 48 hours. For the Wasaga Beach Cemetery, we have some changes to certain fees, as well as the niche columbarium top and bottom rows. There's an addition there. Under municipal law enforcement, there's an increase to a number of sign permits to bring these fees more in line with comparable municipalities and to cover the increase in administration costs. These increases were discussed in 2022, but at that time it was decided that any increases would be put forward to 2023 as businesses were still recovering from the effects of COVID restrictions. Under Schedule E, Fire and Emergency Services, this year they are adding rental fees for their boardroom and training room for rental by the public, and these fees have been set at a comparable level to other rental spaces within the town. For Schedule F, Recreation Events and Facilities, this department updates their fee schedule 3 years at a time. An in-depth review of their fees was completed this year, and I've attached their report to council in full as an Appendix B to my staff report to show their research and reasoning in the proposed 3-year fee schedule. They do this 3-year fee schedule because of a lot of the community groups that they service that may have fiscal years that do not match our calendar fiscal year. The Wasaga Beach Public Library has removed their temporary 3-month membership, which was already the same price as their out-of-town membership, and increased their invigilating fee. There were no proposed changes for special events. Under the Building Department, we've removed the Building Zoning Compliance Letter. This letter is still available, but it was already included in the Planning Department schedule, so it didn't need to be here. For Schedule J, the Planning Department, all except for 2 of these fees have been increased by 50%. This is a direct impact of Bill 109, the More Homes for Everyone Act. This act requires the municipality to automatically return planning application fees for site plan and zoning bylaw amendments if the town fails to make a decision within the time limitations prescribed in the Planning Act. Due to the prescribed planning process of the act, it is difficult for a municipality to meet these prescribed timelines. The increase to the planning fees is intended to mitigate the anticipated costs of this change in order to alleviate the transfer of costs to the taxpayer. At the bottom of this section, there are 2 legal fees: legal services for title search and registration agreements, and legal services for title search and registration of subdivision agreements. And these were increased separately to more adequately cover the related actual legal fees. For Schedule K, development charges, the Development Charges Act requires the annual indexing of the development charges rates to use the most recent non-residential building construction price index. Henson Consultants, who we consulted with on the most recent development charges study, provides the index each year, and for 2023, the rate was 15.6%. There were no changes to any of our transit fees. Under Public Works, the Memorial and Dedication Program, previously we had the cost of a bench or a tree separate from the cost of the plaque with an inscription, and these costs have been removed, or these charges have been removed and replaced with a combined fee. For water and wastewater, we already reviewed those under the separate presentation, so I'm not going to go over those again. And for engineering, the sewer extension fee was removed, and the modifications or alterations to the wastewater collection and treatment system was added. And finally, for beachfront management, there were no proposed changes. And that covers all of the fees and charges bylaw schedule changes and concludes this presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there anyone present that would like to ask a question or provide comments on the proposed changes to the general rates and fees? If so, please come forward and clearly state your name and address in order that it may be correctly entered into the records of today's proceedings. Seeing no one coming forward, I'll ask members of council if you have any questions. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. It's more of a comment. I'm noticing that the signage fees have doubled for businesses, and respectfully, I do not agree with that. We're trying to encourage businesses to come here, and doubling them, I don't see that happening. We made a promise, actually, or a commitment that we would help businesses come here and we would lower fees. And to see that, I don't agree with that. So I just wanted to note that I'm against that. Thank you.
Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. I would agree on the commercial signs. I think there's also, right at the moment, a more increased need, not just in promoting your business, but for attracting employees. It would be my wish that we would hold those prices at least for another year. But read the planning charges. I just have a question. My understanding is that, you know, with many of our developments, not all, but with many developments, we have to go through a conservation authority. And my understanding is sometimes it's the delays in the conservation authority that might put us in a position where we don't meet required timelines. So if that's the case, then we get into a situation where if we're spreading this across the development community, then those developers that own land subject to conservation authority involvement and approval, they're spreading their costs. If they didn't meet timelines and development charges are forgiven, they're spreading that cost to other developers that may not have lands that require that conservation authority involvement to the same extent. So I certainly agree that these costs shouldn't be burdened by the taxpayer. And I personally believe that Bill 23 needs some continuing review, but that's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Mayor Smith and then Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. I noticed that the library fees being reduced is $40, I think, per family, if I remember correctly, and I'm struggling with reducing fees for the library when we're spending millions of dollars to build a new library at this point. So I'd like to have an explanation as to how we came to that thought process.
Through the chair. This fee, we do charge a fee for out-of-town membership, and it is $40. This was a duplicate fee that was a shorter-term membership. So our normal out-of-town membership is $40 for 1 year, and at one point we offered a 3-month membership for summer residents who maybe were up for a few months, and then we refunded $10 at the end of the year or the 3-month term if they paid or brought back all their items. So it's kind of a duplication. This was just the one that was removed as a duplication. We are still charging $40 to people who are coming from out of town.
So we're not losing any money.
No.
Good, all right, and if I may, Madam Chair, the business, what I didn't see in the fees is business licensing, unless I've missed it, but I didn't see the business licensing fee. So I'm wondering if you can point me to that, and if it's not there, why not? And then I'd like to speak to that.
So the chart that was here only included fees that were changing, and there were no changes to the business license fees proposed for this year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's my understanding that in the last few years, and I've heard this from several business folks in town, that the business licenses increased dramatically. Is that accurate?
Thank you. So it was in 2019 that we did a 3-year phase-in program, basically, for all the business licensing. So rather than it being a strict increase for 1 year, they slowly increased over the 3 years. So 2022 was the last year, and that's why we didn't include it in this year, because we don't feel it's necessary at this time, since we just went through the 3-year phase-in program.
All right, thank you. So I guess for a future date, it's something I think is important for committee or council to have a look at, because I've heard from, again, many business folks who feel that business licensing fee is a little exorbitant. So I'd like to be able to have a look at that, as well as what it is that we do that we require that cost of a licensing fee. There are communities who have no business licensing fee or no business license required. There are communities that do, and I know that we do inspections with fire and we do inspections with bylaw. I think it's important that council understand where that puts us on from a liability standpoint, because many communities don't do any inspections, is my understanding. So for future, I guess to the Madam Clerk, that maybe we could start to have a look at that. I also just want to make one last comment, if I may, Madam Chair, and that is I do agree with Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Belanger's comments that you know, I've been around a while, and I can tell you that doing business in the town of Wasaga Beach is not an easy go for many different reasons. And we've got several businesses in our community, especially today, who are struggling, as other communities have as well. And so I think it's a bad timing situation, if you will, even though that we're 2023 and we like to feel we're almost out of COVID. However, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case in another few months. But I think it's, if ever there's a time that we should be thinking about and working to help our local businesses be as successful as possible, this is probably a time to do that. So I do struggle with that increase. And other than that, I want to thank staff for the report, for both reports. They were well done and very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm gonna oppose what the other councillors and the mayor are saying about the sign fees. I think it was prudent to hold them during the COVID time as businesses struggled. Aligning them with other municipalities and after COVID has run its course, and not seeing enough impact of, you know, $50, $15 and $25 is enough to really deter or in any way impact a business. And for existing businesses that may or may not need a hand, I think that we already have a facade program or whatever that can help with things like that. So again, I don't see these numbers being enough to impact anything, and I don't see any reason to not proceed with aligning ourselves with surrounding municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, my question on business licensing. What is the cost of a business license in Wasaga Beach, please?
Thank you for your inquiry, and through you, Deputy Mayor Snell. So it truly depends on the business. So they very much vary depending on what you're categorized as. So it's not under one blanket of a category. There's retail, short-term accommodations, and everything like that. So it's a difficult question to fully answer.
Thank you, but could you just give me a okay, are there licenses for home-based business?
Yes, there is.
And what's that cost?
$100.
$100.
So they could, to give you kind of an overview, they could vary from $100 to, I believe, around $400 when we get into short-term accommodations that have like 30-plus units. So we do even, take into consideration one short-term accommodation with one unit compared to another that has 30-plus units, just so both of the businesses aren't paying the same fee to kind of reflect those changes there.
Thanks. And I'll just ask on one more because they're quite common. Let's say a hair salon, just a ballpark, so I have an idea. What would that be?
I believe that's $150.
Okay. Thank you. That's given me an idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Madam Snell. I need to make a comment on Richard's comment. You're comparing Wasaga Beach to other municipalities surrounding us. We do not have in my opinion, we don't have the traffic flow like Collingwood, Creemore, Midland. If you look at them, their traffic flow is very high compared to ours. So to compare us to those towns, I don't think that's, for me, fair. Because if you look around, there's nobody walking in Wasaga Beach. So rather than increasing their fees doubling, I think we should just, like Mr. Mayor said, lay off for about a year and see what happens. And see if the traffic flow comes in, then I could see that. But at this point, I don't see that for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A comment more than a question. And to tag on to Mayor Smith's comment about the business licensing, maybe I do have a question. When was the last time that process was reviewed?
Thank you again, and through you, Deputy Mayor. So the process, as previously stated, was reviewed in 2019, and that's when we went through our 3-year phase-in process. That was only for the business licensing fees. Sign fees are separate, and those were reviewed last year, as Shannon previously stated, but they were decided not to be increased at that time just due to COVID restrictions and transitioning kind of out of it. So that's why we're proposing it again.
Thank you. Follow up through you, Deputy Mayor. I really meant, when was the last time the types of licenses and why we license certain businesses in a certain way was reviewed? Because in my most recent work, I have spoken to a lot of businesses, and this issue does come up a lot, and people sometimes feel they're unable to get a license, that they're quite restrictive. So perhaps it's time to review the entire process of business licensing through the town.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So it was reviewed in 2019, and I know once we shortly go through our department presentations, we do have it as a part of our yearly plan to fully review the business licensing bylaw. So that is coming up this year. And that goes through with processes and different types of businesses and everything too.
Follow-up, Deputy Mayor. Is there any public consultation permitted from the local business community?
Certainly there can be, yes. And then I guess that would be more of a council decision if public consultation is needed. I think in 2019 we didn't do public consultation on it, but I would, if I'm allowed to have a moment to check back on that and get back to you, just so I'm giving you the right information. But I don't think we did public consultation back in 2019.
Thank you. We have a question from our clerk.
No, not really a question, just to really interject a little bit. The review was done in 2019 as part of a restructuring of how we do business licensing specifically. Administratively, it was very burdensome on the business licensing admin. because all of them would be due at once. So we took upon it ourselves, and we had a number of schedules that needed to be consolidated. I think we had 50 or 60 schedules of businesses, consolidated that in about half, because it was a very complicated bylaw. So we took that review on to make sure that we could build some efficiencies into how we do business licensing. They're not all due at the same time. We allow multiple years. There's a number of things that we added and consolidated for efficiency of the administration. The business licensing fees certainly don't cover all of the administration required for a business license to be issued. However, we could look at different businesses to see whether they're required to be licensed or not. But some of them do require a lot of enforcement calls as well. So some of our short-term accommodations and things like that need to be inspected and make sure that they're safe for the residents and the patrons of the community. So we do build those things in specifically with our fire and health and make sure that all the businesses are being safe. But we can certainly do another review. This one was done in 2019 really to reorganize how we do business licensing and ensure that we captured everything without being too restrictive. So we've done that, and now we can certainly review it again to see if it's working and go forward again. So we'll look to do that too.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Boulanger?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. So just for clarification, I heard a number of councillors and the mayor speak to the commercial sign increase. Is this just being accepted for information today? Are we approving today, or do we need to determine whether we have a quorum that we hold off 1 year on increasing those particular fees?
Yeah, perhaps through the chair, if we could just clarify what those fees are for. It's not for every business. They are specific for permits for additional signs. So I'll get Rachel to clarify exactly what those sign permits are for, so that you understand. It goes from $25 to $50, I believe, is the change. And so I'll let Rachel speak on what those are for, because not every business is dealing with those fees.
Thank you again. So I know Shannon briefly gave an overview of why we're looking to change these fees, but I think an important note to make as well is the implementation of City View. So previously, we were issuing sign permits, but it wasn't a very detailed process. There was no inspections, there was no follow-up procedures, there was really no permitting system. So now that we have implemented City View, we're able to communicate with other departments, such as the building department, if a building permit is needed for those signs. And it's a detailed tracking system that requires more administrative work, as well as follow-ups, compliance dates, inspections, and re-inspections. So we want to ensure that our fees are reflecting administrative and field work that are going into issuing these permits. It's also nice to note too that with City View we're actually able to give businesses legitimate permits rather than an email saying you're good to go kind of thing. So I think it's been a great advancement with the department, certainly more administrative work, but I think just with professionalism and ensuring that we're properly tracking these things, that is being reflected in the fees. Also with the new sign bylaw that came into effect last year, we introduced a lot more signs to our bylaw to make sure we're giving businesses more flexibility to do mobile signs and things like that, temporary signs. So those are the ones that, just create more of those, that administrative work and that field work that go into re-inspecting and doing more renewals and stuff like that. So I think that's a big reason behind why we're looking to do these small increases as well. I think the highest is $50. There is one for a ground sign that we're looking for the $100 increase. But again, the reason behind that is because there's a lot more work that goes into issuing a permit for a ground sign compared to, say, a mobile sign.
Thank you. I have a question, I guess maybe a comment more so. I'm really happy to hear about the onboarding of City View, because that's one thing I feel that we've lacked as a community, is the consistency of application of sign restrictions or permittance. And I can totally appreciate the laborious piece of following up, because that's so important as well, to make sure that it's compliant with what's been approved. So I'm really happy to hear about that. And a nominal increase for a big sign, like a pylon sign, a big sign, that's usually shared across the board as well through the various tenants that are in that plaza. So I'm not afraid of the increased amount for that one in particular. Go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. You to Rachel. So I want to be clear, the sign bylaw, the sign licensing, a one-time charge, it's not an annual charge then, correct? So it is for new signs. So if I'm in business, I have a sign that's existing, it's there, there's not an annual fee for that sign, it's only if I want to add an additional sign.
Thank you, and again, through you, Deputy Mayor. So it does kind of depend on the sign.
Sorry, Mary Smith, if you just want to pull it towards you a little bit so it doesn't, it's flashing and
How's that?
That's better. When you see the red flashing, it's not.
All right.
Sorry about that. So I was just saying that it kind of does depend on the sign. So for example, a small A-frame does require a renewal process, but you wouldn't be paying that like that initial application fee every single time. It would be a smaller renewal fee, and those have not been increased. So it is typically, a majority of them are a one-time payment for the sign you're looking to do. If you're looking to, do another mobile sign later in the year, then again, that's a completely separate application and you can go through the process. But something like a ground sign or most of our other signs that are listed in here, it's just when you're getting the business, you're putting a ground sign in, you're putting a wall sign in, that's one fee and you're done and we don't need to bug you anymore.
Thank you, if I may. That's good to know. So I guess I don't have an issue then if it's a one-time fee, if you're putting a new sign on a new business or exchanging a sign. I guess, and shush me, Madam Clerk, if I'm getting way off base here, but I guess what we really need to do is ask staff to come back to council or committee with a report so as that we can really delve into the whole signage issue in Wasaga Beach. I mean, I'm a business man and signs are very important to me, but we do need to clean up Wasaga Beach, in my personal opinion, and signage is one of those issues. We have some businesses that have multiples and some that are allowed one. And I've heard it many times that there's a grandfather clause, which I'm not sure does exist or doesn't exist, but it's something I think we need to look at in the very near future. And I guess once council hears that or has that information and we delve into signage, period, we can then look again at rates and fees. I'm also happy to hear that we are implementing the City View system, which is going to, as I understand it, bring all departments on board, so as that we're interconnected somewhat, and processes will be more streamlined and consistent. I'm just wondering when, because I heard it said a few minutes ago that the costs, or sorry, the revenue we're receiving for sign permitting and business licensing is less than what it's costing to have a sign permitting or a business licensing system. So again, that says to me, we really need to look at this. If we either have to be able to cover those costs, because what I see right now is the general public is subsidizing a licensing system that is inadequate to cover the cost of the licensing system. It's kind of like there's no sense in having a bylaw if we can't enforce it. So why are we implementing a licensing system? And I'm not saying we shouldn't, But why are we continuing to implement a licensing system that is costing the general taxpayer money versus the people who are the ones who require it? So a whole lot in there, I know, but I think it's something that we should be looking at in the very near future. And then with respect to the signage bylaws, where does building come into this? Because I'm understanding you have to have a permit. You probably have to get a building permit as well for some of these signs. So we're looking at a cost. We're looking at bringing in less dollars to implement a licensing or a permit system for the sign. And then where does building come into this from an inspection standpoint, if it's a pylon sign or a ground sign? And are we recouping those costs as well? That's so, again, a whole lot, but thanks for listening.
Thank you. And Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I certainly don't want to engage in sign wars here in any way. I think that would be foolish, but I think it would also be foolish to defer or invest any more internal time and energies into this. I don't feel like we're going to successfully recover the $50 per instance that we're looking at raising it by deferring it and keeping this on file. It's my suggestion we vote to approve this and move on.
Thank you. And I just had one question for clarification in regards to the mobile sign. The increase of $25, is that each time a business wants to put up a mobile sign, or are they restricted to how many times they can have it, or how long? If you could explain the mobile sign piece, as I see that's increasing in the community, please.
Of course. So for mobile signs, the fee here would be every time they apply for it. It wouldn't be a renewal unless they're going through a minor variance process. So to start it off a little bit, you're allowed a mobile sign for 30 days at a time. Basically twice a year. So once during the summer months and once during the winter months. So if someone is looking to take advantage of both of those opportunities, then it would be $50 for the application and then $50 for the application later on in the year. So you're looking at a total of $100 to have a mobile sign twice a year. We also offer a minor variance process, so if someone is looking to promote something but they already had a mobile sign up for 30 days, then we basically go through a separate process of approval to see if they can get that additional 30 days.
Okay, thank you. That one then I do have concern about, just because there's also added costs to the business owner to rent the mobile sign. And usually, obviously it's some sort of initiative or marketing, but if they're having to invest, potentially $150 to rent the sign and then $50 to get the permit, $200 is a lot to put out there to potentially get a handful of customers in. So that particular line, I wouldn't support increasing for that one because it's done a few times. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. Maybe Rachel could refresh my memory too, because I don't know if it was cleared up or not, but my understanding, if you have a utility trailer, an enclosed trailer, and you have signage on it, that doesn't fall under the mobile sign. So that was another issue where we have somebody that parks a utility trailer in a spot and doesn't pay any fee, and it sits there 12 months out of the year or gets moved around a little bit or whatever, but a way of getting around what is really a mobile sign. And I only bring that up because so much of the council is new, they may not have been aware of that.
Yes, thank you. And just to provide some clarification on that topic, so if there is a business that uses their trailer for the purpose of their business, such as like a delivery service or catering or something like that, then certainly you can have a mobile vehicle that says your business name on it. Mobile signs though, and correct me if I'm wrong, but typically businesses want these to promote a new business or a new initiative they're doing or a sale that they have on to get the customers to come in. So that's why we allow those on a temporary basis. They're also typically, not in a parking spot. They're typically around town property, in very prominent areas around town, to ensure that they're getting the views from the public. So two different things of why, a trailer that has a business name on it is treated a little bit more differently than someone promoting their business temporarily for an initiative they're doing or something like that.
Okay, and just sorry, go ahead. Councillor Timms?
Through you, Madam Chair. I do see a trailer, and I don't remember the name of the business, parked regularly on town property. Do we have a relationship in this situation?
Do you want to? Nope. Oh, comment? Okay, go ahead. Or, okay, not related to Councillor Tim's question. Okay. Who wanted to take that? Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
I'm not certain what you're referring to with a, sorry? Like you said, there is a trailer on town property?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Director Roos. There's a regular parked trailer, I think it's a realtor trailer at the Recplex. Is that a relationship, or is it just a wandering marketing utility vehicle?
You surprised me with Realtor. I do know that we have an annual relationship with the Rotary Club of Wasaga Beach. If there's a second trailer there, it certainly shouldn't be there permanently. I do know that bylaw has attended the Recplex regularly for overnight parking, but I'm pretty sure the only trailer that you see, if you look closely, is our local Rotary Club, who rents a room there, and they have a storage plan, and it's a little bit of a promotion for them. And council approved as well.
Okay, you want to make a comment? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And His Worship mentioned the Ontario Building Code and sign permits, and I didn't know if he wanted me to take the opportunity now to make a comment on that, but I can, if you would like. So the Ontario Building Code, essentially the way it addresses signs is that it starts off by saying that all signs require a building permit, and then it goes on to exempt a number of signs. And perhaps a solution here, and I think something that we could do, and certainly it would require further conversation with the clerk and with Rachel, but perhaps what we could do is, our sign bylaw would address the signs that are exempted by the Ontario Building Code, and wherever the Ontario Building Code is involved in the governance of a sign, that those signs not be subject to the municipal licensing requirements, because I think that's where we get in a little bit of trouble with our business community, in that it feels like we're layering on the regulations. So a sign that goes through a building permit process would go through a zoning review. Often there are engineers involved. So, I would feel pretty safe that those types of signs are going through a fairly rigorous process that really doesn't require any more process on top of it. So might just be a solution there, that if it's covered by the Ontario Building Code, it's not subject to our sign bylaw and is free of that process.
Thank you. I think that would be incredibly helpful, because I think any barriers that we can remove, both in frustration, red tape, and additional costs to new businesses to come and establish and set up in the community is very helpful. So I think that's a great recommendation. Just one last question I had. We see a lot of flag signs. They're very popular now, the teardrop signs. Is there any, I don't see those listed specifically, are they covered under one of the others? If you could explain some of the processes or policies around that, please.
Yeah, of course. So flag signs aren't on the increase here because they don't have to go through a permit process. Basically, so it's a sign that businesses can have, and it doesn't cost anything. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to follow up, and then Mayor Smith, is there a limitation to how many of those can be on a property? And if so, what is the policy around the limitation? Is it based on square footage? Is it based on street frontage? How many? If you could provide some information.
Yeah, I believe flag signs, you're really getting into my memory here, but I think every 10 meters they're allowed one, so it does depend on the frontage of the whole business. So basically, you know, if you have a frontage of, say, 30 meters, you could have 3 flag signs. But we do like businesses, and we've never had an issue with this, but we do like businesses to take into consideration if your frontage is also shared with others, that maybe you're putting one flag sign up, your neighbor is putting another flag sign up, and so on and so forth. But it's one that businesses have definitely taken advantage of, and it's an easy sign that doesn't need a permitting process, because we don't need to look at things like, you know, structural capability and everything like that too, so.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just think I agree with the, in terms of the structural, it's, you know, it's obviously not as complicated, but it can be as much of a visual pollution. You know, as you're driving down Main Street, I just think of Barrie, you know, when you're driving down Bayfield, it's just this barrage of signs constantly everywhere. So I think, you know, my suggestion is to continue to keep our eye on this piece so that we're keeping a tight ship, at the same time creating opportunities for businesses to promote and market. Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm hearing here is we need to have a meeting and a good, fulsome discussion on signs and business licensing in Wasaga Beach. But listen, I understand completely that there's a cost to doing business, and you know, if you can't afford that cost, then that's unfortunate. But there is a cost to doing business. What I'll say to that, however, is that it's not our job as a municipality to create those extra burdens or to alleviate those extra burdens. So again, I have to come back to what I think really matters to the good folks at Wasaga Beach, and that is, are we subsidizing a system, for lack of a better term, that has nothing to do with the average individual citizen? It's a business situation that we as a municipality are creating, not the businesses themselves. So I think it's important that we have that discussion. Now, I just heard something that, and I'm sure we could go on, boy, we like to go on, but we don't need a permit for a flag sign, but we do need a permit for an A-frame, so a sandwich board sign that would be, you know, I don't know, 3 feet high, that sits like this. I need to understand that.
Yeah, of course. So A-frames, they're allowed to be there all year round. So that's why we allow them to basically go through a permitting system. It is much less than other signs, so we do take that into consideration. And then also doing the renewal. We've also had incidences in the past where these sandwich boards start to deter a little bit, or they're not as sightly as others. So that's why we like to go through the renewal process, just to make sure that they stay nice and visually appealing for everyone. The flag signs, on the other hand, though, you're only able to have them for a temporary period of time. And I do apologize because I cannot think of it off the top of my head. I think it's 14 days, but I could be mixing it up with something, so I can always provide further comments on that. But that's why those are on a temporary basis, and they're not treated the same as the A-frames.
The only follow-up, and then we'll close for comments and move on, but I think a lot of businesses aren't complying with the 14 days. Like, there's a lot that have them up for several months, so I think the flags, you know, maybe need to be peeked at again, as Mayor Smith was mentioning, in terms of a good deep dive into this sign conversation. Anyways, seeing no further questions or comments, this meeting is now closed. Thank you.
Chair DeLeo, moving back to you, I believe. A motion? There's a motion there.
So I'll just read the motion, that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee recommend to Council as Budget Committee that it approve the proposed fees and changes increased as outlined in the staff report dated December 8th, 2022, effective January 1st, 2023, and further that the appropriate bylaw to implement the fee increases be considered by council on December 15th, 2022. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor White and a seconder? Mayor Smith, all those in favor? And that carries. With Councillor DeLeo in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on. We have a presentation, 3.1.3, by Mr. Marsh Thornley of STC to present to committee the new branding of the Wasaga Beach Public Library. Mr. Thornley? Is Mr. Thornley here? Welcome.
And Chair Snell, we are live. Apologies.
Okay, we commence again with the presentation from Mr. Marsh Thornley of STC to present to committee the new branding of the Wasaga Beach Public Library. Mr. Thornley?
Looks that way. Can everybody hear us?
Yep, go ahead, guys.
Fantastic. Okay, so we'll just say next to move along the presentation. Thank you, Mayor Smith. My name is Marsh Thornley. I'm here with Henry Zaluski. We work at a company called STC, and we're here to present today the rebranding strategy for the Wasaga Beach Public Library. Next page, please. Before we can do the creative, we need to conduct research. As a part of this engagement, we met with internal stakeholders as well as conducted a survey which reached 724 community members. We also did a competitive scan. Next. Key feedback from the survey was that people overwhelmingly wanted to include the word library in the name. This was something that we were asked to explore as other local libraries have actually dropped the word library from their name. But we heard from the community that there is a desire to keep library in the name. That said, there is certainly interest in promoting a center that offers more than what is currently associated with libraries. So in short, the word library is required, but let's bring it to life in a unique and refreshing way.
Next screen, please. So what was our inspiration? Well, of course, books and a bookshelf, DNA on the far right. On the bottom left, you'll see the digital world and pixels, and of course, the people of our community. Next screen. The color palette. The colors were rooted in the colors of the new Wasaga Beach brand. So you have the blue and the gold and the green, and we've complemented that with other colors that bring a bright, vibrant, and refreshed feel. So what does that look like? Next screen. There you have the new logo, and it's comprised of 3 units. The color chiclets on the left and right, the WBPL monogram, and the Wasaga Beach Public Library wordmark. So the chiclets are a graphic representation of books on a shelf and pixels on a digital screen. The monogram, the WBPL, is created from custom letter forms that we developed that represent the library's uniqueness and its confidence. And finally, the word mark, set in all lowercase, provides a welcoming and approachable feel. Now, this is the primary logo, but there are other versions that we've created. For example, there's a one-line option that can be used when vertical space is limited. Next screen.
Wasaga Beach Public Library has something for everyone. Activities and studies for children, groups and programs for adults, spaces to reflect, create, learn, and grow. And we have books, a lot more books. Find what you're looking for at the new Wasaga Beach Public Library. Find Plus.
And here you'll see a background pattern that we've created. And it's a flexible design element that can be used to bring life to all of the library communications. It can be used as a strip, as a whole, or an individual block. An individual block or an entire section. Next screen, please. So meet the pixels. These will help people navigate all the library's offerings. And they were born from the logo and the pattern. And you can see where you can find your community, find new friends, find your place, find some fun, find support. It's a real fun way to get our offerings out there. So how does this all come to life? Next screen. So for the stationery program, on the letterhead, you'll see the pattern used as a strip along the bottom, the Find Plus tagline, and on the right-hand side with the business cards, that entire pattern is used in its entirety on the back. Next screen. On the website, here you'll see where the pixels come in with their playfulness, trying to direct people to what's new at the library. Next screen. On social media, you'll see there's an extension of the Find Plus tagline on some of the posts. So that topic that always interests you, find it here. A new language, skill, hobby, or way of thinking, find it here. So this is more of a way of, it's an answer to a query or a question. Next screen. This is how the new brand could look like in the new center. So the stripe, the pattern stripe leading people towards the entrance. Next screen. Or also indoors in a special children's area where we can extend the pattern into trees and flowers. So it'll be quite a little engaging area that we can use. Next screen. A van that could be seen, traveling around the town. And we also know that we'll put this new branding on the bookmobile. Next screen. So of course, it could also find its way out there in the world with branded swag. So we have tote bags with our little pixel saying, "See you at the library," t-shirts, water bottles, and of course the lanyards that staff could be wearing in the library itself. Next screen. And that's it. So thank you for the opportunity for presenting this to you. If you have any questions, we're open to answer them.
Councillor White.
Hi, thank you very much. Great presentation, and I most certainly commend you on the work done on this. I do have a couple of questions with regards to the font and font color used for the WBPL. I don't find this aligns with any other fonts in the organization, whether it be internally with our logo or anywhere else. And that color of black, I find that to be a little bit blob-like, I guess is the best way to describe that. Other than that, I do like the Find Plus idea in the book-inspired band. I just, the font used and the look of the lettering just, to me, looks a little out of place compared to the rest. Thank you.
Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start by saying thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Great presentation. And I want to precursor my next few comments with nothing personal.
Mayor Smith,
Yes?
sorry to interject. I'm just chatting with the presenters. They can't hear us. So perhaps I can help by chatting with them, but I will try to chat with them over the chat.
Okay, so I'm fine if we're wanting to carry on, Madam Chair. No?
We can hear you now.
Okay, so I'll start over. Did you hear Councillor White previously?
We did not, we haven't heard anyone.
So maybe we should rewind.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much. I'm glad I wrote this down. Verbatim. Okay, so first off, I'd like to thank you very much for a wonderful presentation and the work done. I do find that the font and font color for the WBPL portion to be a little bit out of place. The font itself doesn't align with any other fonts that we use in the organization. And the color black, again, maybe a little bit out of time, I suppose. It kind of looks like a bit of a blob, I guess. It gets lost. That's my comment on that. However, on the other side of the coin, I do like the Find Plus branding there and the way that you use the book-inspired band and the color palette of that. Although I do feel that the color palette of the town is somewhat different, but I don't necessarily think that that's an issue for the library. So I guess my main concern is the font and color on the WBPL as far as an issue goes.
Well, through the chair, I'd like to answer that question. What we wanted to do is let the chiclets and the pattern be the color that brings forth of the brand, and let the WBPL monogram and the word mark kind of play a back seat, for example. So we wanted to pull it back a little bit, not have the color be part of the actual color palette, the WBPL be part of the actual color palette, just so there's no connotation of, oh, why is the WBP blue and one of the chiclets is blue? We wanted to keep that away from any part of the color palette of the logo itself. And also trying to maintain the AODA compliance with the government of Ontario to try to keep the most important impact of the WBPL versus any other colors.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Smith now and then Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, through you to the staff and gentlemen, great presentation. Thank you very much. But again, I want to precursor what I say next with this is nothing personal to staff or to you gentlemen, but I'm a bit of a traditionalist, and the town's logo prior to the last few years, our main logo has been with us for, well, this year be 49 years, and in 2024 will be 50 years, half a century. And I'm struggling in a great way, and I've heard this from many of our citizens. I understand rebranding. I understand why we do it. I understand updating. But this is, I think this is all going way beyond an update. This is a complete different look and feel to what our community was built on. If you look at our original logo, it had a snowmobile, a sailboat, a water skier, the beach, and some other great things, and perhaps we could have enhanced that somehow. So what I'm not seeing in our town's new logo, and what I'm not seeing here enough, I guess, in my opinion, is two really, really important words: Wasaga Beach. Very rarely do you see the Nike swoosh without Nike somewhere close by, the word. And you know, we've got a great community that we should all be extremely proud of, and singing the words Wasaga Beach from the rooftops. And so I struggle whenever I see any logo that doesn't have a clear and concise understanding of what it is or who it is. So I'm struggling with this no differently than I'm struggling with W3. Because unless it says Wasaga Beach below it, I would suggest that if you showed it to 1,000 people, 990 of them wouldn't know what W3 was. And I'm being a little smart in that, but when you don't see the words, that's what it appears to be. The WBPL, if you're not from Wasaga Beach, and if you haven't seen it several times to understand WBPL, how do you know it's Wasaga Beach Public Library? And Wasaga Beach Public Library is part of, and an extension to, if you will, our great community. And so I appreciate all the hard work here. I like the color palettes. I love chiclets. But I really struggle that we do not have clear and concise with any of our logos going forward, where Wasaga Beach is prominent at all times. Thank you.
Well, through the chair, I'd like to answer that. The Wasaga Beach Public Library will always be linked together with the WBPL monogram. It will never be separate, so there'll always be, if anybody's wondering what the WBPL stands for, it'll be always right below it on any of our logo versions, but whether it's the primary, the one-liner, it would always be, the Wasaga Beach Public Library will always be linked to those four letters, WBPL.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Chair DeLeo. I have a few comments, if I could. You mentioned 724 people engaged in providing feedback. We have a little over 25,000 residents, and between our 3 elementary schools, we have about 1,560 students. So my first question is, were the schools involved at all? Because this would obviously be a perfect project for that level of public engagement? I'll ask that question first, please.
Through the chair, in answer to your question, that would be a question for the library, but I don't believe the schools were engaged on their own. I do know that we met and consulted individually with representatives from the local schools. The survey was promoted on the Wasaga Beach engagement software platform as well. It ran in a local print publication. There was an ad to promote the survey.
Through the chair, we did not take this out into the schools themselves. This was a fast-moving project. We did bring in some high school students to be part of a focus group, and we did have representatives from the schools in the focus group stakeholder meetings as well. So this wasn't something that we went out into the elementary schools themselves. The majority of this work happened through the summer, so schools weren't in session at that time. But we did contact all of our library members as well, giving them the opportunity to get involved.
Thank you. Councillor Belanger. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you very much. And I can appreciate, especially if it was done over the summer months, it's very distracting time, and it's a difficult time to get the attention of kids. But I agree with Mayor Smith's comments that, you know, branding has been a challenge in this community, and it's been inconsistent and, you know, over time, right? It's changed a lot. And sometimes it takes time to get it right. So, you know, if it was a rushed process, it might be something to consider to sort of pause a little bit on. To also comment further on Councillor White's comment in regards to the font of the WBPL, I have concerns as well. I find it thick and chunky. I don't know how well it would transfer if it was reduced in size or tried to be stitched on clothing. I would be concerned that it would look a little blobbish. In regards to the color pixel, the pixels, the actual the hex values of those colors. We've recently launched a beautiful Wasaga sign down at Beach 1, and then it looks like our wayfinding project has been following the color palette of that Wasaga Beach 1 sign. So I'm wondering what's the hex value of these particular logo, these colors and this logo, and are they anywhere close to the colors that we are seeing in the Wasaga Beach sign at Beach 1, if you're familiar with that?
Through the chair, I'd like to go back towards the WBPL and the font. Again, we mentioned earlier, that is a custom-made letter form, and it was customized so it flows nicely with the rest of the pattern band. So it's very, very blocky, but also quite legible. We did tests, and in our style guide, we note that it can't be used any less than a certain size. And if people follow those instructions, we're confident that there won't be any issues with any sort of clogging up or that sort of thing happening in embroidery or the digital world. Through the colors, they are in keeping with the kind of tone of the wayfinding, but we've adapted them to be a little bit more customized towards what the library brand would be. So there might be a little bit more adjustments to those colors. So there's a green and there's an orange and there's a pink, but they're not exactly the same as the wayfinding signage.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. I don't know if I keep getting that wrong, but anyhow, one thing I know, if you talk to 100 people, they'll all have different ideas. I guess the one question I have is that in previous branding exercises, what was brought to council was a number of variations. And in the BW signing, or B3 as our mayor refers to, there were 4 options considered, and council made that decision, 7 people. I would have liked it to go out to the public, and the public have a broader opinion of the 4 options that were presented to council. So I was a little surprised that there was a single option. I do understand that libraries do have to appeal to a broad range of age groups, so I thought the pixels were well done. I think they would, you know, appeal to both adults and children, and it's vibrant, and we want that colorful. I think you're just a little less colorful than the casino, by the way, but anyhow, we're not an expert on this, and I know there's a lot of research went into it, and so, as I say, I would have preferred maybe 2 or 3 options that we could then look at and say and take it to the public and ensure that it's really our residency that is going to vote every day on what they feel about our new branding. But you know, there are a lot of great elements, and I think if you showed it to every person, every single person would have some minor change that they would want. So I appreciate the work that was done, and for the most part, I think it hits the mark. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. And yes, thank you for the presentation, and I guess I somewhat mirror Mayor Smith and some of the other comments here. I absolutely find it quite industrial, so I'm with on that block logo. I'm not partial to that. I like the animation of the pixels, especially found it on the van. When the logo was on the van, I could not tell that was about a library other than the printing underneath. So these are all my opinions. The other part is you have about 5 colors, I believe, in the logo. So is it more costly when you print more colors? I'm just thinking through campaigns, we all tried to keep our logos to 3 colors, so on and so forth. So that's just a general question as you move forward with printing. Does it cost more to have 5 or 7 colors in a logo?
Through the chair, I'd like to answer that. Most printing's done in a 4-color process. So that's your cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, which combined in various values and various percentages make up all the colors. So we're working towards, first and foremost, a digital world. So your screens are your screens, and they could use any sort of colors that you want. But we're also cognizant of the print world and keeping in using just the CMYK versions of this of the colors. You know, usually there's not a lot of printing done in specials. You're right, because of the fact that it does get expensive. So we're comfortable in using these colors in their CMYK values, so they're 4-color process values, which is a standard printing process.
Thank you. One other comment here. On the blocks, the books, I did some research just looking at other library logos, and I would think they need a spine on those books. I really can't tell that they're books. To me, they could be blocks unless it said library. So I looked up Aurelia and Midland and Penetang. I did look up their logos. They were quite simple, and I knew they were a library logo. So I am having, you know, a couple of issues too. So I don't know if it's fait accompli here or if we're going to revisit. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Okay.
Oh. Councillor Eagle?
Sorry, thank you. Yes, I just have one question here, and I guess this is for the library board, and I'm sorry, but it just, you used the phrase, it was a fast-moving project, and that just kind of hit at me. Why was it so fast-moving? Thank you.
Through the chair, it wasn't fast moving in that if you read my report, you see how long ago it started. So it's been in the works for quite some time, and it takes quite some time to put the gears in motion, so to speak, as you may be aware of. the way public organizations operate with all the checks and balances. The board has been working on this for well over a year. However, once we have Scott Thornley and company on board, they do have a timeline for the project in order to get it completed. So once we got them on board, which was early summer, they have a project timeline, and that's the goals that we needed to meet in order to accomplish this project. So it seemed fast moving to me because, let me just say, I was busy as the dickens. Maybe it seemed fast moving to them, but we have a lot on our plates right now with the library. The board is quite busy as well with the planning process, as you may be aware. It seemed fast, and really we did do all of the steps that were outlined. They were not fast. We just did complete them in the timely manner that was outlined. So maybe my terminology wasn't quite right. It's not like we sped through it. It just seemed that way.
Thank you very much, and I can appreciate that for sure. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. I just want to, I think there's been a lot of change in terms of the look and brand. You know, when you look back at the original crest that Mayor Smith mentioned, it has one defined look. Then we sort of moved into a blue block Wasaga logo with the sun in the middle of it. Then we've launched this wayfinding, which has a totally different color palette and really playful piece. We had the economic development from a few years ago with the fireworks of the starburst kind of look and logo. We've got the Wasaga Beach All In that's recently launched and has a very different font, very different color palette. And now this WBPL with, again, different kind of fonts and different color palettes. I think we need to somehow get a cohesive plan to get all these pieces together, because they don't look like the same product or the same town or the same vision, in my opinion. I think this is part of a bigger conversation. Thank you.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I was listening, I just did a quick exercise, and I went to all the communities around us. And what I found was interesting is that every one of those communities in their logo, whether they be new logos or old logos, has an element that is clearly defining to their community. Wasaga Beach is a community of fun. Wasaga, for our full-time residents and our guests in the summer. But what's most important to me, when I think of Wasaga Beach, I think that we have something that no one else in the world, in the universe, can ever have. The longest freshwater beach in the world. And yet our logos, our new logos and our branding, if you will, as we go forward, depicts nothing to do with water. Now, I understand that the new town's logo does have, if you see the right logo that's being used, there is some, the W is for, is blue for water, and then the B in the middle is, if you look at the right logo, it shows sand, and then, the center part is some sand, and then the B is grass or forest or whatever. But I think the average person looks at that and has no clue what that is or what it means. And so I guess to Deputy Mayor Snell's point, I think that branding is something that this council, I think, really needs to sit back and look at again. And I think we need to get back, and this is my personal opinion, but I think we need to get back to the roots and what's biggest and most important to our community. And that is truly the longest freshwater beach in the world. And I don't see us depicting that in any of this branding or logos that we're doing going forward. And I'm really struggling with that, quite frankly. Again, it's no disrespect to staff, to the library board, to these gentlemen or anyone else. I mean, I guess I can understand how you may have got to where we are, but I think most importantly, branding should be consistent throughout all of our departments and our family members, I guess, if you will. And it needs to be, I think, it needs to have our history, and it really needs to showcase who we are and what we are. And So I would really like to see this come back in the near future for some real good discussion, and maybe we need some professional help to make that happen and get it done. But those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Any other comments? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Thornley, for your presentation. We have a motion, and it reads that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee received a presentation from STC pertaining to the new branding of the Wasaga Beach Public Library for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Carry unanimously. Moving along. 3.1.4, Organization, Departmental Structures and Function Highlights. At this time, I will turn it over to the department heads. I will ask members of council, if you have questions regarding each presentation, please ask at that time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of council. So we're going to just do a quick presentation in each department, how we operate, what we're up to at a high level, and then as over the course of time, hopefully get council out to visit us at each location, get a better understanding and in depth of the look and feel of the community and how our departments operate and run. So the first one is the CEO's office. So essentially, the CEO is your employee. CEO directly reports to council, and then following your direction from council, make sure that our department heads and we move forward to executing your vision, putting in place your policies, plans, and move forward direction. So we get together, and our department heads really are your subject matter experts. So as you go through our departments here today, you'll understand the depth of their knowledge, their expertise, and what they bring to the table is, of high value to council and high value to the residents of Wasaga Beach. And here's a org chart, at least a higher level org chart of the office of the CEO. So you can see we have an administrative assistant, the manager of human resources. Of course, we have our communications officer, all housed in the front area where I am, and then down below is our directors of each individual department. All our direct reports, except for the library, which is an indirect report. So the library, of course, has their own board and their own legislation. So the library reports into the CEO's office, but in an indirect manner. And certainly the mission statement for the CEO is to work with council on on the implementation of its priorities. CEO needs to lead the town departments in the implementation of council goals and objectives, and to lead an energized and motivated workforce delivering council mandated services in a customer-friendly manner. and certainly that's important from a customer-friendly manner. It's not only our residents, it's how we interact with council, it's how we interact with each department. Sometimes the building department is actually a customer to the public works, so those internal relationships matter as well. So when I say a friendly manner, it's internal customer relationships and external. And certainly to pursue and support the innovation in all that the town does. And then finally, to communicate information relating to the operation of council in a factual, accessible, transparent, and efficient manner. So that's a high level of the CEO's role, what he does, and certainly, as our new CEO comes on board in January, there'll be some one-on-one conversations with council to capture your input, your thoughts, your direction, and of course, council as a whole. What your visions are for the next 10 years. Let's say you have a 10-year strategic plan, and over that 10-year plan, what do you want to accomplish over the next 4 years? So those conversations will unfold, and you'll see the CEO become more and more involved in your world, have a better understanding of where council wants to head, the direction you want to go, and then start to roll in that direction, if you will. So that's a high level of the CEO's office. The next one is the communications office, and I've asked Michael to join us here, that Michael could actually share the communications office with you in a little more depth, his day-to-day activities, the intent, the purpose, and why the benefit of the communications to council and to our residents. So Michael, over to you, please.
Thank you, Jerry, and good morning to members of council. The communications office works closely with the media to ensure that information is reliable, precise, and current. And I just wanted to highlight some of the services and products that we produce. So communications supports council and the CAO and all town departments. This includes media advisories, news releases, Q&As, letters, and other tools to convey information to the public, as well as upper tier levels of government. We also provide management of our corporate social media channels with a variety of messaging rolling out on a daily basis. We also produce a monthly e-newsletter called the Monthly Report, which contains a variety of town information, and our most recent issue just went out the other day. We also produce a monthly council highlights package conveying information about the decisions of council. The package is available on our website and promoted through social media, as well as the monthly e-newsletter. We produce 8 print newsletters throughout the year, and these are mailed through our tax notices and water bills. And PDF versions of these are available on our website, and the public can subscribe to receive them as well through the website. We also produce a daily media monitoring package that is circulated to council and staff, and this provides a snapshot of the news stories in our region, as well as those provincial and federal stories that may be relevant to the town. We also produce a series of budget updates during the annual municipal budget process to keep the public informed, and these are produced in partnership with the Director of Finance, and the updates are available on the website. We provide management of the town's community engagement site, Let's Talk Wasaga Beach. Some of our recent engagement projects on the site include consultation about town recreation programs, how casino revenue should be used. We recently did a special events survey, the library branding engagement, which was touched on earlier this morning, and a rates and fees questionnaire. Some of our earlier consultation remains on the site as well, so the public can review that should they wish. We also facilitate coffee with council networking sessions, and in the near future, staff will seek direction from council in terms of these events for the 2023 year. Staff also provide issues management services as required, and we provide website management support to the IT department and other staff throughout the organization. We also produce video content, provide photography services for flag raisings, presentations, and other community activities. This past term at council, we worked with the economic development staff on the branding project, and I serve on the emergency response group as our emergency information officer, and we just had a little mock exercise last week. So that's sort of a high-level summary of the projects and the products and the services that we're involved in.
And the next under the CAO's office is Human Resources, so I'll turn it over to Denise to walk you through that. Michael, I'll get you to stay in case there's questions at the end, please.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Denise Elin, the Manager of Human Resources. Hopefully you can hear me. I'll start with our mission statement, which is that we are committed to fostering a positive and supportive and productive work environment for the corporation's most valuable asset, that being our staff. Ooh, I think I missed one. Okay. Oh, I'll just move right over. We report into the CAO's office. I report directly to the CAO, and I also work with Jody Patterson, our Human Resources Coordinator. We also work very closely with our payroll and benefits clerk that reports into the Treasury Department. So our goal with compensation is to design and deliver a fair and competitive compensation program, and we do that through a number of factors. One is job evaluation. So when we have a new position or a job that's changed significantly, we take it through an evaluation process. There's a system where there's 12 factors, and it relates into a point system. And that allows us to have a very impartial and fair approach to evaluating positions. Myself and the department head will work together in evaluating the positions. Then we bring it forward to the CAO, and also a consultant, a third-party consultant that is well-versed in municipal and compensation programs. We also complete compensation reviews, and we do a formal review every 5 years, and then also informal reviews, and that could be during negotiations, for example, or when there's a change to positions. We'll look at our neighboring municipalities to see what their compensation packages include. And also we do have a compensation policy, and that helps guide us when we're onboarding new staff that have some experience, and also through promotions and transfers for staff. HR is also responsible for benefits, and we are very fortunate to receive a comprehensive benefit program, and that includes basic life insurance, dependent life insurance. Employees receive AD&D, drug, vision, healthcare, dental, and employee assistance program. Actually, the assistance and family assistance program is somewhat new. It's self-administrated for a number of years, but now we actually have an organization that provides that support for short-term counseling. And we utilize a third-party benefits consultant that helps us to negotiate with the insurance companies. For organizational planning, we have an effective organizational planning is a key contributor to the organization's talent and management strategy. The goal is to inspire excellence and effectiveness, strong performance, and job satisfaction. We encourage staff through a tuition reimbursement program to seek different education and training, and that also then will assist the town in supporting staff to prepare for opportunities, to ensure at the same time that the skilled talent is available when we require it. Staff recruitment and selection has been a key focus over the last few years. So we currently have a staff complement of 131 full-time staff and 46 part-time casual seasonal staff. So out of the 46, there's about 14 that are permanent part-time casual. And so every year we're onboarding anywhere from 32 to even 35 staff throughout the organization. So we are supporting to hire the right people in the right jobs at the right time. We work with management in areas of workforce planning, attraction, and selection, and we do that through providing advice to management on recruitment approaches and selection strategies, participating on the selection panels, and guiding the return to work process. Just a quick highlight, we did experience significant turnover over the past 4 years. We had 82 staff that left, so that was a very key initiative for us and our focus. I'll move on to employee and labor relations. So human resources strives to develop and sustain constructive relationships across all employee groups. We provide employment advice to ensure that there's a consistent approach, and that's for both non-union and union matters. We research and propose human resources policies and programs, and always try to recommend best practices. And we work collaboratively with our managers to proactively address unique employee and labor relations issues, always trying to align the departmental priorities with the town's overall strategic direction. We do have two collective agreements. One is CUPE, and that involves includes our staff in public works, facilities, and parks. And there's 50 staff that fall within that collective agreement. And then we have our Wasaga Beach Professional Firefighters Association. There are 20 firefighters that fall within that collective agreement. And our firefighter agreement will expire on December 31st of 2023. And QP will be expiring December 31st, 2024. So through negotiations, we'll be bringing back the memorandum of settlement for council's approval. And that's how we move forward. Just a couple of slides. For legislative compliance, HR ensures that the town is compliant with legislative requirements. That includes the Ontario Human Rights Code, the Employment Standards Act, and all applicable legislation. And we are committed to human rights and support the town in to be a more inclusive and respectful workplace. We do that through informing management and employees of their rights and responsibilities under the Ontario Human Rights Code and our corporate harassment and violence policies. And we investigate harassment and discrimination complaints, prepare reports on the findings, and then we also make recommendations. And we also advise management and staff of their responsibility and obligations to create and maintain a respectful and supportive work environment. In summary, we are committed to supporting council in establishing and working towards corporate strategies and objectives. We do look forward to this term, and please advise us how we can assist you. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, that's our CEO's completed, so I don't know if council has questions, but I'm certainly happy to answer some.
Just taking a pause for questions.
Yes, any questions? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you very much. I had the opportunity to go on the website, Let's Talk Wasaga Beach, and I see that it's sort of the first survey launched April 23rd of 2019, and since then 21 surveys have been done. Do you have any idea, and you may not have this data, Mike, of course, but do you have any idea in terms of, first of all, traffic to the site? Are you seeing an increase since it launched in 2019? And what sort of numbers are you pulling for feedback in those surveys? Are we seeing those increase as well? I just wasn't so much aware of that site. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, through the chair. I don't have the specific numbers with me to share with you today, but what I can tell you that we found through the site is that the engagement level we see often depends on the subject matter. So there's some subjects that we get a very large buy-in on, and there are other subject matters where we really have to try and connect with the public through social media, through our newsletters, through print, to try and get them to engage through that way. One of the things that made it challenging the last couple years was we weren't able to do the same types of open house sessions, which would support the online engagement. And I think now that we're going to kind of be in a different position with the pandemic, we should be able to return to more of those sessions. So that will help support the digital work that we do for engagement.
Back to you, Mr. CEO. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Does the link to that site live anywhere on our Town of Wasaga Beach site? Like, I don't see it anywhere on the homepage, which would make sense to sort of redirect that traffic, make it a really focused button, if that's one of the avenues that we're actually going to try to extract community feedback to help with some of these big decisions. Thank you.
Through the chair, I believe it does live on the main landing page of wasagabeach.com. On one of the tabs, you have to hover over it, and I believe it drops down, and it's an option there. Not having the site in front of me, though, I can't tell you which tab that is.
Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, Mike, is there any thought on turning comments on, again, on social media?
We haven't had that discussion, through the chair, we haven't had that discussion yet, but that's a subject matter that we would like to visit with the CAO and see how we might proceed this term.
Any other questions? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I think it's important to point out, although we're just getting started with hearing the presentations, that our staff are second to none in Wasaga Beach, and that they do an amazing job on a daily basis, and that the average individual in the public, I don't think, really understands how hard our employees at the Town of Wasaga Beach work. And I think it's important to point out that although we haven't been a council for long, I have had some conversations and been looking at a few things, and it's clear to me that our staffing situation is at a level that is not sustainable, in my opinion, and we're going to need to really look hard at adding to that complement in order to give the current staff a bit of breathing space. The amount of overtime that our staff do on a regular basis, I have learned, is just unbelievable and unfair, quite frankly. And this council needs to have a good hard look at that to improve those working conditions for our current employees and employees into the future. So important to point that out. I'll always tote how great our staff are, because they truly are. And to Denise, 82 staff, you've been busy. And so congratulations to you and your department, and congratulations to all the other departments for being able to sustain that and continue to move the business forward on a weekly basis. I cannot begin to imagine how stressful that probably was. So good on you all for working together and making continuing to make it happen. Then, Mike, one question, if I may, Madam Chair, through you to our communications officer. Mike, when I look at communications, I look at, for an organization, I look at communications as a story in totality, not in silos or separately. And over the past, I've kind of seen that silo effect, if you will. Perhaps, and I'm not putting you on the spot to give us the answer to that today, but perhaps we could look at in future how we tell the complete story of the Town of Wasaga Beach, our municipality, our organization, how it works, and so on and so forth. Maybe we could all work together to come up with a plan. I think, like any good corporation, their communications is always about telling a full story. So, again, good job, and thank you very much to the staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? No? Okay, back to you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it over to Dina to take us through the legislative services area of our corporation. So, Dina, if you could, please.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Through the chair, before I start, I did see Deputy Mayor's hand up if she had a question that wasn't answered.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Sorry, I'm short over here. I need one of those flags, a flag sign. Sorry, I just wanted to circle back to our discussion, Mike. It does live on the Communications and COVID-19 tab. But if I were a resident wanting to give feedback or participate in a survey, I wouldn't think necessarily to go to that tab. So maybe it could be looked at of how to pull it out of there and put it somewhere really prominent, especially if surveys are going to be, you know, a move going forward, which I love. I love surveys. We did a ton with the school board, and the data that came back was really, really helpful, especially when you did a deep dive into it. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Through the chair. Yes, Deputy Mayor, that's something I will review with our IT manager and see if we can find a way to display that more prominently. And yeah, the survey information is really quite interesting and helpful to us, and this tool has been really useful to staff when we try and connect with the public. One of the interesting things about it is you gather the survey participation, but you can also see through our platform the number of people who just visited the page, a specific project page. And you can also see how many people accessed supporting documents and maybe also visited other project pages. So in terms of engagement, it really allows us to quantify what type of interest was there from the public. Yes, there's the survey component, but are they looking at the supporting documents? What type of a dive are they taking on the information that's available? So the site's been quite helpful that way.
Any other questions? Thank you. Back to you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Chair DeLeo. So I'm here to present the Legislative Services Division for the Town of Wasaga Beach. And the Legislative Services section includes the Clerk's Department, of course, records, the cemetery, and municipal law enforcement. So we'll start with our mission statement here to ensure that council and committee is supported through everything we do with our municipal law enforcement department, as well as clerk services and provincial legislation, council policy. And drilling down from that, we work on implementing council's priorities, lead the department in implementation of goals and objectives, and one of my goals, of course, was to energize and motivate the workforce that is in this department to deliver the mandated services in a customer service-oriented kind of manner. And the other thing that we do is support innovation and efficiencies in our departments. Some of the things we talk about here are softwares, processes, policies where we can streamline our processes and implement certain things that help us deliver the services, such as cross training, things like that, so that we can be innovative and have some business continuity. And of course, we communicate information relating to the operation of council meetings accessibly and transparently. The Legislative Services Department includes two sort of sub-departments. The Clerk's Department, there is a Deputy Clerk, of course, a Records and Information Management Specialist, and our Archives Coordinator, who is currently on contract to the end of 2023, who we hope to bring forward as in 2023 as a permanent position. The municipal law enforcement side includes, of course, Rachel. You've met her as our MLE coordinator. There are 4 full-time bylaw officers. One is a standalone property standards officers, but they're all cross-trained, and the other officers also include a property standards component to their positions. And we have a business licensing and bylaw administrator who has a dual role and reports to myself, as well as the municipal law enforcement coordinator, and also includes lottery licensing, all the small permits that we do for the seasonal events and matters that we take care of. So the clerk is one of 2 statutory officers that the municipality is required to have. The other is the CBO. Various duties are assigned to the clerk under a multitude of provincial legislations. A few of them I've noted here. Some of the responsibilities are to oversee and provide legislative, administrative, procedural information and advice to council, department heads, and the public as well. We draft, review, edit bylaws, minutes, and other legal documents to ensure they're developed in accordance with the legislation that it applies to. We also conduct municipal elections, of course, and do freedom of information and records management, as well as the division registrar requirements, which refers to marriages and deaths administration. We also ensure compliance with legislation. We prepare public notices and maintain those vital statistics, as well as advise on accessibility matters and manage the multi-year accessibility plan. So I've put the definition of a meeting up here, which is under the Municipal Act, and I think it's important for council just to kind of wrap their head around what a meeting actually means. The key part of this is where a quorum of members are present and members discuss or otherwise deal with any matter that in a way materially advances business. So following from that, the clerks are involved in coordinating and providing those services relating to meetings, which is a large part of how the business is done in municipalities. So it is a huge responsibility. And along with that, Section 238 of the Municipal Act requires that you have a procedural bylaw which sets out your governance structure, as well as sets out your meeting procedures, which we are learning more and more about every meeting that we have. And it does, of course, take some time. The procedural bylaw, of course, falls back onto Robert's rules when there is not a procedure or a matter that doesn't fall under those procedures. However, also, it is typical for us to review our governance structure and procedural bylaw through every term of council, so we will likely be seeing that very shortly come forward to council. We also are ensure that we attend meetings. Of course, it's required that you have a clerk at all of your meetings in order to conduct your business. And we also are take care of the Historical Advisory Committee and Accessibility Committee as staff resources and participate on those committees. Some of the administrative functions include cemetery operations, corporate records, receiving requests for agreements, and claims for insurance and legal matters. We deal with those, as well as sale and purchase and sale of properties. We do get a lot of inquiries in the clerk's department, although we only have a couple of staff, so we do our best to get back to everyone as soon as we can. And really, the clerk's department is sort of a hub of the information of the municipality, so we do our best to make sure that everybody gets the right information and is forwarded on to the best departments. We also offer Commissioner of Oaths services, and that includes statutory declarations, affidavits, and we do have a lot of seniors who come in to get their pension documents signed, and we offer those services as well to the other departments for some of their legal documents. And we issue marriage licenses and do civil ceremonies. A big part of this the department is the cemetery. We don't hear a lot about it, but it is a lot of work to administer, and our deputy clerk is also the cemetery custodian and does a fabulous job at managing the cemetery. Quite frankly, I do not do any work with that cemetery, so Laura is really the one who manages this entire piece of this department, and also includes some of the other staff that do the maintenance in that cemetery. We've always or often get a lot of compliments on the maintenance of the cemetery and how nice it looks. And Laura is also deals with all of the appointments when people come in, which can be quite sensitive with their loved ones, and it's a lot of work to manage. So the cemetery itself has undergone some updates. Over the last few years, we've added columbariums, which seem to be very popular, as well as extended roads. We have done some survey work, but we need to do additional survey work. So that's coming forward in this year's budget. And of course, we cannot operate the cemetery during the winter months. We did have some pressure from the bereavement authority during COVID, of course, but the nature of our cemetery being wet, we have to be very careful when we're digging in there. So we have done our best to only operate it when it's safe to do so. And like I say, Laura does a great job at that. Laura, did you have any comments you wanted to make, or am I good with that? No, okay. So we're going on to records management. Of course, a big part of the clerk's department is records management. We're required to manage the records management program. And what we have on this slide, it just kind of explains what an official record is, which is something that has ongoing value or is necessary for the business operations of the municipality. Records retention and destruction is governed by our bylaw, our retention bylaw, and it is based upon legislation and business best practices. We are in a period of review for both our retention bylaw as well as our records management bylaw. And we have, in the last 2 years, have done a phased-in approach for building our records management program to get ready for electronic records management, which will come forward hopefully within the next year or so, once we get all of our paper records up to date and we are able to move towards a structure of only electronic records. Basically, the purpose of the records management program is to ensure we support effective decision-making, improve on research and retrieval, and ensure that we can provide those answers when we do get those FOI requests, and record the actions of government so that in future those decisions are maintained. With regards to records, there's an element of legislation for access and privacy, and all municipalities are subject to the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and the clerk is designated as head under that act to administer requests and decide those requests that come forward under the legislation. So the purposes of the act is to provide the public right of access to information in accordance with principles that information should be readily available, necessary exemptions of rights of access are limited, and the decisions and disclosure of information are reviewed independently as well. The other part of this legislation is that it protects the privacy of individuals with respect to personal information about themselves held by the institution that provide individuals with right of access. So what that means is that when someone asks for information that we cannot provide under the Act that might identify an individual, their phone number, their name and address, those are things that we do not provide and cannot provide, and we would redact that information from any information that we give out. And in a nutshell, that is the Clerk's Department, and I'd like to bring forward Rachel to talk about the municipal law enforcement and licensing section of the department.
Thank you, Dina. Good morning, everyone. So firstly, I would like to start by providing everyone with an overview of Bylaw's mission, which is to provide superior and professional bylaw enforcement services to residences, businesses, and visitors of Wasaga Beach in areas of bylaw education and compliance, maintenance of property, control of animals, efficient management of parking, logistical support for special events activities, and administration of business licensing services. So within the bylaw department, we have 6 full-time staff members, not including the clerk, who is the department head. Under the clerk, we have myself, who is the coordinator and oversees daily operations within the department. Next, we have our property standards and parking officer, who is responsible for a majority of the property standards occurrences, as well as parking administrative matters. We also have 2 municipal law enforcement officers that are supervisors. Their main role is to assist with more complex occurrences, some minor property standards occurrences, and to supervise seasonal officers throughout the summer. Next, we have our animal control officer, whose main responsibility is to enforce the animal control bylaw as well as the Dog Owners Liability Act. And this position also attends to other bylaw-related matters as well. Lastly, of our full-time positions, we have our business licensing officer, who oversees all matters related to lottery and business licensing, as well as general administration for the entire department. Below these positions, it goes into our seasonal officers. So these are individuals who typically join us from May to September to assist with parking and other bylaw-related enforcement, both on a proactive and reactive basis, as well as our seasonal administrative assistant, who assists with business licensing and general administration throughout those summer months as well. So this slide, I was just, I put it in here basically to show a chart of the department's activities over the last 4 years. So as you can see, calls for service have gone up significantly since 2018, and they continue to rise. From 2018 to 2021, calls for service have increased by 82%. And although this year isn't over yet for 2022, calls for service are predicted to exceed the number of calls from 2021. Furthermore, we have seen a rising trend with complaints in regards to complex property standards and zoning-related complaints. This has been a department focus to ensure they are properly addressed, as they do typically include a long legislative process. Also, one of the department's main focus over the last 4 years has included proactive property standards and sign compliance, which has significantly contributed to the total number of occurrences since 2020. Doesn't like me for a second there. So under municipal law enforcement and licensing, I just wanted to provide a brief summary of the department's level of service, which includes the following: ensuring enforcement and compliance with municipal bylaws, both proactively and reactively; receive and investigate complaints by carrying out inspections, informing and educating the public, and issuing documentation to encourage compliance. We also deal with business licensing operations, which includes lottery licensing, licensing businesses, and conducting property standards inspections for those businesses. We ensure service to the public is professional, consistent, and timely. Property standards enforcement, that also includes ensuring properties are visually maintained, issuing property standards orders, conducting property standards appeals, and work orders. We also deal with animal control, DOLA enforcement, which is just, as previously stated, the Dog Owner Liability Act, and other related duties such as impounding dogs, pet licensing, and deceased animal pickup. A large portion of our job also includes gathering information and evidence, conducting witness reviews, collecting witness statements, preparing summons, issuing parking tickets and Part 1 charges under the Provincial Offences Act. And this also ties into our court-related duties, such as preparing Crown briefs, disclosure requests, creating information and summons, swearing before the Justice of the Peace, researching relevant law, and appearing in court on behalf of the municipality. And lastly, we deal with parking administration, which is mainly managing the parking ticket program that we have, as well as installing and repairing parking machines. So lastly, I wanted to provide just a brief overview of the department future work projects and what we're going to be looking to prioritize over the next little while. So these include reviewing and updating the following bylaws: the property standards bylaw, the business licensing bylaw, the animal control bylaw, and the fireworks bylaw. We will also be prioritizing further minor amendments to the tree cutting bylaw, the idling bylaw, and the parking bylaw, as well as other bylaws that will naturally need to be reviewed over the next 4 years. So that concludes my portion of the presentation, and thank you for your time.
Any questions? Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. To Rachel, you put it all in there, but it's been my experience with many of our issues, it is complaint-based, and there's unfortunately, not all neighbors get along, and there can be levels of frustration, but I think the public in general, when we talk about timely response, they're not fully aware of the process. You indicated there, but there's very specific rights that individuals have that you adhere to, that so when you address a complaint, they're allowed so much time, and then at that point, it goes to a legal process, and if it has to go to the courts, then especially through COVID, there can be delays, and I say this for the new council and for the public, because oftentimes they're frustrated with the timelines, but we follow a very professional process that has very defined timelines involved, and I think it's important that residents understand that, and that they realize that the due process is followed, and that sometimes it takes a little longer to resolve things than what a resident would like. Thank you.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to bylaw, to Rachel. First of all, I mean, that's a ton of calls, so congratulations. That's not an easy task. And so the first question is, what would you say the percentages for those total calls, summer 3 months in this, say May long weekend to the Labor Day weekend versus the rest of the year?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. It's a difficult question to answer because certainly comparing a parking-related complaint to a property standards complaint would be on two ends of the spectrum. Parking and other related complaints, proactively or reactively, can be addressed and dealt with right then and there, and compliance is achieved. Whereas when we get into more complex occurrences like property standards, it could be 3 weeks, or it could be multiple months, as people that we're issuing these orders to can exercise their rights to go through a whole appeal process where decisions are made above the bylaw department to, extend time for compliance, to add things in there that need to be complied with. So it's difficult to determine. I think it's most definitely on an occurrence base to kind of give a guideline. And even speaking to Councillor Belanger's comment, when people do put complaints in and we are able to follow up with these individuals, those are the things that we're letting them know about. So rather than them thinking, oh, okay, something like this, it should take a week and then I'll follow up, we'll fully let them know about the process so they kind of know what to expect.
So, if I may, Madam Chair, so I'm just looking to get a rough idea. In the summer months, would you say of your total calls in the summer months, it's 50% of the total calls that you're dealing with versus, or 70% or 30%?
Sorry, I'm misunderstanding your question. Versus proactive to reactive?
Either or. So I was looking at your total numbers of calls per year, and I think in this last year you were at 3,800 and some odd calls. What percentage of that 3,800 and some odd calls would you attribute to Labor Day, the May long weekend to Labor Day versus the rest of the year?
It most definitely varies. I would definitely say traditionally Wasaga Beach is going to be much busier in the summer. So from May to September, a lot of our calls are during that time. But we've noticed over the last probably 2 or 3 years that our calls for service are much higher in September and October, and even March and April, because we're getting busier earlier and we're continuing to be busier during the fall and winter months as well. So I would certainly, I know I can't give you even a rough estimate. We do kind of put that on our level of service monthly report, so you can kind of see that obviously a month like August is a lot busier than say January for call wise, but we also have much less staff during that time than in the summer when we are predicting more calls are coming in.
All right, thank you. And then my next 2 items for bylaw was fireworks and short-term rentals. So in the last 3 weeks, I've probably had 3-4 calls with respect to fireworks and how it's a problem, and I've experienced that as well here in Wasaga Beach, where I know that we have certain dates where you can use fireworks and the rest of the time you can't, but it seems to be a weekend occurrence in many residential neighborhoods where either short-term rental people or cottagers are coming up and feel that they're in Wasaga Beach, so every day's a heyday, and we have a fireworks issue. And then the next part is, when I speak to short-term rentals, I'm speaking to the amount of heads in beds that we see in some, not all, but in some of our accommodation businesses. And I'll speak off the record later with respect to a few, but some of them are very problematic and have been for quite some time. I think if we speak to the OPP, they have a few in mind that they consider problematic, where you can have 600-700 kids on one street that are all staying in about 10 or 12 or 15 cottages. Not for today, but these are 2 items I think, as I was looking at your list of things to review, fireworks I think is one of them, and certainly accommodation and short-term rentals would be another, and I think that's something sooner than later, so we're prepared for next summer season we should look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a question. Your property standards visually maintained. Can you elaborate a bit on that? Because as I'm driving around town, there's quite a bit that are not visually maintained. So what do you mean by that? Thank you.
So our property standards bylaw is a very complex bylaw. So without taking too much time, I think there's multiple different aspects that kind of all correlate to one main goal of having it visually appealing. So that can vary from exterior portions, fences, structures. The list really does go on. Long grass and weeds, that's a big one that we deal with. But yeah, so it does cover, it's quite extensive, and it does cover truly, I would say, every aspect of a structure, whether it be, floors, roofs, windows, doors, the general maintenance of the property. So, if you see a lot of debris and things like that on the property, those are all things that can be addressed either under our Clean Yards bylaw, if we would say it's more minor in nature, or under our property standards for those more complex occurrences and properties that, need more maintenance.
Yeah, and how often is that enforced?
We truly enforce it daily. We deal with it proactively and reactively. I can say typically our property standards officers are dealing with, in the summer, over 100 property standards occurrences, and I would say a manageable amount of occurrences would be maybe 40 or 50 if we're going on the high end of things. Those also include our businesses too, so we do property standards inspections for those, and a lot of our businesses do require follow-up just to make sure that we are maintaining that level of service for patrons that are using the businesses and everything like that. So we definitely stay busy, to say the least.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Yes, back to fireworks. Since we are a beach town and many occurrences take place on beaches, so would it be a town problem or would it be a MNRF issue on that one?
So Wasaga Beach is unique, as we all know, and we do own a portion of the beach, Beach Drive, that previously had sand on it, but that's the only portion of the beach that bylaw would be involved in. Any other portion of the beach is run by MNR or MACP, and that would need to be provincially enforced by Ontario Parks.
Thank you. So just to clarify, because many residents abut beaches, so if a resident at Beach 5, 4, whatever, then they would call into the MNRF or the OPP. Which would you do with that one? Thanks. Just to clarify.
Yeah, of course, thank you. So that would be a call into Ontario Parks. I don't believe OPP addresses fireworks unless there may be some other concerns there. So it would be, if you're going to, Beach 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, would be Ontario Parks.
Thank you. I can see that being a problem, actually, because at night there's nobody around at MNRF you're going to. Anyway, to be discussed, but good to know so it can be clarified. Thanks.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you. I just think it's important to point out that when bylaw is dealing with a property standards issue, and maybe you could elaborate a little bit so council can understand this and the public, Rachel, that those aren't quick solves. They're not quick and easy. They're often ugly and dirty and dirty yard, dirty whatever. But bylaw goes out and visits the property, speaks to the owner. There's then a process and legislation that is in place that we have to follow. That is very, very onerous and time consuming. So if you could touch on that for our information, please, Rachel.
Certainly. So for a typical property standards occurrence, whether it be proactive or reactive, we will always complete our initial inspection, and that may include more than one visit, trying to get in contact with the property owner, etc. From that point on, we are a compliance-based department, so depending on how that conversation goes and the severity of the concerns, we do try to gain compliance, whether that be through verbal communication or a written agreement of, do such and such by a certain date, if that works for you. By that point, based on our legislative process, we would issue a NOV, which is a notice of violation. Again, it all depends on the severity of the occurrence, whether it be a week or multiple months to try to gain compliance. At this point, we also have the legal authority and ability to issue a property standards order. So that's when we go into a whole other realm of work. It's an extensive legal document that we issue property standards over, property owners. And we issue those. It has multiple different schedules to it, including photos, different violations, and everything like that. We do have minimum time requirements that we need to give individuals to comply. On the order, they do have the legal ability to go through an appeal process, and that goes into opens a whole other door of going through the appeal, scheduling it, finding time that works for the committee, going through the appeal process, and then in that appeal, they are able to basically make a decision on what's going to happen. They can confirm the order, they can modify it, they can extend the time, or they can rescind the order. So it all depends on that meeting, what kind of comes about. And then from that point, once a decision is made, if we are able to gain compliance, then we're able to do so, or the owners of the property also have the ability to further appeal the decision that was made by that committee. And then from that point on, depending on what the committee decision is, and if we are able to work with the property owners through that, then we complete multiple re-inspections throughout it. We try to help the individuals, whether it be a tree cutting service that they need or a contracting company, and then just continuing to do those re-inspections and ultimately achieve compliance. I know it probably dives a lot more into that, but just to kind of give a brief general overview of what we're looking at when we're dealing with, even a minor property standards occurrence. We always want to make sure that we're following the legislative process, which always or typically includes a property standards order, just to make sure we're following the process and we're not delaying anything further.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning through the chair. I will try and keep my presentation as brief as possible because I know I'm probably what's between you and lunch. Here we go, fire department. Our authority comes from a couple different levels, the provincial level as well as municipally. So at the provincial level, we have the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. That is the act that assigns responsibilities to the Fire Marshal's office, to municipalities, but it also grants the authority to the fire chief to carry out the duties that they're required to do. A regulation of the act is the Ontario Fire Code. So the Fire Code sets out the minimum fire safety standards in the province. And what's important to understand is that it is the fire department that is responsible to enforce the fire code. Municipally, we have a couple of different bylaws, but the most important one for you to be aware of is what's called the Establishing and Regulating Bylaw. This bylaw establishes the organizational structure of the fire department and assigns responsibilities. But most importantly, it allows council to approve the level of service that your fire department delivers. The current bylaw in its state is getting dated, so I do plan to bring it to your attention in the next year or two so that we can update it. Other bylaws that we take care of are the Open Fires Bylaw, which regulates open air burning outside, the Emergency Fire Route bylaw that creates a process for establishing fire routes, and I kind of wish I didn't put this one up here now, but fireworks. So I have taken note of fireworks, and Mayor Smith mentioned occupancy loads as well. So certainly there's tools in the fire department's bag that we can use to take care of some of these challenges, so I'll work with Rachel in the future. So our fire department works on a very simple service model. This is the same service model that you see across the province. It's called the 3 lines of defense. Our first line is public education and prevention. Line 2 is fire safety standards and code enforcement. And 3 is emergency response. The whole theory here is that if we bolster lines 1 and 2, we're less reliant on needing line 3, which is very important because, as you can imagine, emergency response is not only very expensive, but it also is the most dangerous thing for not just the community, but also our first responders to face. The composition of our fire department, we are what's known as a composite fire department, meaning that we rely on career firefighters, but as well as volunteer firefighters. So we get very good bang for our buck in our municipality. We have 3 administrations, so myself, a deputy fire chief, and our wonderful administrative assistant, Katie Underwood. We support 20 career firefighters who, as Denise pointed out, is represented by a union called the Wasaga Beach Professional Firefighters Association. We have 16 volunteer firefighters. They are not unionized, but they do have their own local association. We have a total of 2 fire stations, and our collective agreement requires us to have a minimum staffing of 2 firefighters on each fire truck, which means that on any given day we have 4 firefighters on duty protecting our town. Our fire stations, I think we can, well, in a few months, once our renovation of Station 2 is complete, I think we can describe our fire station status as actually being excellent, so thank you for that. Our fleet can be described as being moderate to good. We have a very typical fire department fleet, including the original 1947 pumper truck that we saw in Wasaga Beach that I know you all know. And in the next 4 years, we have the replacement of our boat coming due and a refurbishment of one of our pumpers. But aside from that, we're in quite good condition. Our organizational chart, fairly simple. I take care of emergency management and health and safety. We do have a deputy chief who's going to be taking care of operations, fire prevention, dispatch, fleet, and equipment. We separate ourselves into 4 platoons, which are a mixture of full-time and volunteer firefighters. We do have a captain at each one of our station, and like I said, 4 volunteer firefighters are assigned to each. So we have experienced the pressures of growth, very similar to every single, I think, department in our town. So as you'll see, our activities have doubled in the last 10 years. I wanted to point out in 2020, you see a little bit of a dip there. Realistically, that would have been another 300 calls, but at the onset of the pandemic, we struggled to get PPE for our firefighters. So we had to actually temporarily reduce our response to some medical calls. But otherwise, we have a very linear increase in calls. And I think important to note is last year we set a annual record for our number of calls. We surpassed that number this year on December the 2nd. So I won't go all these in very much detail, but this is our current level of service. We provide public education through the school systems, through fairs, that sort of thing. We do participate in commercial and residential fire inspections. I think this is very important. We certainly find a number of violations in many businesses throughout the year, and our whole goal is to prevent fires in those businesses. We know that if a business suffers a fire, they are not likely to reopen up again, and I think that's the value that we offer the community. Certain firefighters in our department are provincial offenses officers, which means we issue inspection orders, charges, and fines as required. We provide fire suppression to structural fires, automotive, wildland firefighting. We have in-house fire scene investigation, and we can call upon the fire marshal's office to assist in more complex fire investigations. I'm very proud, actually, of this next point, our medical response. We have a partnership that was developed a number of years ago with the County of Simcoe Paramedic Services, and we've entered into their quality care program, so we are trained directly from the paramedics. We carry naloxone, we carry EpiPens, we use tourniquets, a couple enhanced services that not all fire departments do. And we're busy. You'll see on your monthly report, we go to a lot of medical calls. That speaks to our demographics. I can tell you that since 9 o'clock last night, we've responded to 3 cardiac arrests. On every one of those occurrences, the fire department was the first to arrive with a defibrillator. So I think we serve our public well. Extrication and rescue services, of course. We protect individuals on Wasaga River and Georgian Bay. We respond to hazmat material response at an operations level. Other public hazards are things like gas leaks, hydro lines down, etc. Important to understand is that we cannot, as we currently sit, respond in totality to every single emergency. There are certain technical rescue tasks that our fire department does not have the training or the equipment to deal with. And it's not really in our best interest to know how to deal with everything because that's very costly. So what we have is a specialized technical rescue agreement with the City of Barrie, and that includes trench rescue, confined space rescue, and high-angle rescue. So we pay about $5,000 a year to the City of Barrie as a standby fee, and we call upon them when required and then pay them a cost for service in those rare circumstances. And finally, we participate in the Simcoe County Mutual Aid Program. So when we have fires that overstretch our own abilities, we can call on neighboring fire departments to come in and assist us, and we obviously offer that service to our neighbors in a reciprocal form. The reporting requirements for the fire department are quarterly to the province, and I will report to you monthly. Historically, it's been through coordinated committee, and I typically try and give a bit of a verbal review of notable calls at that time. So for emergency management, in Ontario, we have the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. This provides the legal framework for the province to deal with large-scale emergencies. There is a regulation that sets out the minimal standards that are required under emergency management programs. And we have 3 bylaws in our municipality. One is to appoint myself as the Community Emergency Management Coordinator, but we also have a program committee and we have an emergency management program. So the overview of what our program looks like, it's sort of in 4 pillars. We have an emergency response plan, and inside that plan you'll find a hazard identification risk assessment, which is intended to highlight what are the most likely emergencies to occur in Wasaga Beach and understand what the likelihood of the consequence of those emergencies happening are. We have our own critical infrastructure list. We have an emergency response plan, but very importantly, a recovery plan as well. So when we have a large-scale disaster, how does our community get back on its feet? We have an emergency operations center, which is a physical location where decision makers go to when we have these larger scale emergencies. We are required to complete annual municipal exercises and training, and we have a public education program. We achieve our reporting requirements simply by submitting annual submissions to the province, which we are about to do for this year. And finally, health and safety. So the legislation we follow for that is, of course, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which is the cornerstone legislation that protects employees in Ontario. We do have a joint health and safety committee. I co-chair that committee along with a worker representative, which just happens to be one of our fire captains. We have representatives from all the departments within the town, and we meet on a regular basis. So we have a minimum of 4 meetings per calendar year. We also historically have held an annual health and wellness workshop for all town staff, and we offer free first aid CPR training, to all town staff, which we just completed and is very supported by staff. We conduct annual policy reviews and approvals. We have monthly facility inspections that occur. We review first aid and incident reports at our meetings. And ultimately, our job is to make recommendations to improve workplace safety and wellness. And I take that responsibility very seriously. And I look forward to kind of tackling this challenge in my new role. So I tried to make that as brief as possible. So hopefully I did a good job. But in conclusion, we certainly look forward to working with all of you in the next 4 years, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Any questions? Councillor Tibbs?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. More a comment. I was happy to see that the facilities will be available for rental at the fire station to the general public. I think that's a great opportunity to use our space well. Thank you for that.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you. I had a question in regards to when you're doing building inspections, specifically around smokes and compliance and whatnot. What kind of vehicle do you use, or do your staff use to do those throughout town, please?
Thank you for the question through the chair to Deputy Snell. So typically you're going to see the fire truck, the large fire truck. And the reason for that is Wasaga Beach is quite unique. We do not have a fire prevention officer in town. So we rely heavily on our suppression firefighters to conduct those inspections. So we complete about 375 commercial fire inspections per year. They're very much on call. So it's not uncommon, probably a couple times a week, that they're out in the community doing their business inspections, that an emergency comes in. And when that happens, they leave, they go directly to the emergency, and then they return to the business owner to complete the inspection. So that's why you'll typically see the large inspection. The large fire truck. The exception to that is there are certain inspections that are required by the province in places such as vulnerable occupancies or some of the complaint-driven inspections we do. Those will typically be handled by one of the chief officers, so we'll use our pickup truck.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you for the follow-up. Forgive the ignorance of my question. Is there a... Are volunteer firefighters able to conduct the inspections? And if so, it just, even just from an environmental perspective, right? And wear and tear on that vehicle, to have a big vehicle like that, expensive vehicle being used for that purpose. Is that the most efficient way that your department has found to operate these?
Thank you for the question, and honestly, no, it's not an efficient method of conducting inspections, and it's been identified for a couple of years. But again, for the simple fact, because we don't have a dedicated individual that could use a smaller vehicle, we rely on our on-duty suppression firefighters. They have to keep the pumper truck with them. There has been numerous circumstances where they've needed to respond directly to fires or other serious emergencies where they need their full cache of equipment with them. So I think it's something that as the town grows and as we, do achieve getting a fire prevention officer, certainly they will move into a smaller vehicle and we'll be able to save that wear and tear on the vehicle. And I think it would be appreciated by probably some of our community members as well, not using the big truck as often. So thank you for the comment.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Sorry, just one quick. Does your union allow for that fire prevention officer to be a part-time position, or does it require it to be a full-time position from the start?
Sorry, thank you for the question. I realized I forgot to answer the volunteer question. So the answer on that is no, they're not able to conduct the inspections. Two reasons for that. One is our collective agreement would not permit it, but the second side is from a training perspective. Our volunteer firefighters do not have the required training, certainly as it stands right now. So I think it's a good question as whether we could have a part-time or a full-time fire prevention officer. It's a discussion we could have with the full-time union. There are some limitations on what would, I guess, be the outcome of hiring a part-time individual, because there's some wording in the collective agreement that would basically tie our hands to ensuring that person becomes the next full-time person. But it's certainly a discussion that we should have with them. I realizing this isn't the time or the place probably to discuss it at length, but what I can tell you is we are probably one of the very, very few municipalities our size without a fire prevention officer, and there is more than enough work to support a full-time employee.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to our chief. So with respect to a fire prevention officer, is the fire prevention officer also a suppression firefighter if there's a fire?
Thank you, Mayor Smith. So part of those discussions need to happen with the union prior to filling the position to fully understand what their scope would be. My intention would be that there would be aspects of their job that would allow them to respond, especially to larger emergencies, and to assist the fire department. I don't think it's a good use of a fire prevention officer's time to respond to every emergency on the fire truck. But certainly when we have larger emergencies, to allow that person to bring equipment to play certain roles on a fire scene, such as a fire investigator, a fire safety officer. There's definitely aspects of that job that would assist us on the suppression side as well.
If I may, Madam Chair. And that's my point. I understand that they'll be busy, so they're not going to be able to attend most calls, medical calls. But in a situation of a structure fire that's substantial, I just want to be sure if we're going to look this direction, that individual is able to share that responsibility. So what I don't want is to see a significant structure fire where we're calling in, other people to help us when we have a fully trained firefighter, which I assume a fire prevention officer is, and we're not using them to that aspect. And the other thing I'll just mention is, because I used to hear this a lot from the public, why do you bring a full fire apparatus to a medical call? And it really is that simple. I mean, that's not the fire department's primary job. Fighting fires is, and so it's important that they have the apparatus and the equipment they require. And I've often seen where firefighters are called away from medical calls because of structure fires. So important that the public understands that. I think our firefighters do a great job, and I'm proud to say that my last council brought 5 new firefighters on board, which was a huge help. And although it isn't a department that's cheap, it's a department we require. So thank you for your service, and good to have you aboard as our chief, by the way.
Any other questions?
Actually,
Mayor
correct me if
Smith?
thank you, Madam Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Chief, are you not, or were you not also a fully trained paramedic?
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Yes, so prior to joining the fire department, I worked for the County of Simcoe Fire, or the County of Simcoe Paramedic Services, and certainly am quite connected to that paramedic service. In my home life, my wife's a paramedic, and certainly have lots of friends and co-workers in the paramedic service as well.
So good luck going back to the office now, Chief, but I wanted to point that out because, I mean, we really are in good shape. We have a great fire chief who I think the men and women of our fire department respect, and he's extremely well-trained and can help our firefighters not only on the fire side, but the paramedic or the medical side as well. And worth pointing out. Thank you, Chief.
Any further questions? No? Moving along, we'll hear from one more department head and then we will break for lunch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll now go through the Finance Department and the two departments that are covered under Finance, which is Treasury and Information Technology. So in our organization chart, you can see the 15 staff positions. Under the Director of Finance Treasurer, there are 5 positions, Manager of Information Technology, and under the IT department, there are 3 staff, our GIS technician, Information Systems Specialist, and our Computer Support Specialist. Then we have, under Finance, we have our Budget Financial Analyst and our Deputy Treasurer. And under the Deputy Treasurer, we have 5 staff covering payroll, tax and water, and our customer service counter. We then, under Finance, have Senior Accounting Analyst, who has the oversight on accounts payable and accounts receivable. And we have our Grant Writer, Treasury Admin, who provides our grant applications and reporting for funding that we receive. So looking at the Treasury team, we have legislation that provides most of our direction for our authority. The Municipal Act provides a substantial amount of it. Development Charges Act, our Local Improvement Act, and our recent OREG 58817 for asset management planning. And from these legislation pieces, we have bylaws developed that we follow. The DC bylaw was established recently. The 5-year study was completed, and the new bylaw was approved May of 2021. That will run for the next 5 years. Our budget bylaw, which is approved annually after our budget process is completed, and our purchasing policy bylaw was recently, a major review was done of that, and the new policy was adopted effective November 1st this year. So our services for the Treasury Department, we have external and internal services provided. Our customer service counter, we have a lot of the taxpayers and residents coming in to inquire about their tax accounts, their water accounts. We have a lot of tourists and visitors who come through. They're looking for direction, they're buying parking passes, or they're inquiring about events that are going on in the community. And then we have a lot of our financial reporting. We ensure that the internal controls are in place, budgets, financing arrangements for debentures or grant funding, our taxation collection, and our long-term planning. We look after financial policies, the insurance policy renewal, asset management, and our cash management investments. So this slide will give you a little bit of a snapshot of some of the activity that goes on in the department. We're close to 14,000 households in the town. And so the property bills, the tax property bills, they go out twice a year, and our final property tax bill, you can see, was almost 14,000 bills produced. Under water, we issue the water bills bi-monthly, and there are about 12,000 bills issued every other month. We have several different online payment methods, and we collect payments on a monthly basis through these different processes. We also have ownership changes as the property owners buy and sell their lands. We have changes that we have to record in the system. We have new water accounts that have to be added. You know, as tenants move from household to household, there are new accounts that are created. And the resident parking passes I mentioned, we processed 3,700 approximately in '22. And we also have a lot of accounts payable invoices processed for all the activities conducted in the town. And to date in '22, we processed about 8,700 invoices. On a reporting basis, we have on our financial statements, we do internal statements for our department heads. Those go out monthly, and then quarterly we bring an analysis forward to council, and then annually we produce our financial statements, and those are brought forward to council and used externally as well for our banks and other providers, finance providers. Under provincial and federal, we have a lot of grant funding reporting that is done. There's our federal gas tax, provincial gas tax, OSIV, and then we have all the different other applications that we apply for money, and they all usually have multiple reporting requirements with them. There's regular reporting requirements for HST, our statutory deductions for payroll. We annually provide the charitable return for the library, and we have the financial information return for the province. And then at the municipal level, we regularly come forward to council with monthly various financial matters that we bring forward. For level of service, I'm not going to go through all of these, but you can see here that we deal a lot with customer service, we deal with financial reporting and investments and asset management, and we deal a lot with the tax and water bills and our accounts payable. Then I'll look now at the information technology and management services. And some of the authorities for them, there's the cybersecurity standards. We have National Institute of Standards for Technology. And they also follow the accessibility standards for the website. So they make sure that the website is in compliance with the AODA standards. Again, the IT department deals with internal and external services. The customer service, as Denise had mentioned, we have approximately 163, roughly, I think, regular, full-time, permanent, maybe a bit higher than that, I see. And those users are all serviced by the IT department. We're looking after the data management, maintaining the network security, ensuring that all the computer infrastructure is there. The various platforms are used for websites and portals, and they look after all of our telecommunications through the different facilities that we have. There are physical security systems, and they are available for emergency response preparedness in their planning and strategic planning and recovery services. And they also look after GIS management, providing GIS services to the various departments. So again, these level of services, they have both internal and external customers that they are providing their services to. The alarm systems, there's cyber awareness, and a lot of work goes into ensuring that there's prevention is there, and keeping apprised of what's coming at us from a cyber perspective, making sure our data, the integrity of our data is there and our backups are maintained in secure places. We have various support systems and website content management, and our disaster recovery and various GIS services. So there's numerous different levels of service that the department is providing. And under reporting, through the municipal level, IT will come forward to council and bring you information about various IT matters that might be of importance to provide you with updates. They also participate in the Municipal Information Systems Association, or it's known as MISA. This is an annual gathering, and a lot of the municipalities share information, and this lets them help support each other and know what's going on at different levels of municipalities and some of the issues that they're facing. They work with AMO, and they also have a lot to do with cyber communications, and sometimes do get requests to provide cyber presentations to different organizations that need information. We don't do that a lot, but there is some there, and it's a collaborative process when it comes to cyber prevention and protection. We all want to be informed and sharing information. As well, the IT department works with the police services by providing some of our images from our video surveillance cameras that we have throughout town, and they are often supporting the police with some of those services. So just in conclusion, we thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about the departments, and we look forward to helping you achieve your goals and working with our community. Thanks very much.
Any questions? No. We will break for lunch now. When we resume, we'll hear from the rest of the department heads. Thank you.
And we're live.
Thank you. We will now resume back to the department heads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. I'll now continue with the report for the Recreation, Events and Facilities Department. The department mission. I think truly I always like to entice people into what recreation means as a soft service. It's a little bit difficult to clarify the need versus the want for the importance for what our department does. But I think a good way to define our department mission without just reading verbatim is to tell people that it's well known that all individuals require a healthy third space. And we know that kids, as a good example, or adults as another example, have home and work or school. And what is the third thing that they do in their life? And this is an important part of the residents of Wasaga Beach, and this is what our department is built around, I would say, if there was a clear foundation, and that's what the mission is for the Recreation, Events and Facilities Department. So, our service model, 3 clear points. We've got 4 divisions. The Recreation Division, this is the group that puts on the programs. The Events Division, the group that puts on all of our public and local community events. The Facilities Division, the group that maintains our buildings. And last but not least, the Customer Service Division, and these are the frontline staff who administrate the department and the registrations, room bookings, et cetera, for the community. Our total operating revenues are roughly $700,000, so we do bring in a lot of fee-for-service based primarily on programs and the facility rentals. And roughly our operating costs annually are about $2.5 million. So the Recreation, Events and Facilities Department has 18 full-time staff, which includes 8 CUPE members, and roughly 2,000 permanent part-time, seasonal contract, and program instructor employees, as well as dozens of annual program volunteers. So this is an organizational chart. It shows the...
You said 2,000, 2 dozen.
2 dozen. Oh, did I say 2,000 part-time? Sorry, my apologies, yes. It does say it there, 2 dozen permanent part-time. Yes, we haven't employed a quarter of the town. At any rate, these are the 4 divisions that make up the Recreation, Events and Facilities Department. And you can see a variety of staff reporting into myself. We have 4 supervisors and a number of programs or programmers, frontline staff below the 4 supervisors. So this, I just thought I would include this slide. It's a snapshot from 2021, and we produced a yearbook that just talked about a few of the highlights, and this was more or less the table of contents last year, and I think we'll upgrade that in January for council again. But I thought that this was a good slide to include because it just speaks to a few of the community impact work that our department is doing. And you can see there's some interesting numbers about facility sanitizing visits, 2,500. So we were going to a variety of different buildings twice a day for 2021. Our numbers have obviously changed, and there will be different highlights in 2022, but it just goes to show the number of different ideas that our department gets involved in. So, some of the specifics, the Recreation Division. This group has a variety of different initiatives for all ages. They are, I guess, first and foremost, cultural. This is a sort of emerging area for the department, but public art has garnered a lot of good attention, and we will continue to come up with public art programs in key locations across town. We have strategic plans, and we've been developing them specifically in the last few years with both the youth and the seniors groups. We are working towards a recreation master plan that could happen in a few years. The most recent one was combined with parks, and it dates to 2011. We are working to improve and grow the Oakview Woods Summer Day Camp program. This is a big program for the Recreation Department, and it came about officially beyond some specialized camps, gymnastics and dramatic arts. We started this during COVID for parents who were finding places as the province started to reopen, and it's been a big success. Our camp is special in that we cater to 4-year-olds, and this is a service that not a lot of the day camps around our community are offering, and for that reason, we feel that it's an important service in the community, and we do have a high proportion of small children that attend our camps. Beyond that, we are working on program development, always changing and upgrading. There are, for every half a dozen programs that get dozens of people, there are a few that get very few, and we're therefore losing momentum on certain programs on an annual basis almost, and removing some programs and adding others that are new. One last section that we definitely want to speak about that comes through the Recreation Department is volunteer development. And this is a program that's about 5 or 6 years old. It started with a provincial grant about 6 years ago, and that program remains active. And I would say over the 5 years, we've registered and assigned duties to well over 500 people, and we've got a regular 50 or 60 annual that are performing different duties across our community. So moving on to special events, a big defining idea with special events is that they oversee both community events. These happen throughout the year. We often try and focus things in different seasons as well as the summer. And external events, these are private third-party organizations that want to come into Wasaga Beach and set up an activation of one sort or another. A great example of a lasting third-party event is the Wasaga Cruisers Car Show. So this is a very popular weekend that's been going for many, many years, and the event staff more or less regulates when a group like that comes in and offers. Sometimes we incentivize groups and we fund small portions of their budgets in order to entice them to come to Wasaga Beach, but when it comes to the tourist season, we're trying to drive traffic into Wasaga and activate things for visitors and our local community to participate in. Safety, like I said, we are certainly trying to always regulate and ensure through most of the departments in town, they help to ensure that all of the variety of standards under the special events bylaw are upheld. Beyond that, I think that disruptions to the community is another issue that our group works on, that we want to ensure that our road closures and noise, et cetera, are always happening in a way that's acceptable to the community. Last but not least, striving to grow our, not only the number of events, but the number of participants. And this is a great way for us to measure the success of our events in that how many we can efficiently provide and how many people we can entice to come out. It always feels like a success when the crowd is bigger and bigger. I did want to highlight one last thing that we're working at the beachfront with a lot of our special events, and I wanted to commend our group, and we've got a lot of positive feedback in the past year, but it was our events department that worked very hard to get that placemaker sign built down at the beachfront, and I think it's helped to frame our stage when we do the big outdoor concerts, and that was something that was born out of not only the larger placemaking study, but the event staff were the ones who actually pulled it together for us. I'll move on to the facilities group. So I framed this by just detailing sort of the 4 biggest buildings that we're currently working at. I think the town owns roughly 60 facilities. Definitely public works and the water related buildings would make up close to half of those. but the facilities department does certainly get pulled in on many projects, and maintenance requirements focus here on the big four. I think the biggest, and we're all excited to think about the 117,000 square foot twin pad arena and library. And certainly our facilities foreman, I'm pulling into as many discussions as I can, so he's aware of the details as the operationalizing of that or scaling up of that building begins in the coming year. It is certainly a key facility today and will be for the next year or so, the Wasaga Stars Arena. We've got a number of small camp buildings there and a second rec hall, the upstairs hall at that building. And this is the current location of our East End crew. So we've got 4 full-time staff, and our foreman works out of the arena as well. Next, we've got the Recplex. It's a 55,000 square foot facility. Close to half of that, more than half actually, is operated by our YMCA partners, although the town is involved in maintaining that facility, and our staff are involved there almost on a daily basis, more from a maintenance standpoint. The Recplex also houses the Co-op Nursery, the Primetime Club, the Lions Hall, and a lot of great public community groups are participating there on a regular basis. This building makes up the lion's share of room rentals that our town collects facility rentals for. Last but not least, Town Hall, and our group is involved on a regular basis. We move bulletin boards and assemble desks, fix the washrooms, and certainly ongoing facility maintenance projects at Town Hall, and it's a big responsibility for our group. I didn't mention the 4 staff out of the West End, but we often are sending the group from the Recplex to come here and help. It's just a sharing of the duties, and at times there's a little less operational than we have at the ice arena, certainly in the winter season. And so our second crew works out of the West End of town at the Recplex. Last but not least, I should mention the beachfront buildings. This is something that is a little bit new to my division, but we are tasked with trying to maintain. There are 6 older buildings there that all of our rental units are out of. The old fire hall on 2nd Street is where the special events staff work out of. And we will be involved from time to time with the Playland Park washrooms as well. And that's a new assignment for our division in the past year. So beyond that, customer service. We originally had a customer service department of 1, and we've grown much beyond that, I'd say in the past decade. And we're growing into our new twin pad arena and library facility, where we intend to have a centralized customer service desk, and that will become the primary customer service location for our department. The plan is to have 7 days a week, 8 in the morning till 8 in the evening, a person available at that building to answer questions, sell permits, and obviously schedule the ice surfaces, direct people to room bookings, etc. Our intention is to maintain the desk at the Recplex as well, but this group, in addition to administrating our department, is also working in a town-wide committee to try and standardize some of the customer service, and our coordinator in that department has had a bit of a leadership role to develop this town-wide committee of front desk staff that are ideally deflecting some questions that happen in other departments, so that we get a one-stop shop for many of the simpler questions and concerns that come to our front desk, so that one group can speak for another. And last but not least, I just thought I'd put a slide in here about the Twin Pad Arena Library. This is certainly a big task for our entire town, but certainly my own portfolio is enriched by this project, and it goes without saying that this is a very important initiative for our department at this time, and I've already given you a separate presentation, so that's all I need to say there. And that's about it. If there are any questions, otherwise I can hand the mic to the next.
I have a question. When the beach goes under construction, do you plan on still holding events down at the beach area or completely shut down?
Certainly, that's an interesting question, and we're definitely in limbo a little bit at this moment, but our focus has shifted at this point to the west end of the east end down at the beachfront, and this is where the placemaker sign has been set up. And if the phased approach to the beachfront upgrades continue, once the west end is done, then we might move our stage, et cetera, to that end. And definitely that placemaker sign, if you look closely, these large armor stone pieces that it's built on, it is designed to move. So it's possible for us to shift the special events from the east end to the west end, if that's the order of development, this phased approach, one end at a time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Ego?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Yes, and here on your report about the arenas, it said camps for the Wasaga Stars, so for income and so forth. So will there be camps going forward, or how's that going to work? Thank you.
Certainly. So we have transitioned a little bit in the last couple years. COVID changed camp a bit. So we have sleepover cabins. There are 7 cabins there. And for 40 years, kids have come to learn about figure skating and hockey. They sleep over for a week. That has re-emerged in the past summer, so it was allowed. The health unit regulates what is viable for children. And I would say we had 9 weeks of camp in this past summer. At this point, we have not finalized any plan to shutter those camp buildings, and we certainly have 1 pad of ice, if not 2, that could be available for camp. So we have a great tradition in our town of selling ice in the summertime. A lot of communities shut down their arenas completely, but our community has never shut down their ice pad in the summertime. So it would stand to reason that those camp cabins across the street could become a part of the future camp programs that happen in the Twin Pad Arena. And if not, I suspect that summer ice will always be a reality for our community with at least 1 pad, if not 2.
Okay, thank you. So the summer ice at the new arena, of course, correct? Or
That's correct. No, the plan is certainly that the day we are allowing people to skate at the new Twin Pad library facility, we will shut the doors of the Wasaga Stars Arena for skating. No more ice there. And camps will happen if viable, but we intend to have ice year-round in the new facility.
right, so and camps may still be viable.
Absolutely. Yes, that's a great summertime program. In the daytime, that ice goes out to kids who aren't in school.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just go back to your first slide, please, Chris? No, sorry, back the other way then. Maybe it wasn't the first slide. One more? Great. 1,700 hours of ice usage. Is that for the total year?
Yes, it is. I looked at this number too as I was prepping my slides this morning, and that was published in public record last year. I believe this number may have to do with COVID and that we were shut down for a good chunk of 2021, but I can verify further. The average is 5 or 6 hours a day, and I'm not sure I'm not sure 100% that would be an actual number today. It's certainly gone up this year over last year.
Now, the reason I ask, Madam Chair, when I take 1,700 hours and I take 365 days a year, and I know it's not, hockey isn't 365 days a year, but at the end of the day, if the arena is open for 16 hours a day, that's a usage level of 29%. And I'm shocked by that. I would have expected, with all the hype about needing a second ice pad and so on and so forth, that we would have been much higher than that. We would have been getting, especially in the peak season, getting near 100% of capacity to ice usage. So I'd really like to get a report brought back to council or committee for, I would say, let's go the 3 or 4 years prior to COVID, so we have a real number, if you will, and see what that average is. If it's 1,700 hours, I don't mind telling you that's a struggle for me. That's a lot less than I would have expected. So if we could get that, that would be great. With respect to the, if I may, Madam Chair, with respect to the summer camps, so that's a hockey camp and figure skating camp, is that correct?
That's correct. There's a few different program offerings, but certainly they cater to both.
And does the town run those camps and receive funding for those camps, or how does that work?
No, the town rents the ice. So we have program providers. There is a primary provider who would own, I would guess, 75% of the summer ice allocation at this point, and that person is the primary provider of those daytime programs for kids.
So the town doesn't run the summer camp, a private entity does. So we lease those cabins to that entity, and then we sell them ice time, is that?
Yes, we do. Yeah, so the ice is rented by the hour, the cabins are rented by the day, and there's a legacy system that's developed around if you own the ice for the first week of July in 2022, you will have first right of refusal for the ice in the first week of July in 2023.
Okay, and that sounds fair to me.
All private rentals, not town run.
Okay, so I guess I have to ask, is that a money-making endeavor for the Parks and Rec? What I'm getting at here, Chris, is that we're not subsidizing any private entities. So they're paying, we're not putting out more dollars to look after having that camp there and the ice time in the summer there than we're bringing in from the private entity, if you will, that's renting the facilities.
It's correct. We are not subsidizing. Outside of the fact that that facility is owned by the town of Wasaga Beach, and there's some high cost to run that facility on an annual basis, but the ice rates in the daytime are much higher in the summer than they are in the off-season. That's considered prime ice in the summer, and we do rent it for full fee to all of these private camp providers. So it is a money-making venture for the town, and ice would certainly make up close to half, if not more than half, of that $700,000 revenues that our department collects.
And final question, if I may, Madam Chair. So, and that summertime ice time would be included in the 1,700 hours?
Yes, and I will definitely double back. Good catch, Mayor Smith. I saw that number myself, but I do remember touting or bragging about the fact that during the first summer of COVID, we were allowed by the province to reopen, I think it was June, and the town averaged 10 hours a day through to September or October, and I'm next to certain that this number hasn't been documented properly. So my apologies to council, and I will clarify and come back with what the ice sales have been pre-COVID and through those COVID years.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Councillor DeLille. Yeah, so sorry, back to the camps. Private entity runs the camps, sorry. And is that a one entity, or are there different groups that come in to run camps?
There currently are two. One would be the majority and the long-standing, and there's a second emerging organization that also has been purchasing summer ice for camps as well.
Thanks. How does that work? Is it, and I do not know RFP processes or anything else to do with this, but I'm just wondering, so does the person just automatically be the organizer for these camps, or have the power to run them? Does it go through a process, or is it, you said long-standing? So how does that work?
That's right. I often have used the term legacy. I think that's what we've written into the town's allocation policy. So we have sort of a structure around who can rent the ice. If you rented the ice, let's say, for example, 7 weeks of the summer during the 8 to 4 or the summer camp time period, and you opted to rent it again next year, you would have first right of refusal to get it back. So if we have functioning groups in good standing, for example, the cloggers come into the Recplex on Wednesdays, and they want to come in again next year on Wednesday mornings, we wouldn't bump them out to put another group in. So this is our way of more or less being fair and transparent with people who would like to rent the ice. We have not RFP'd those time blocks. We have left it to a first right of refusal. We have an entire process mapped out in the town's allocation policy, my department oversees, and this is the way we regulate who gets first right of refusal on room rentals, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand the legacy situation. So if they've been in good standing and they've rented for this particular week, 37 of the week every year, they have first right of refusal. Do they have first right of refusal at the new rates that may be in place, or is that also legacy?
No, the rates and fees are set in council. We did it today, actually, for the coming year, and those rates and fees apply to everyone. There's policy on that as well. The only discount to those fees are if you're a not-for-profit group or a community organization. Minor hockey, figure skating, groups like that do get discounts. But the camps, if we're discussing specifically, are private organizations, and they pay full fee.
Full current fee?
Full current fee, yes, that's right. Your fee does not stand from last year if you're a renter from the town. You pay the current year, and those fees for each of the facilities, call it a pad of ice or a room of a certain size, those prices are all adjusted typically on an annual basis, a couple percent.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, moving along.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to present the overview, divisional responsibilities and service activities for the Public Works Department. Ultimately, we are responsible for the coordination and delivery of services related to the town's public works infrastructure. So when we speak about that, it's roads maintenance and construction, drainage, water and wastewater services, engineering services, the maintenance of our parks, trails, and open space, public transit, and fleet services. We typically carry out our services under 3 divisions, those being operations and maintenance, engineering services, and fleet management. We have a total full-time staffing complement of 51 people, including office staff of administrative assistants, operations management, as well as engineering staff, as well as 35 full-time QP personnel that are responsible for field operations. In terms of the organizational structure, highlighted above, including staffing that support the various divisional managers in operations, engineering, and fleet services. And although not necessarily noted beside the transit box, there's also the administration of the Ontario Clean Water Agency contract that I perform. Just under this flow chart, I do get considerable support from the project coordinator and the engineering services to support kind of the daily operation of the transit service. I'll highlight that a little later. With respect to roads and related operations, overall our goal is to provide safe and convenient mobility for users and ensure the longevity of the town's infrastructure through cost-effective and environmentally responsible means. We are responsible for the operation and maintenance of our roadways, traffic control devices, stormwater management infrastructure in accordance with policies, as well as provincial regulations, including but not limited to Ontario Regulation 239, which is the minimum maintenance standards for highways. I would like to highlight, I did include in our slide above, because we do receive a lot of questions and calls in regards to waste management. The County of Simcoe is responsible for waste collection, roadside curb waste, as well as recycling. However, we do have vehicles and equipment within the Public Works Department as we collect waste from the municipal facilities, town hall, the library, et cetera, as well as from the waste receptacles, the silver bins that you see throughout town. Some key service activities are highlighted on the slide and include, among other things, road maintenance and construction, winter maintenance, regulatory and warning signage, street sweeping, traffic control, signalization, maintenance, streetlights, and line painting. We also perform river maintenance, and because the town marks the channel from Schoonertown Bridge to the mouth of the river with private buoys, we have to make sure that that passage and that navigable channel is safe for the public, and as such we do provide service through that corridor in accordance with the private buoy regulations. Just several quick facts highlighted above. 460 lane kilometers of roads, over 20 traffic signals throughout town, several thousand catch basins and maintenance holes. We do engage Wasaga Distribution for essentially as a contract to perform maintenance on the town's streetlights. They are not the owners of the streetlights, but rather perform that service at our request. And as I'd mentioned, there are 7 kilometers of the river that we do maintain because we do mark that channel with private buoys. And we do have a barge within our fleet assets, and we do rent that out in addition to the service that we do provide along the river to Ontario Parks, as we support them with the placement of their swimming buoys along the beachfront. The Sewer and Water Division is responsible for the operation and maintenance of our water distribution system and sanitary collection system. Our team's responsible for the water metering program in town, including changeouts, replacements, and troubleshooting of repairs. Under separate contract, we do have the Ontario Clean Water Agency engaged, and they are the operating authority on behalf of the town, and they manage and maintain the town's treatment facilities. So that is the water treatment plant, the water pollution control plant, a number of sewage pumping stations throughout town, as well as the elevated water towers, both on Sunnydale as well as River Road West. Licensed operators within the department maintain the water distribution network. They are also responsible for the sanitary sewer collection system, so the sewers and the force mains and the laterals and the inspection chambers. We do essentially have a dedicated individual that provides utility locates annually, and we do have over 2,000 locates that are required by law to be done in advance of any excavation. So, and I'm sure many people are familiar with the Ontario One Call and the call before you dig. There is actually a regulation and an act associated with the responsibilities of utility providers and municipalities perform these service locates. I won't go through all of these quick facts, but a few of them highlighted above. We do maintain over 200 kilometers of water main. The water supply system is sourced from deep vertical groundwater wells located on Veterans Way, which we refer to as the Powerline Road site, as well as on Spruce Street, which is our Janetta well site. And in 2021, our maximum volume of water consumed reached approximately 57% of our supply capacity. Similarly, with the wastewater systems and our sanitary sewer systems, over 165 kilometers of sewers. Our sewage treatment plant, the average daily flow was only 44% in recent years, and we're envious of many municipalities in terms of our capacity of our treatment facilities. With respect to the Parks Division, this transitioned into the Public Works Department in 2017. And they're ultimately responsible for the management and maintenance of our parks, trails, and other green spaces throughout town. They maintain outdoor recreational facilities in collaboration with our recreation department in terms of ball diamond maintenance, soccer fields, sports courts, etc. We are also responsible for the town's horticulture and beautification program in terms of what you see throughout town relevant to the various planters, hanging baskets, and annual beds. And as mentioned earlier, through the clerk's department, we support the clerk's office with cemetery maintenance and burials. We do only have, I believe it's 4 full-time park staff, and they are fully deployed in the winter for supporting our winter maintenance operations, and they maintain the majority of the parking lot facilities at the various municipal buildings. When you look at, I guess, the overall trail network throughout town, and that's the natural trails, the on-road bike linkages, and the paved trails, are over 100 kilometers of trails that we maintain. over 31 public parks and open spaces that are maintained, including 13 playground locations. And as I indicated earlier, we support the clerk's department with cemetery ground maintenance. We do have extensive allocation of resources in the summer months, particularly to support the events team with their various activities, and it's usually the park staff that support the resources and labor in terms of setting up and tearing down different activities and supplying the town's mobile stage. A quick slide just to highlight the recent completion of the Parks and Trails Master Plan. This document was undertaken over the last couple of years, and it is a visionary document and guide for our future investments into parks, trails, and our open spaces over the next 10 years. Fleet management services are also provided through the Public Works Department, and we have 2 very qualified licensed mechanics that provide that service. We are in the midst of trying to fill the fleet manager position, but that hopefully is forthcoming. And we service everything throughout the community or throughout the municipality, the various department vehicles and equipment, as well as the various tools that we utilize on a day-to-day basis. It is a licensed garage, and there are permits and licensing requirements that are associated with that operation. And we also have a fuel dispensing system at our public works yard, which is used by all of the vehicles, and they are automated and tracked individually. With respect to the fuel, we dispense over 180,000 liters of regular gasoline and over 214,000 liters of diesel fuel annually to our corporate fleet. Uh-oh. With respect to under engineering services, our engineering team supports the department through 3 stages: the capital works program, development engineering, and source water protection. The capital works relates to essentially the projects specific to transportation, water, wastewater, and stormwater management, bridges and culverts, etc. They provide services in accordance with provincial standards and the town's engineering standards. And they also provide support for the other departments, including infill upgrading and drainage plan review, and different supports as it relates to tendering and construction. With respect to development engineering, they provide engineering review of planning applications, as I mentioned, lot grading plans, as well as environmental studies. They review and provide approval and inspection for the installation of all the town's new infrastructure. So they're on site as we go through the different various stages of new subdivisions and site plan construction. And they provide all of these services in-house. We do rely partially on external consultants when needed for specialized expertise or perhaps to address some overflow of our workload, but the majority of the services related to engineering are provided in-house. Finally, as it relates to source water protection, the engineering division is responsible for the protection of the town's drinking water source in accordance with the Clean Water Act. The Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks has approved the source water protection plan for the South Georgian Bay Lake Simcoe region back in 2015, and we are obligated to enforce the policies of this plan under the Clean Water Act. And specifically, the town's risk management official, referred to as some of you may have heard this term already, is the RMO, and Primary Risk Management Inspector, RMI, is the town's Manager of Engineering Services, Mike Pinsevero. We also rely on an engineering technologist, Patty Kennedy, within the department, who's also designated as a Secondary Risk Management Inspector. The RMO is responsible to establish risk management plans for any and all existing properties deemed to be significant threats to our drinking water source. And they're also authorized to enforce provisions of the Clean Water Act, including prohibition of new threats and monitoring site activities for properties that have established risk management plans. And you'll see on an annual basis that we provide annual reports in that regard. Last and certainly not least, the town's transit system falls under the Public Works Department. We have 2 dedicated routes, a conventional transit network, as well as we recently implemented specialized transit throughout the community, which does, both systems operate 364 days a year, with the exception of Christmas Day, and that's 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And we continue to work towards pre-pandemic levels. I think pre-pandemic we were over 80,000 riders, and I think, and you'll see in the committee report today, I think we're approaching 65,000. So we haven't quite rebounded to pre-pandemic levels, but through promotion and the convenience of our system, we believe we'll certainly exceed that in the coming years. And that generally summarizes the Public Works Department.
Any questions? Councillor Eagle?
Oh, sorry, I had no idea Public Works took care of so many things. Big issues, smaller ones, unbelievable. I did not know it was transit, so thank you. But I have a simple question. Since you're parks, and I've been getting some emails about native plantings. Would this be you, Kevin, to address this? Like, is the town looking at doing any of their gardens in native plantings? And the double part of that is someone has inquired about butterfly garden, and they thought maybe the town was implementing a butterfly garden. So it kind of goes together.
Thank you, through Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Ego. In terms of the plantings, we do have a planting species list that we rely upon, and we actually have a town gardener who is well versed in native species, and he is the primary lead for all of the plantings throughout the community, and he certainly has particular focus on native species and salt tolerant species and species that are subject to wind erosion or low sand erosion. So we have a very qualified individual in that regard. We do have a number of butterfly sites throughout town. Butterfly, I don't know the name, but we do have a number, and I can share that information with you, Councillor. I believe there is at least 6 where we have habitats throughout town, and they are marked actually on the Parks and Trails map on the town's website, where they are encouraged and supported through, again, the town gardener.
Thanks very much. I did not know that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think it's just important to point out with respect to Public Works, and my apologies because I neglected to point this out for Parks and Facilities, the great work that the staff here do. It's a lot of roads, it's a lot of water and sewer, it's transit, it's you name it, it's special events, the whole gamut, and they do the absolute best with what we have, and they do a great job. I think every year, as soon as fall comes, you know, I know I start to think about, oh, here we go, the phone's going to start ringing on the first snowplow, and so on and so forth. But we do follow the provincial standards, and we do ensure that we're meeting those standards, and staff do predominantly a good job. Is there always a time where something happens or something goes wrong? Yes, but I can tell you anytime I've had to reach out to Kevin or his staff or to the Parks and Facilities staff and Chris and his staff, they've always been great to get out and have a look and fix it if we can. So good job on their staff.
Any other questions? Okay, moving along.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my apologies that my back is turned to you in this situation. I'll try to adjust that as I go. I'm proud to tell you that this presentation was prepared by planning staff with just some instruction from myself. And what that tells us is that we've got staff who are very keen, but also who do understand what their role is and the direction that the town is moving in. And I can tell you that in the keenness, there's only 30 or 40 slides we're going to get through here. Which lots of pictures. I'll move it through very, very quickly. First, I'll run through the planning department. And the mission, of course, is to develop, to provide sound advice to development services section and all the subcommittees and committees of council. And with regard to efficient review of development and implementation of bylaws, creating new policy, development policies, and through efficient and courteous delivery of customer service. I'll get into more detail on each one of those as we move through the presentation.
And the 5 points we're going to review for planning are the staff and structure, planning policy framework. What information do we provide to council in making recommendations? Current policy initiatives we're working on. Some information on the community, our community profile, and a sampling of active developments to give council an idea of some of the developments that are currently active today. So this is the organizational chart, and with the director at the top, we have an administrative assistant, and we have an application navigator. And that's a role that we created. We actually stole that idea from the building department, from the chief building official, and it was a great idea, and it works really well. That role takes some pressure off of the planning administrator and also takes on some of the roles of the planners. So it's really added some great efficiencies to it. What you saw recently is the new terms of reference for committee of adjustment. That role was instrumental in doing that work. And then I want to make a correction. At the very bottom on the left-hand side, we have a Planner 2 contract, which is currently vacant. That position no longer exists. This organizational chart needs an update. We had a vacancy in Planner 1, and we had an employee as the contract planner, and we just bumped him up because he was a good fit for the town and he had the talent. So the Planner 2 position doesn't exist anymore. Similarly, on the right-hand side, the economic development, there's only one economic development position currently open and funded. So that deserves a correction as well. So what this is a quick graphic to demonstrate to council how planners come to their resolution and recommendations to council. And it's a top-down approach. In the planning world, it's called the upside-down planning triangle. And at the very top, there's the Planning Act. That's the Bible that provides the authority to local government to make decisions. And local government under the Act really has two roles in making decisions. They control uses and change of use, and they control creation of land. So the Planning Act evolves around those two functions. And then it gets very strict on how we have to go to the public, how we have to meet certain deadlines, and it gets complex from there. The provincial policy statement, and likewise the growth plan just below, are general directions that the province requires every decision-making body in the province to follow. And they look at different aspects like natural heritage, the protection of wetland, protection of farmland, and really it's all about the health and welfare of livability in the province. Below that we have the Simcoe County Official Plan. Because of Bill 23, that official plan will no longer be in existence. We don't quite know when that will become defunct, but that layer of government on the planning side will be taking out. Then we have our own official plan, which you can consider it a motherhood statement to guide growth in the town. Where the official plan would say, in this area we're going to have residential, when you get down into the zoning bylaw, it gets more specific. It'll say not only is it residential, it's single attached, or it's semis, or it's apartment residential. So the zoning bylaw gets far more detailed and specific. You can expand that triangle right down to the moving truck backing up to the front door at occupancy, and really that's what this is all about. So I'll run through these very quickly because I've already discussed them already, but there's the Planning Act, and it's the legislative document that we follow in giving council guidance. Provincial policy statement, exactly as I had mentioned before. A place to grow, growth plan. Really the purpose of that to understand is that the province wanted to regulate sprawl. They wanted intensification in urban areas. And if you bear that in mind, as you look at all things related to the growth plan, that's the denominator. And outside of that, there's protection of farmland and protection of natural heritage lands like wetlands and rivers and valleys. I'm going to pass on from the Simcoe County official plan. So the town official plan, it's dated. It dates to 2003. So too is the zoning bylaw. Also 2003. Back then, a parcel of 50-foot frontage, 100-foot deep was considered small in Wasaga Beach. Today, that's almost a rural estate lot. So we are seeing, with every application that comes in, we're seeing requests for variances to the zoning bylaw, and that's just a reflection of the current development values. So we are currently updating the official plan, currently updating the zoning bylaw to modernize it, also to speak to items such as short-term accommodation, garden suites, which are now allowed as of right. So there's a number of aspects that the planning department is working on, and we'll be doing it in consult with the bylaw department, the building department, and other departments as we report forward to you. This is, staff presented this to council back in 2015. So when the growth plan deemed that all urbanized areas, and Wasaga Beach is an urbanized area, had to intensify, we thought, how are we going to follow that directive and maintain the personality of Wasaga Beach? We have cottage areas that are fully tree-lined, and we didn't really want to see the introduction of townhouse developments in those very well-established neighborhoods. People bought in there for a good reason, for the feel of Wasaga Beach. So we created 5 growth nodes, and that's where we intend that all the apartments, the high density, the walkable community would go. The first growth node, it is in existence. It's the downtown node. And through the OP update, we're going to be defining the boundaries of the other 4 nodes. I'll pass over this very, very quickly, but we have ongoing, we expect at the end of this year to have a new official plan, a new zoning bylaw, and a new West End secondary plan, which is almost a blank canvas. It's seeing a lot of development pressure. So we need to update very specific development policies for the West End. We have some talent in-house, recently hired, that have some background and expertise in creating a tree cutting bylaw. So we are working with, earlier Rachel mentioned to you that they're going to update the tree bylaw that they're working on. So we're going to use that in-house talent and assist the bylaw department in creating that update to the bylaw. Critical to that is we want to try to start saving trees in town. Trees are one of those things that really defines Wasaga Beach. Every single neighborhood, and then we have all, and it's going to be important because if the province is allowing 3 units as of right in every single detached lot, chances are we may see more tree cutting in those single detached lots. So we're looking at policies that we can install that will protect not only that heritage, but one of those features of what Wasaga Beach really is all about, and it's important to the environment and the feel and why people love living here. The departmental fee review, we've looked at that already, and the province and the county are projecting that we're to grow to 38,000 people by the year 2051. We think that's low, but that was their projection. Currently, we're at 24,862. I think we have 16 people more than Collingwood now, which is something significant. In the old days, when I first started here, there was a real Hatfield-McCoy with Collingwood. Now we work very much hand in hand with them. We realize that there is a regional strength to working together. Full-time residents, 78.5%, which is significant because what that tells us is that the cottage or second home is 11.5% in town. That's important to know. Also, the average age is 50 years. We have, no surprise to anybody, an older population. We are basically a retirement town. And as we go to a full, complete service municipality, what we're going to be looking to is bringing more families, and the denominator to bringing more families is looking at jobs. So you'll see when we get into the economic development section, we'll talk about that a little bit more. Also, the housing structure, so 82% single detached, well that's, historically that's what we used to do. Semis and towns and apartment buildings seem low. You'll see that as I present to you development that's coming up, that number is going to drastically change. We're going to see a lot more apartments, a lot more townhouses. This is, the columns are kind of, should read left to right, but they are right to left. And I just had a chat with chief building official before, or during lunch, and that number of 543 is significant in that we could quite significantly surpass that number. The highest number of development we had historically was 2005. And then in 2021, we surpassed that number. It looks like we're going to do it again in 2022. The town is not slowing down. That's why I say when the province projects we're going to grow to 38,000 by 2051, we think that the number's low. And the key thing is how do we absorb all that growth and still keep the personality of Wasaga Beach? That's going to be important. We have an active development map. This has changed in the past. We do this as a courtesy. And what's interesting here is that we have a lot of members of the public, a lot of members of real estate, a lot of investors who look at this map as they try to put together their perspectives or decide where to buy a house, and they want to know what's happening in town. It has just recently been reposted on the town website. It's an interactive map. You can click on any one of those developments and a window will pop up and give you a little bit more detail of what's happening there. And also by making it interactive, we can update it a lot more quicker than the way we used to do it in paper format. So we can almost do it monthly. I'm going to get into some projects that are significant and worthwhile looking at. This is Gulfview Estates. It's just south of the new TPAL. It's single detached. It's been around since 2008, I think. And we expect them to go to construction this spring. This is Sunshine Village. So this used to be one of the major attractants to the youth to Wasaga Beach. And what we're looking at is 152 dwelling units, and most of them are towns and the rest are apartment buildings. So we're starting to see a densification of the development. This property was originally submitted by the owner, the previous owner who ran Sunshine Village. It's now been purchased by a developer builder. And the official plan is currently with the county. It should be approved this month at the county. So we expect this to move fairly quickly. This is the north part of Sunnydale Trails. This is Brook Valley. What's important about this one, aside from the entire thing is under construction right now, I don't know if you can see my little red line, the high school block is right here. So this is Sunnydale Road right here. This is our high school block. And this over here is a Catholic school block. And there's apartment blocks and townhouse blocks in this one as well. And then the next one, this is immediately to the south. What we have here is there's a roundabout. This is Pacific Homes. There's commercial blocks, lots of townhouse blocks. This is an apartment block. This is a brand new elementary school. I think they're going to call it Chris Hadfield Elementary. We are expecting them to go to construction this spring. This is a town park. We have a covered skating rink that is going right here, and the design of it is to complement the roundabout and the architecture. So Pacific Homes has been working with us on that. So some very significant development in town. This is Golden Sands. So the Canadian Tire is situated almost where it says Golden Sand, just to the north. This is it is entirely townhouses except the frontage, which is commercial. And the very bottom part down here, that's Trillium Creek that runs through, and all of these lands are being dedicated to the town on this development. And this one is the current Royal Bank site. And what you see is a 4-story building up at the top. They're telling us that the intent is to take the existing pad building Royal Bank and it would go on the floor level. It would have mixed use. And at the back, there's a row of townhouses. So I think that's the last. No, this is the SO station at 45th Street. So what they're proposing is a complete redesign of the SO station. You can see the pumps, the corner stores. This is a mixed-use building with apartments on the upper floor. So we're seeing modernization in the town, we're seeing investment in the town, and we're seeing a lot more densification in the type of growth. And this is just a small sampling of some of the active files that the planning department's working on. This one's Ainsley Grove. The United Church is just on the right-hand side, and to the north is the Foodland. and the apartment building that's being built for the retirement home is just to the north as well. So these are almost all townhouses. And last one, Mackenzie Hall Homes. This is, whoops, we've got Blueberry Trails and Royal Beach Drive. That's the corner of it. So these lands have been vacant for longer than I've been working for the town. And we're finally seeing a townhouse development moving forward on that one as well. So that's just a sampling, and I'll move on to economic development. I'm going to cover some of the key roles, support local businesses and entrepreneurs, lead special projects, promote Wasaga Beach to the world, attract targeted investment, and build and maintain relationships with local, regional, and provincial organizations. Direction from Council 4 years ago was to focus on local businesses and all local businesses all across town. We started from scratch. We basically had no programs in place. We had no basic information in place. So as I go through this, we did a simple thing, built a business directory, which sounds really simple to do, build a business directory, but it was incredibly complex. It was a lot more work than we anticipated. Luckily, when COVID hit in 2020, we had that business list, and we were able to meet this goal. We were able to reach out to those businesses, and if you recall the stress that everybody was under and businesses were being shut down cold, we were able to reach out to all those businesses and let them know, okay, here's what the province is saying now. Here's what your responsibility is now. We were able to reach out to them and find out, well, what are your stressors? Tell us what's happening with you and your business, and come up with some programs to assist them. One of them, and it was a good one, was the Open Patios program. And we researched what was happening elsewhere, and most other municipalities, what they were doing is, cutting their site plan fees, reducing the site plan process. We took the approach of, if you want a patio, you get a patio. So the Economic Development Department just created a 2-page application sheet. We needed to formalize it somehow. And we didn't care if they drew us a sketch of their patio in crayon on a napkin. We didn't care. There was no application fee, and man, those were tough times. I have to tell you that economic development could not have pulled this off by themselves. We had the help of the building department, we had bylaw, we had fire, and what we told the owners that wanted a patio, okay, make your application. Within 2 days, somebody, we didn't know who, but everybody stepped up. We'll be out there, and we'll look at your patio and where you want to put it. And all we were looking for is it over a catch drain? Is it in the fire route? Is it going to cause some kind of safety problem? Are they running electrical cables where they shouldn't be? That's all we did. And we said, yep, you're good to go. And then the next year, economic development helped out. We had bands that would go from one to the other. Couldn't have happened with all the help. It was awesome. And council waived site plan, council waived some of the zoning requirements for parking and setbacks, and so, I mean, that was some of the stuff that was spur of the moment that we were able to quickly step up and do. So, very quickly, local stuff, continue to build a strong, diversified economy. Business retention is a big one, business expansion and attraction. We're really strong on working on programs for business readiness, business first attitude, and unify Wasaga Beach on the commercial side of things. We were such a spread out community, and we have all these little nodes everywhere, and we don't have a BIA because it's almost impossible. So we had to sort of adopt a BIA approach to reaching out to everybody. This is what we looked at. So I'm going to get into the economic development strategy. We needed some sort of framework to create direction for the economic development department, and we didn't have that framework. So I reached out to the county, and I said I need $75,000 for economic development strategy, and they gave us a grant. And it has been the single best document that we've had in a long time, because what you see on the side here are snapshots from some of the socioeconomic data that we received from McSweeney Group. And we still are getting information from McSweeney Group. And it's a deep dive into census material that we just didn't have before. And what it told us is that, and what we asked of them in the ECDEV strategy is, okay, if we're going to create a healthy economy, what do we need to chase in terms of jobs? Because we know that jobs will bring certain family types to town. We know, so who are we chasing? Because there's a big world out there. We learned that we have upwards of 80 professionals who are related to the engineering field, who live in town, but there is not one engineering firm who operates in town. So it's given us great guidance in putting together a structure of what do we have to do to create programs, to create jobs in town. It's been incredibly helpful. Some of the list of industries are listed here: scientific, information, cultural industries, craft and small-scale manufacturing. Buried in that list is like things like the movie industry. You know, we could put a program together, and that's something that we'll be looking for the next 4 years, is putting together programs for business investment. This is some of the local stuff. Facade improvement has more than doubled in the number of applications we're getting. It's been a very good program. We've put more money into it over the past few years. I'm going to skip over because I'm starting to run on. This is from the wayfinding plan, and Chris had mentioned it earlier. Much appreciation to his staff for getting the Wasaga sign put in the beachfront. The sign over on the left-hand side, we received a big grant from RTO7 to put those signs up. So the blue part is their standardization, and the top part of the Wasaga across the top, that's ours. The middle sign, through the wayfinding plan, through the RFP, we asked them to put together just a conceptual drawing for what an entry sign to Wasaga Beach should look like, and pick up some of the elements of Wasaga Beach. This is the concept they provided to us. And you can see you've got the rolling waves, you've got the rolling hills, you've got the sunset, and then the background is a wood background to represent the very natural feel for Wasaga Beach. Now, and then you can see a cross-section off to the side and all the colored slabs in front of the sign. Those are meant to be lit up at night, and the Wasaga Beach word lit up at night as well. So this is conceptual, but it kind of blends from the direction and that we received from the wayfinding team. And earlier, the deputy mayor talked about the vivaciousness of Wasaga Beach, and we think this has picked it up. This is the branding strategy. We've had some comments earlier on the branding strategy, and I think it's worthwhile explaining why we put some effort into the branding strategy. If we were going to reach out to the business investment world, and we were going to be promoting our new Beach Area 1, we were going to be promoting jobs, or, you know, and bring your investment to town, here's where your staff can live, here's the lots where you can build, we needed to look a little bit more professional than some of the dated stuff that we had to present. And so I know earlier, Your Worship, you mentioned the old logo that had events listed around the logo, like snowmobiling and skiing and diving into the water with a swim cap on. And what the consultants came back with, they said, look, this does the exact same thing, but it takes a different approach. Instead of speaking to only those people who snowmobile or only those people who dive, present to them the environment of Wasaga Beach that Wasaga Beach has to offer, where you can do all those things in that environment. So that's where they picked up on the water and the sand and the trees, which is supposed to represent the hiking trails and such. And enough said on that. What this does is takes a deeper dive. So Caitlin has been working very closely with RTO7 to do spring, summer, fall, and winter photo shoots. We didn't have that stock to draw from to create advertisements for the town. And now you'll see this stuff on Google. It'll pop up as an advertisement. You'll see it in flyers. One thing to note as you watch these things, pay close attention to the models. Much of them, if not most of them, are town employees or their families. They've all stepped up, and they all make for great models. You know, we're picking up on the outdoors, and so the kids running on the beach, not only does it look fun and represent what Wasaga Beach is all about, but it brings out your inner child. So, yeah, I want to bring my kids to do that, but I remember doing that when I was a kid. We're getting to the end here. So project examples as we move forward is, you know, the interactive development app. We, with COVID come to an end, we now will be creating a trade show booth. We want to start attending trade shows. What we want to do in creating a plan to bring investment to town is start targeting, well, what trade shows are we going to be going to? So that's just very much in its infancy, looking forward. This has always been a strong part of economic development, is outreach and connectivity with other agencies. I'm going to say that the one agency where we have not had over the past 4 years, just because we've been focusing on COVID and local business, is the Ministry of Heritage, Sport, Tourism and Culture Industries. That's one industry that we intend to bring into the fold, make connections with moving forward. That's going to be critical if we're going to be looking for grants for Festival Square, if we're going to be looking for all form of different type of income. And it's one of those critical connections that we need to have, that it's something that I will let you know that it's a bit of a hole in where we're at. These are just some of the programs that are priorities for 2023. Much of them come out of the economic development strategy. There's some really interesting ones, like at the bottom, the incubator space feasibility study and the beautification strategy. And that topic seems to be coming up again and again. So the economic development team realized that that was important. But the ACT committee also brought that up. When you're getting visitors coming to your house, you want to clean your house and make it, spruce it up and make it look really good. So that's kind of the intent behind that. And that is the end of my 30 or 40 slides. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the questions. I have two. So the first one, you're updating the bylaw for the tree cutting. Is that more for the developers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can tell you, yes. The brief answer is yes, it is. Primarily. And I can give you some history on that. When I started here in 2003, the developers were clear-cutting lands without any permits whatsoever, and council asked me to create a tree-cutting bylaw to regulate that. So the current tree-cutting bylaw it does that, but it doesn't do it well enough. What it doesn't do is regulate tree cutting on private lands like single detached lots. That really hasn't been a problem in Wasaga Beach. I mean, some people will clear cut their lots, but for the most part, most of the landowners respect the environment and try to save trees on their lots. We're cautious about that because if we get into that, we'll probably need a forestry department given the number of trees that we have in town. So it's a balance. Going forward, in updating the bylaw, what we want to do is strengthen some policies in the official plan about protection of trees and in this new tree bylaw as well, in terms of how it relates to developers, that no cutting until you get planning approvals in place, basically, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Second question. The Sunnydale communities, all those homes, it seems to me like it's going to be their own little community. So do you know if they have a space there for businesses to come in?
They do. You're quite right. It is always been seen in its own little community. It's kind of cut off by the river and it's out there. That's why back in 2005, when the planning was done, it was called a secondary plan, almost like a mini section of Wasaga Beach. It does have a roundabout, and there are business frontages on 3 of those corners on the roundabout. The 4th corner is the covered skating rink that the town will own.
But when I say businesses, is it going to be large corporations or your mom and pop shops that are going to be coming in?
Oh, thank you. More like businesses, more like retail service to service the homes. So that would be buildings along the frontage of the road, likely mixed use. So you'd have ground floor retail or service and upper floor apartment.
And I'll assume there'll be restaurants and salons and...
That's right. So the zoning bylaw would allow a range of different uses, which would include all of those that you've just mentioned and possibly some others as well. But typically the type of uses that would service a residential area.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we'll start off with Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Through you to Doug. When I was here at the town, there was a second position that is not filled in economic development, approved and budgeted for. When was that position defunded, and is it still on the books?
What happened was the position was ended about 1.5 years into the last term. My direction was it was not to be filled. And there was a need for assistance because the real estate market was going crazy and we were short planners. So I had to make an argument for a manager of planning and some senior planners. And the justification for the manager without creating new budget requirements was to use the money from the EDO that was just sitting there and reallocate it towards the manager. That's the short story.
In follow-up, it's not on the books now as a vacant position. We're down to staff of one, economic development?
Effectively, we're down to a staff of one, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. My second question is with regards to the patio program. Now that the urgency of COVID is over, will that program become more formalized? I do see a few places where I see some risk management could be helpful.
We haven't had that discussion yet, albeit we do anticipate that discussion. I think the restaurant owners were quite happy with it.
I'm sure.
So it's something worthwhile exploring. I think there would be more formality to it to make it happen because the way those programs worked is council allowed them to go until I think it was 3 o'clock in the morning on January 1st of the next year. So allow them to operate right through the New Year's Eve. And we did that for 2020, and then we passed the same bylaw in 2021, and it ended 3 o'clock in the morning, January 1st, 2022. It hasn't been renewed, but it's worthy of a discussion. And
Oh, absolutely. I'm very much for it, but I do see some areas that could be considered dangerous, especially in parking lots. I have one more question, Madam Chair. The branding strategy that was created for tourism, and there really wasn't money in a budget to roll it out, it's still popping up here and there. What are the plans regarding that particular strategy?
It continues to be active. It continues to be applied to tourism. When we did the wayfinding plan, we were kind of guided a little bit by that starburst branding. So what we put into the RFP was that when the fulsome branding for signage all around town be created, that they take some elements from it, and they did. So you see that in the colors that were brought forward through the wayfinding sign in the Wasaga Beach. To some extent, the current Wasaga Beach wave sand green bee, those colors are brought forward as well. What's not in that one are the oranges and the yellows and the vibrancy. But the colors were carried forward.
And a comment, I'm so happy to see the wayfinding signage coming up through town. Was so needed for so long, so congratulations to getting that moving forward and completed.
Thank you. I have to tell you that by far and away, it was Caitlin, and we couldn't have done it without Kevin either, and his team.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You talked about a BIA, and it's something I feel very important about, and I understand that there are, issues with a BIA and the fact that we have 4 or 5 business nodes and one opportunity to make a BIA, but doesn't mean we shouldn't go forward with it. Has there been any work as to how to maybe structure a BIA that would address like Beach Area 1 and maybe a secondary or sub-BIA that would, ROB for the rest of the beach?
Through you, Madam Chair, there hasn't been a lot of formal discussion about structuring and creating a BIA or multiple BIAs. They're just, quite frankly, there hasn't been the time for it. At this point, there really hasn't been a demand for it either. In some ways, the very informal discussions we're having in-house is that once the Beach Area 1 is built and occupied, then build it and they will come. That would be the time to start organizing those business owners that truly exist, and you would want them to be not only members, but running the BIA to some extent. So anyway, to circle back, the real answer is there hasn't been a lot of really strong discussion on that at this point.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Councillors Leo. I really appreciated when we went on our tour last week, and to see that the planning department's team is so young. We've got a lot of great, young, diversified talent, and I think I'm really excited for that because we are such a growing community, and I think that creativity and youthfulness is going to be very helpful going forward. But I have a question as well, looking at the interactive map here on the website. Now, just prior to the last council finishing, the light industrial lands were sold to Zancor, right? Do you know what I'm talking about in the West End? So when you're talking about, economic development and sort of being able to draw some light industrial businesses or more diversified business in order to support a workforce, that is more sustainable for a fulsome community, what's the plan now that that land is sold to residential to be able to assign or replace it for some light use industrial? Please.
That owner has made an application for official plan amendment to change the use to residential, mixed use, commercial. There's a range of different uses in there, almost like its own entity, is somewhat like Stonebridge, but far more dense. That is their right to make that request. It's an incomplete application and has been for almost a year and a half. At this point, the lands are still zoned service commercial and designated service commercial in the official plan. So I think the direct answer to your question is the permissions in the official plan and zoning bylaws still allow for a large range, or very wide range of uses, which includes light manufacturing. It's a matter of what the proposal is for the lands from the landowner. I know that I cannot divulge it in public, but I've had interest in those lands from other investors.
Thank you. Sorry, maybe just to be a little clearer. So now that that land is going to be repurposed, if we wanted to, if I understand correctly, part of the reason or the benefit to the town owning that land was as an incentivization, to incentivize developers to come and bring some light industrial to the area, whether by decreasing fees or leasing the land or just gives other options. Is there another area in town that is able to accommodate that, where we would still have that opportunity if we still had the land, like different land?
Through you, Madam Chair, I have to say that's an incredibly intuitive question. Through the growth plan, it requires complete communities, and complete communities include employment lands. So exactly what you're talking about. The planning staff, as we update the official plan, we will be looking for lands, and through the growth plan, I think we're required to have 27 hectares of employment lands in the town of Wasaga Beach. So those lands alone would not equate to 27 hectares. So We haven't brought anything forward to the public for consumption on what lands might be most suitable for employment lands. And we haven't done that on purpose. We want to do that through a public process. We don't want to start land speculation. But it is something we are seriously looking at. So there will be guidance coming forward from planning on that.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is much the same as Deputy Mayor Snell's comments were. I'm very cognizant of that. But my understanding in the past was that if we were to sell or get rid of those employment lands, that we had to have other lands in play to replace them. And I'm hearing now that we're looking to, but we don't. So where does that put us then with the regulations?
I can't comment on the sale of those lands or any discussions that occurred around the sale of those lands, mostly because I wasn't involved in any of that discussion. So the background behind it, I'm not aware of. The zoning of the lands still allows them today to be developed with service commercial, which would satisfy employment lands. So they're still in play from the official plan and zoning bylaw point of view. Nonetheless, we need more than those lands to satisfy 27 hectares. And even if those lands were still taken out of play, that's something that the planning department is also looking at as we go through our official plan update. We have some ideas, we have some thoughts. We have the consultants that we've hired looking at the background behind the pros and cons of it. There are criteria that we are required to look at. Are they easily serviced? Are they close to a highway? Are they ready to go? There's a lot of different factors in that analysis, which is, I apologize, is far too detailed for me to get into right now.
If I may, Madam Chair, so I guess my point that I'm going to make is before we could possibly look at rezoning those lands that are currently zoned as employment lands, I'm assuming we have to make sure that we have lands to replace that up to and including 27 hectares. Is that a fair statement?
It is, thank you, through you, Madam Chair, and yes, Your Worship, that is a very fair statement. It would be part of the analysis. At the same time, if a landowner came in with a bona fide application for an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment, or subdivision agreement, we would be required to review it and analyze it and render a decision on it per the Planning Act requirements. So it's a little bit of we're behind because we don't have those OP policies and zoning bylaw in place yet to guide development. We are under some pressure because the development industry is moving ahead faster than we can catch up on our policies.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Doug, thank you for the presentation. I'm going back to the organizations in town, business organizations. BIA, do we have a BIA? Do we not? Did you say no?
We have a Chamber of Commerce. We do not have a BIA.
Well, I'm quite sure in about November of this year, a very, very early morning meeting that we attended. I wasn't dreaming this.
BNI.
It's a business networking international.
Oh, BNI. Thank you. All right. I stand corrected. It was a BNI. All right, thanks.
Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. In your presentation, you talked about attracting business and possibly going to trade shows and determining what trade shows you might go to. So I don't know if we've done any survey or research as to what is the primary requirements for a Wasag Beach resident to leave our community to purchase product and services in other communities. But clearly, we know we are missing we're either underserviced or totally missing quite a few products and services. And hopefully a survey like that would also try to take into account what a resident might be purchasing otherwise that could be purchased in town. But I'm pretty convinced that a significant amount of economic benefit leaves our town every week, every month, and that if we were to able to retain that by adding products and services, it would be exponential benefit, because my experience is when people have to travel out of town, they're either doing lunch or dinner or going to other retail or commercial outlets that would be available in town. So I just don't know if we have really defined that, and to your point, that we're actually targeting specific sectors or even more specific than that. But I think that would be a real positive endeavor. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, the research that we've done has not looked at what people are buying, what residents are buying outside of Wasaga Beach. What it has looked at, though, not quite to that depth of information, it's looked at where do they work. So how many people are commuting to Collingwood or commuting to Barrie or commuting to Midland because they'll do their groceries there and then come back. When they're at the end of the day, they'll go do their groceries or they'll do their errands or running around. And we lose out on the benefit of that spending here locally in town. So that's why we are looking at jobs as being the denominator to creating a healthy, fulsome, complete community in Wasaga Beach. And if we can create those jobs, then we can bring in the families, and we can bring in the Gen Zs and the Gen Xers who want the quality of life. They've got skiing, they've got hiking, they've got surfing, they've got all the fun stuff. And what type of industries do we need to bring here? What type of housing do we need to have to create for them when they get here? What about the schools? That's why the high school is so critically important, and we're so happy about this elementary school. So we know the holes that we have to plug in order to build the town that we need. I really, you know, if we could find out what the purchasing criteria are elsewhere, but we do have that job commuting information, so we know how many people leave town. I think it's just a half answer to your question, but there is some guidance there. We're looking forward to priority setting coming on in January with council, and we're hoping to give you some guidance and also get some direction on which way to go on this.
Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking at economic development. Isn't culture and tourism the #1 product in the world? That's what we're best at. Is that what we're to be about as well?
Through you, Madam Chair, culture and tourism has always been the backbone of Wasaga Beach. You know, we heard earlier today the reference to the single asset that we have that nobody else has, 15-kilometer long beach on fresh water. So we've always had a natural tourism industry. Has it burgeoned and waned over the years? Absolutely it has. Are we in a low cycle right now? Yes, we think we are. There's been a lot of factors behind that. A lot of pressures on the town to develop and help in different ways, and there's limitations. We have relied heavily on the events team that work for Chris, and they are to be commended. They're awesome. And so that's the effort that we've been putting into tourism. What we see is that we really need to take a step up and not only focus on jobs, which are important, but what's that old saying? Build on your strengths and shore up your weaknesses. So tourism is our strength, always has been. The growth industry has been our strength, so construction and services. So we need to shore up our weaknesses, and that's where jobs are and bring in the families. But we can't ignore the strength of tourism.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, and moving along.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to give you a brief overview of the regulatory regime that governs construction in Ontario. And before I get into that, I just want to visit our mission statement. This statement was developed at the onset of my time with the town, and it was deliberately crafted to sort of shift the focus of the department away from, sort of the regulatory mindset that existed, and try to get people to think along the lines that, it's not our understanding of the building code that makes us valuable to the town. It's what we do with our understanding of the building code that makes us valuable. So it was really meant to just sort of shift the focus away from that sort of regulatory mindset and more towards a customer service oriented approach. So when we talk about the regulatory regime in Ontario, and similar to Craig, there's sort of three legislative enactments that we would focus on. One is the Ontario Building Code Act. The second would be the Ontario Building Code, which is the regulation that is a result of the statute, which is the Act. And then at the municipal level, our municipal building bylaws. So the Building Code Act essentially outlines the roles and responsibilities of various industry professionals engaged in construction activities in Ontario. It imposes upon the council of a municipality, and municipalities within the Act are referred to as principal authorities, and there's an obligation on behalf of the municipality to appoint a chief building official and the appropriate number of inspectors as are necessary to make sure that our obligations under the Act and under the regulation are fulfilled. And it empowers the council of the municipality to pass a bylaw, which is the building bylaw or the municipal level regulation, prescribing classes of permits, requiring the payment of fees for services that are associated with the administration of the Act and the regulation. It also prescribes the manner and form in which various orders are issued. So, in our day-to-day activities, when we come across bad actors, we have a number of forms and orders that are prescribed by the province, so we are not allowed to deviate from those forms. They're prescribed upon us, and those are the orders that we're able to rely on when we come across illegal construction or construction that is contrary to a permit that's issued, so on and so forth. The Act also requires that the principal authority establish and enforce a code of conduct for chief building official and inspectors, and we do have one, and it is in force. And then within the Ontario Building Code, the code outlines various occupancy classifications for buildings constructed in the province, and that's important in that, those occupancy classifications drive everything from the level of life safety that's required, fire safety, combustibility of construction, those types of things. It prescribes the prescriptive requirements for construction, so some of what I just got into in terms of certain types of buildings need to be combustible, some need to be non-combustible. As you go up, what needs to happen to the building as you get closer to a property line, what needs to happen to the building in terms of construction, you change the use of a building, what compensating construction might be required by imposing a more hazardous use on a building. And then through one of the more little-known aspects of the code, and the code over the years has evolved from a very small regulation to the largest in the province, and there is a whole second volume to the code that's called the supplementary standards, and within those standards is a lot of reference to other regulations and standards in the province. So that's where a lot of the real meat So a lot of I was going to say meat on the bones, but that's where we get a lot of the real specific design criteria that informs design of buildings within the province. So everything from energy efficiency to fire safety, it gets into farm buildings, those types of things. And the outcome of all of this, when we do it right, is that we get the type of building in our community that is planned for through all the processes that come before us. So we take a lot of pride in our department. We changed the name of our building inspectors a couple of years to go to building and development inspectors, and the thinking behind that was there's a whole lot of work that comes before us in the process. You know, we see ourselves sort of as the gatekeepers of the development process, and it's really important that our inspectors, when we're out there, that we have a mind for all of the processes that came before us, so that somebody that's entered into a site plan agreement, that the requirements of the site plan agreement are upheld, that if, you know, we may not be experts in our engineering standards, but a lot of work has gone into them, and if we see something when we're out there, we want to have an eye for that. It might be something we can resolve, or it might be something that we just simply bring to the attention of our engineering department, and they resolve it. And one other thing that I wanted to point out is, you know, we have a lot of obligatory reporting that we do as a building department. You know, we report to Terrion, we report to MPAC, we report to StatsCan, we report to CMHC, and all of that statutory reporting is important in that, you know, when we talk about assessment growth, you know, us being on top of our reporting to MPAC means that assessment gets captured more quickly, and we try to really ramp up our efforts when it comes to our communication with MPAC to make sure that, you know, assessment is captured. So as we head towards that, the roll closes, I believe, on October 25th. So as we sort of march towards that date, we try to ramp up our communications with MPAC to make sure that they're aware of the volume of buildings that are getting occupancy, so that they can be on top of capturing that assessment and making sure that it hits the roll for that year. And then we do a lot of proactive outreach as well. So, you know, we try to constantly be in touch with, you know, all of the other regulatory agencies that are in touch or part of our process, and make sure that we understand what their pressures are and that they understand what our pressures are, and that, you know, we really move development applications along at a rate that is meaningful to whether it be just one of our residents, you know, building a deck in their backyard, or our developers, builders, you know, dropping 40 or 50 houses in the ground. So understanding that that's probably not as in-depth as some of the other departments went in terms of our day-to-day operations, that is sort of a high-level overview of the regulatory regime in Ontario. And happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? No? Thank you. Moving along.
Good afternoon, Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor Snell, and all of you members of council. Through the chair, I'm looking forward to this opportunity to tell you about the Wasaga Beach Public Library, a brief overview, especially after hearing so much about the planning and building departments and the growth coming to our community. This is the prime time to speak about how we're going to service that population growth. The Wasaga Beach Public Library has a mission statement. It reads, Wasaga Beach Public Library is a welcoming and progressive community resource that provides cultural, educational, and social opportunities in an atmosphere of openness and respect. We also have a vision statement. As an inclusive center for discovery, Wasaga Beach Public Library strives to inspire community well-being by offering innovative opportunities to connect with information, learning, culture, entertainment, and each other. The Wasaga Beach Public Library is governed by provincial legislation, the Public Libraries Act. What you need to understand with the Public Libraries Act through the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sport is that that act outlines how libraries are established, administered and funded. It sets out how libraries operate, utilizing a library board, how the municipality had to establish the library through bylaw and a separate corporation, and it outlines how the board sets up a CEO, manages budget, sets policy, and governs the library. Libraries also, of course, respect municipal legislation. We adhere to the Municipal Act, and we adopt the municipal policies and bylaws that impact the librarian staff. The library service model. What we want to point out is that we listen, and we listen well to what the community's needs are. Through the COVID period, we heard that there were issues with things like access to internet, and we respond by offering free Wi-Fi hotspots for those individuals who do not have access so that they're not feeling as isolated. We provide materials that resonate. We study our user data. We look at our collections. We make decisions based on what the community is asking for and try to provide them with more. We provide program opportunities, including support for literacy, lifelong learning, culture, and the arts. These are free programs. We make sure that we are offering free programs so that there aren't any barriers to access, so that the vulnerable people, people of all incomes, people of all ages, people of all walks of life can participate and get the information and the learning opportunities that they need to excel. We provide partnerships to support community organizations. It's through many of these partnerships that we're able to provide additional support to our community. For example, Wednesday mornings, my office is utilized for a meeting space for those who are experiencing a lack of access to housing. They can access a counselor and help there. Those are the sorts of partnerships that we establish to ensure that people in our community get the services that they need. We also provide a dynamic yet safe space for all residents, just like recreation. We are that third space for residents as well as visitors to our community. We find ways to make people comfortable, feel welcome, and just allow them to use our space any way that they need to. The library board has outlined a 2022-2026 strategic plan. It is available on our website, and I believe you have copies in your orientation binders. In that strategic plan, the library has outlined 8 core values, as well as 4 main goals with 18 objectives, all tuned into how to best assist our community. The library organization, it's important to understand that there is a library board at the top of our organization made up of 9 members plus a council representative. The Public Libraries Act outlines what is involved with being a board member and how many meetings are necessary. Underneath our library board is the CAO, and I am one of the 5 full-time staff. We also have 9 part-time staff and 2 part-time casual staff, as well as typically a summer program assistant. The library could not function without our many volunteers. We have a wonderful Friends of the Wasaga Beach Public Library group. They assist us by volunteering their time for programs and events, as well as fundraising. We have 2 service points currently. Our first is at 120 Glenwood Drive. It's about a 4,500 square foot facility that includes a boardroom of approximately 400 square feet that we make available for the public. We have just in excess of 20 some odd parking spots. You can understand that that's a little limiting when we have big programs or events. The wonderful thing is we're right next to Town Hall, which I believe has about 80 some odd parking spots. Currently, we're open 50 hours of operation per week. That's every day of the week except Mondays. However, we expand our services and programs to allow different organizations to also come in on our closed day to offer programming, services, that sort of thing. Our second service point is the Wasaga Beach Public Library Bookmobile. The bookmobile was launched in 2021. It is a retrofitted fire rescue truck, really eye-catching. It's a wonderful apparatus for us to do outreach in the community. We operate it through the months of April through November. We wish we could operate it through the winter, but it just doesn't quite have the heating, and accessibility could be a challenge in the ice. But it's a wonderful opportunity for us to get in and around the community, provide the community with access to collection items as well as programming. This is our organizational structure. We're pretty lean and mean. We have the CEO at the top, as well as 4 senior supervisors, coordinators for programs, public services, and technical services. And then we have a host of customer service staff who are our front lines work and the favorites among our community. We have a new community relations assistant who has been instrumental in improving our communications, which is so important. And then we have our senior aides who are instrumental in helping with our collection management. I thought I'd provide you with a quick synopsis of our visitation from the year 2019, pre-COVID, which was a wonderful year for us through the COVID period to present day. Just to show you our visitation, in 2019 we had almost 70,000 people come through the library. Currently, we're sitting just probably around 40,000, so we're still trying to come back to where we once were. I believe that we will get there. I think the slowness of 2022 was we were just getting our boardroom back into full use with the COVID restrictions and getting our programming back in place for in-person programming. So I'm quite confident we will get there. In the meantime, our active users has gone up. We are making great strides in reaching out to our members and ensuring that they remain active members with us. To date, we've given out more than 974 new cards this year. So the library is far from dead. We're quite popular in the community, and we're hoping that we'll see the visitation numbers increase, and certainly people will be excited about the new building. Collection, we have been increasing the size of our collection. In years past, we had no choice but to limit our collection size due to the size of the library, which is problematic when you're investing capital into a collection to make as many books go away as you can add to our collection. So having this new library gives us the opportunity to grow the collection to a size that it needs to be for our current community based on best practices. Since 2019, we have grown the collection by about 33%, and our efforts are to continue with that growth so that we can potentially grow the collection, double it by the time we are firmly established in that new building. That's important when best practices say you should have minimum of 2 items per capita. So we're doing the best that we can to really ramp up and be prepared. Our number of items circulated, obviously our circulation in 2019 was higher than what we're currently experiencing. Once again, we need people to come through the doors in order to utilize that collection firmly. But as I said, with more and more people coming through, we should be back up to normal shortly. Program engagement. I don't know if you're aware of the number of programs that the library provides, but it's phenomenal. As of 2022, the end of October, we offered more than 578 programs in 2022 alone. That's well above even 2019. I think a lot of it is due to our bookmobile. When we take the bookmobile out into the community, we offer some pop-up programming to go along with it, just more opportunities to engage with especially young children and families and tell them more about what we do and provide them with information and all those other services. Our program engagement is higher than 2019. We have grown even 34% from 2021, which of course was just COVID times, just getting back on track. We've utilized, of course, what we learned through COVID, that online programming is a great option for many who do not want to leave their homes but do want learning opportunities and opportunities to socialize with others. So we've used lessons learned to try and expand our reach. Just some highlights of our level of service. We have more than 30,000 physical items on site and through our bookmobile that people can utilize. We have more than 35,000 digital items in our collection that people can utilize, including access to more than 7,000 digital newspapers and magazine subscriptions. We provide competitive rates when it comes to business services like printing, scanning, fax. What's fantastic about my team is they provide assistance with all of that. People aren't left to try and man the equipment themselves. We do it for them, and we ensure that it's done right. We provide free and equitable access to technologies, whether it's public computers, tablets, Wi-Fi hotspots. The library is the place you can come for that, as well as assistance with all that technology. We are a great asset to the community, especially of seniors who really need some help with how to access services online, as well as their families. We also provide online learning assistance. This is a really cost-effective way that we can provide tutoring to students in our community, to provide learning opportunities through our LinkedIn online platform, whether you want to learn more about computer programs like Excel, learn about business management. We offer that for free for people in our community. Online resources, once again, we offer opportunities for more information, whether you want to look into your family history with Ancestry, journal databases, we provide that information. We provide programs for children and youth. When the Simcoe County District School Board made grant funding available for tutoring, my team jumped right on it to provide in-person tutoring for children in our community. We heard throughout COVID that parents were worried about their children and their learning process due to the online on and off again teaching style. We are stepping up to the plate to provide them what they need. Programs for adults. We do everything from history and health to financial speakers, art instruction, finding new ways to provide the adults in our community with the information and entertainment they need to have a fulfilled life. We offer community room rentals. It's a small room and economical, but it is there for everybody. And through our bookmobile, we access more than thousands of individuals in our community, offering them other alternative ways to get involved. What I need to point out is some of our service support comes through the Simcoe County. We were part of the Simcoe County Library Cooperative. In 2022, Simcoe County Council determined that the Simcoe County Library Cooperative would be disbanded. What will be happening in its place is a new Simcoe County Digital Information Library Service. So there will be some service changes as we work through this process. What we will continue to do is collaborate with libraries in Simcoe County to try and find cost-effective and efficiencies in order to provide more for our community. But there may be some changes in our service provision. Reporting structure. Annually, the Wasaga Beach Public Library has to report to the Ontario Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. They want to know everything about us, and we count everything in order to report back, from financial information to user information to program information. What's wonderful, if you're really curious, it's all available online through the Ontario Ministry. You can look at libraries of different sizes and different catchment areas in order to benchmark how Wasaga Beach is performing. I report to the library board monthly, and the board has its meeting minutes available monthly that come through municipal council. As well, I report additional information to council as needed. In conclusion, the library board and staff were dedicated to improving the well-being of Wasaga Beach citizens, and we look forward to developing any additional programs or services that council outlines our priorities through this term. Thank you.
Any questions? Deputy Snell?
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Chair, just a comment. As the outgoing school trustee, I was really happy to see that that the library took advantage of the tutoring program and the funds, because my understanding is that there's more money there than what they could spend, you know, and initially the uptake was slow, and I heard from a parent here locally at Worsley who tried to apply because there's only like 1 or 2 private places in Collingwood that took advantage of it initially, and those spots filled within 45 minutes. So it only filled, and it really helped, you know, 15, 16 students. So I think that's fantastic, and I appreciate your report. Thank you.
Through the chair, sorry if I could just, thankfully that program and the funding has been extended into 2023, so we will try and expand on that. We were just limited due to the timing of that grant, and that council had already moved into the lame duck period, that we could not ask for additional funds to support the payments in order to make the grant bigger than what we could handle at that time, but we can certainly look into, if the funding continues, how to expand what we're doing.
Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say, the first time I saw the bookmobile in town, I smiled. It brought great memories back. I loved the bookmobile as a kid in Toronto. So, and then I went on your site to look to see that you do go to the schools. And where else do you go? How does it work? Just a quick little synopsis. Thanks.
Through you, Councillor DeLeo. The bookmobile, we try and establish the best schedule that we can to reach as many people as we can. So in 2022, we started the year by going to the Recplex 2 times a week, trying to attract and work with the nursery school, prime time club, visitors to the Y, be available for them, as well as people going by. And then as the summer developed, we set up at the Wasaga Beach Market every Tuesday night. We went to Klondike Park, the sports park, during sports night to provide information and programming there. We take the bookmobile to the Ministerial Food Bank. We take the bookmobile to the community housing on Zoo Park Road. And we also try to attend larger community Wasaga Beach events. So those have been our main stops, as well as visiting the schools and allowing the kids to climb aboard and see what we're all about.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Okay. Well, thank you all for your presentations, and now we're moving along. So we have a motion, and it reads that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee receive the organization, departmental structures, and function highlights, presentations for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, moving forward, 3.2, unfinished business. We have none. Moving along, 3.3, other agency reports. 3.3.1, Fire Department Monthly Report. We have Fire Chief Williams in attendance to speak to that report. Fire Chief?
Thank you very much. I'm back, and good afternoon. Just very quickly, November included 195 calls for service, and that once again represents a new monthly record for the month of November. We also completed 28 inspections and 10 hours of community services. I don't get to say it very often, but November represented a very safe fire safety month, if I can say it that way. We actually did not have any notable calls to report. That said, I was humbled, I guess, the last 2 mornings. 2 nights ago, Springwater had a major fire that resulted in the loss of a pet, and I just heard this morning there was a major fire outside of Alliston where, unfortunately, an adult lost their life. So that always reminds me that we're always on borrowed time here, and the residents should check their smoke alarms. Last week, we completed our provincially required emergency management training and exercises. I want to thank the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the other members of the community emergency management team for coming to the fire hall and spending half a day where we completed our exercise. We're now in the process of submitting our compliance to the province. And my final update is I'm quite excited to let you know that our new Deputy Fire Chief, Dan Bell, will be starting next Monday. So I look forward to bringing him to council in the near future and introducing him to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Any questions for the chief? Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Chief, could you just update us on your toy and food drive? I know that I don't think you're all the way through, but I think it's been pretty successful.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Belanger. We're about 2/3 of the way through. We can always take more donations at Fire Station 1, but to date we've collected somewhere in the ballpark of about $2,000 in cash and gift cards, a rescue truck full of toys, and probably several hundred pieces of food for the food bank. We have one more event coming up this Saturday, so we'll be at Walmart from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And we're hoping to see lots of residents out so they can make some much needed donations to the community. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, I have a motion for the chief's report, and it reads as follows. Resolved that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee received the November 2022 Fire Department report for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving forward, 3.4, consent agenda. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the term will be removed, the item will be removed, and the consent resolution and considered immediately following adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. At this time, I am aware that 3.5.1 and 3.5.2 have been pulled. So 3.5, departmental staff reports, Director of Library Services, CEO's report dated December the 8th, re WBPL, branding project review, has been pulled by Mayor Smith, and I will pass the floor on to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I made my points clear this morning on this already, but I'll just reiterate quickly that I think that we need a little more work.
Sorry, Mayor Smith, I'm not pardon my interruption. We just need to pass the consent agenda motion prior to discussing the pulled items.
Fine.
Sorry. Resolved that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee hereby received the December 8th, 2022 consent agendas items 3.4 through to 3.6, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Belanger and seconded by Mayor Smith. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Mayor Smith.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So as I was saying, I think I made my points clear this morning that we need to continue to look at not only the library's branding, but the rest of it as well. So I think I'll just leave it at that for now. It's been a long day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and it reads like this, that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee received the Wasaga Beach Public Library Branding Project Review Report for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White and seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on. 3.5.2, Recreation Events and Facilities Department Update Report has been pulled by Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor Snell, and Councillor Ego. I will pass the floor first to Mayor Smith, and then Deputy Mayor Snell, and then Councillor Ego.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to touch base on the Mayor's New Year's levy. I think the last time I was Mayor, we discontinued that levy. I'm a big believer that often the New Year's levy of the Mayor is is a social hour or two for the mayor to have their closest and best friends come out at the taxpayers' expense. And so I think we can remove that effective tout suite from the list, and I will look as we move on into the new year to possibly hold something with respect to the mayor's New Year's Eve gala, which I think we could use as a very big fundraiser for charities within the organization. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and it reads like this, that the My bad. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reading the report, I first of all just wanted to commend Chris and your team, the events team, for outstanding lineup of events. It's real crunch time for you guys right now. And with the Funderland and with the tree lighting ceremony and the absolutely outstanding Santa float, that was so beautiful. The parade itself was really fantastic. That's the first time I got that view of being up and, you know, looking and engaging with the public. And people were really happy, and it was such a tremendous turnout. You know, partially I think the weather was perfect, but very, very well done, as well as the staff Christmas party. You know, great time, really transformed the space, fantastic dinner. So great job. I also wanted to comment on the landscape design consulting that you're doing for the youth center. I was fortunate enough to be a part of the founding committee that when that youth center first opened 12 years ago. So this is one that's near and dear to my heart. And one around the landscape design, I'm hoping to participate in that event for some of that feedback. But you know, if your team might just consider, you know, from the environmental lens, you know, as we were talking about the naturalization kind of idea in regards to that. The other piece I was thinking was about safety. If you're thinking about it as a programmable space, whether it's, you know, a little bonfire pit or a gathering space in the front of the facility, to consider safety if a vehicle were to lose control, you know, some sort of fencing or hedgerowing or something to protect. And also too for privacy, given that youth will also be using this space, so we don't want youth to be overexposed. And and also around just lighting and safety for security. If you're thinking of any sort of features that way, again, with youth gathering, like we were talking about with sight lines at the back of the Twin Pad Arena as well. You know, that kind of idea, just so that police going by can see it quite easily. My second comment was around the recreation program meeting on November 28th. A fantastic idea. You know, collaboration is always instrumental in creating cross promotion and efficiency. And I'd love to request if council could be made aware of future meetings or opportunities of that kind of collaboration going on, just in case any of us wanted to sit in, if it was appropriate to share ideas or to be a part of the process. And my third comment was around the youth center, and I'm so pleased to see that the grill team is still in effect. That's an initiative I totally support. I think it's fantastic, not only in raising awareness and promoting youth in a positive light, but it, you know, creates essential skills, skill development, resume development, volunteerism for our young people. And really glad to see that they raise so much money. And sorry, just one sec. And the final piece was just about the satellite programming in the East End, because that was an identified barrier when the youth center was first established in central part of town. There was concern initially of how do you expand it into the east and the west, given the linearness of the town, and at that time there was significant transit barriers, which have of course been somewhat alleviated, but it's still nice to see that there's a localized element, because you'll get different youth audiences and different nodes as you expand the program. So I was really excited to read the report and to see all the expanded developments. Thank you.
Councillor Eagle. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Deputy Mayor Snell. I should just make one comment. I do believe that the community engagement sessions have already been held with the landscape architect, but now that some of that work has been done and the information has been collected, they're going to go back, develop a draft report, and much like the library's branding exercise today, they are contracted to also present their findings to council so that there can be an opportunity for council to give feedback as well. So that is something that you'll see in 2023 as the project unfolds. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, mine were really similar to Deputy Mayor's. We were on the same page there. It was about native species, which we have addressed. And I had Santa Claus float in big letters on my page. It was fabulous. And the events from Christmas, as we said, and Saturday night. So the town staff, you did a great job, and I want to thank you. It was great.
Thank you very much. And a lot of that credit goes to our staff and not myself necessarily, but I do appreciate it. And I've heard a few other positive comments from council, so they are much appreciated. I'll do my best to pass them on to the staff who are involved.
Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. I just want to say that the newbies on council looked fabulous. I was doing the commentating with Michelle Sipe. Had the pleasure of seeing you all go by, wave, and it was quite impressive.
Okay.
Mayor
There's
Smith,
no-
if I can just make note, just while we're in between items, that the live stream will end in 1 hour, so I can't extend it past 4:30, but the meeting can continue, but the live stream will end. I'll just letting you know.
Get the hint, councillors?
Moving forward, we have a motion that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee does hereby receive the Recreation, Events, and Facilities Monthly Activity Report as information. That concludes my section. Now I will pass over to Councillor Timms for Public Works session. Thank you.
Sorry, we just need a mover and a seconder.
May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor White and seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Now I will move the chair over to Councillor Timms for Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeLeo. For Public Works, we have no deputations, presentations, petitions, or public meetings. We do have some unfinished business. Item 4.2.1, the River Resources Committee, Shaka Wasaga Beach Cruise request for no wake. That was from July, and I guess we'll be seeing that coming forward at some point. 4.3, other agency reports. We have none. 4.4, consent agenda. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent resolution and considered immediately following adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. I am aware that 4.5.1 has been pulled by Mayor Smith and Deputy Mayor Snell. We will resolve that the Public Works section of Coordinated Committee hereby receives the December 8th, 2022 consent agenda, items 4.4 through 4.6, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding the agenda item pulled for the motion and voted on separately. May I have a motion to move? All right. Councillor White, seconded by Mayor Smith. All in favor? Carried. We will discuss the Capital Works Project 4.5.1 engineering. Laura, do I say the resolution and then ask for discussion? I will, okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'll pass the floor over to Director Lalonde. Oh, who pulled it? Okay, I'm sorry. To you first, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for Kevin with respect to the Schoonertown Bridge and the water main there. I've received countless questions from citizens in Wasaga Beach. What's happening, what's going on, and when can we expect it to be done?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Smith. Further to the update provided at our last public meeting, The works continue today. The sewage force main has been connected and commissioned, which was our priority. The next, which is occurring today, priority is the connection of the water main. So the water main has been pulled, and I understand the connections are being done today. And also the pilot hole has been bored for the third pipe, which is kind of the spare conduit for the sewage force main and for future use for growth and development. So that will be done, I'm hopeful, by next week. And then we have final restoration, given the time of year, won't happen until the new year. So there is the final asphalt and curb and sidewalk won't be until the spring. So the site will be secured. We are exploring the possibility of at least opening up the curb lane eastbound direction this year. However, at this point, its current condition is where it stands today in terms of the single lane. So as you know, it's a 2-lane cross section up to the lights, and then once you get across the lights, that curb lane terminates and it turns into a right turn lane. So rather than transitioning into that through eastbound lane, east of the signals, they're having to do that. And we do recognize there is some, I don't want to say rush hour, but at rush minute, there is a queue that does occur in that movement, and it is a frustration for many. But we are doing our best to try and get that at least paved in a perfect world by within the next few weeks.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Specifically around the, I think it's 4.5.1 or number 3, the Wasaga River dredging. It's funny, it's ironic actually, a couple weeks ago I was having a conversation with a friend, and they were mentioning about back in the early 90s, they recall when Mayor Cal Patterson was in place, that there was a study that was done that looked at the options of being able to sink a ship or to have like a rockery wall built that would stop the natural cycle of it continuing to backfill. So basically preventing this need to dredge on an ongoing basis. Is anybody familiar with that study at all, or just curious if other options other than dredging, something a little more permanent and financially sound has been explored?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Deputy Mayor Snell. I'm not familiar with the sinking of a ship. I know many years ago there was kind of a marina feasibility study that was done that also looked at some of the river dynamics, including perhaps construction of a causeway or some form of barrier. Certainly in today's age with the environmental challenges with that area and the fact that it is within the provincial park boundary, the Ontario parks actually regulate the mouth of the river. That together with the fact of the endangered species and the sturgeon that occupies the river and has a high habitat value within the corridor, that would be a challenge to advance. I'm not familiar with the report in its entirety, but we have maintained, and I don't know if it's still within our 10-year capital works forecast, there was a coastal engineering assessment that we kind of flagged within our long-range plan to look at something to that effect. But it's continued to be deferred. It's not a priority right now. In fact, the dredging project itself, as you'll read, it's a fairly lengthy update, which hasn't had much change in status in recent years. It was advanced when the water levels were low and dredging was imminent. Since that time, obviously, the water levels have come up, and we've kind of put a hold on that, the completion of that study. Those environmental studies through the Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Act, those studies are only valid for 10 years and they have to renew it. Under the Provincial Parks and Conservation Reserves Act, those EAs are only good for 5 years. So we recognized kind of where we were in our process, as well as the fact that the water levels have since returned, that it wasn't imminent, it wasn't an imminent need, and it still isn't to dredge that. Not quite the answer you're looking for, but there is quite a bit of background on that mouth, but I can try and pull out that specific marina feasibility study, but it would definitely be a challenge to advance something like that, given I believe the mouth and the spit as well is an ANSI. I don't know if that's an area of natural and scientific importance, so there are specific and very stringent environmental regulations around that mouth of the river.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any further comments or questions?
Sorry, thank you. Not a follow-up specifically, but a question about the, I think this is still under this report, pre-consultations 10 Main Street, around the kiosk that you're looking to add down there, that's been requested to add. I think that's under this report, correct? I made my notes right? No? That's not under this
It
one?
doesn't, it's not familiar to me.
Okay.
It perhaps may be a development
Sorry, it might be
planning
under
report.
5.53. Sorry, thank you.
I have a comment myself, inspired by Deputy Mayor Snell's question about the dredging. When I read the first Capital Works project report last month, and there are so many projects that haven't moved forward, and that obviously was a big one from a long time ago. Is there justification to remove some of those projects that aren't moving forward, or is it important to keep them on the report so that they kind of stay on our books?
Through you, Madam Chair, I guess back to you, Madam Chair. They're all important and still relevant. However, when we say there's no change in project status, some of them may be under warranty, so there may be not necessarily any work going on in terms of shovels in the ground, but they're still under that warranty period, sometimes for 2 years before we fully take it over, and there's still yet to be a final inspection and perhaps some restoration works before we accept its completion. But we can certainly go through this and just make sure that it's current, but that's primarily why you see some of the ones that haven't had much change in status is just because it is under warranty, so it's still an active file, but not quite complete.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, resolved that the Public Works section of Coordinated Committee does hereby receive the December 8th, 2022 Engineers Capital Works Project Status Report for information. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Belanger moves. Seconder, Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Carried. If I'm not mistaken, that completes Public Works section. Thank you.
I'll carry on with the Development Service section and deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings. We have none. Is there any questions related to unfinished business? I had received none in advance. Seeing none, we'll move on to other agency reports, which we have none. And I will read the consent agenda, but will indicate that 3 items have been pulled, 5.5.1 by the mayor and myself, 5.5.2 by the mayor, and 5.5.3 by Deputy Mayor Schnell. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent resolution and considered immediately following the adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. Resolve that, 5.4.1, resolve that the Development Service Section of Coordinated Committee hereby receive the December 8th, 2022 consent agenda items 5.4 through to 5.6, and that all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Could I have a mover? Councillor Ego, and seconded by Mayor Smith. And I will turn item 5.5.1, Building Department matter. All in favor? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Turn that over, 5.5.1, to your worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Danny. Danny, a couple of things. Number one, I'm happy to hear throughout the day, actually, about City View and that we're starting to use that more and more, and I understand your department uses it quite a bit. But as I went through your report, I looked at these legacy inspections, and there's a pretty large number of legacy inspections. Can you explain to us what legacy inspections are and why there's so many of them?
Absolutely, and through the chair to you, your worship. So the legacy inspections are a little bit twofold, actually. And I think you'll recall in your previous term that I brought a report forward outlining that the town had just over 18,000 open building permits. And, you know, that's concerning, obviously, in that it, you know, represents a huge liability for the town. So we committed to, as a department, trying to come up with a plan to go about closing those. And I'll just park that for a second. And then as part of our switch over from our previous software to our current software, a lot of the data that came over from MyLisa to the CityView software was corrupt. And what it's meant is that we pretty much have to revisit every single application that was issued prior to January of 2022 as a new application. So whenever somebody calls in for a building permit inspection that is on a permit that was issued under the previous software, we have to treat that application like a new application and re-enter it into the new software as if it's a new application. So what you're seeing represented as legacy files is our efforts to not only clean up all of that corrupt data that was mapped over incorrectly, but also tackle our open building permit process. And it's important to note that the previous CBO within the department, they had a policy that when a permit reached 10 years old, that they would just no longer service that permit. So the problem that created for the town is every year we had a number of open permits coming online that then the town was excusing themselves of the responsibility of administering anymore. It's clear through Auditor General investigations and reports in the past that that's a practice that is looked very unfavorably upon by the province. City of Toronto was audited in 2012 and received, you know, quite a slap on the hand from the Auditor General. So I can say that, you know, as long as we are paying attention to this and using, you know, we try to make our time as purposeful as possible in the department. So any spare time is spent grabbing a handful of these old files and going about trying to get them closed. So over the course of the last few years, we've tackled quite a few of them. I met with all of our local real estate agents probably back in 2019 just to assure, because a lot of this is caught really when a house is being sold. So we wanted to assure the real estate community that, you know, notifying us of a sale of land and then us getting engaged to close open permits, that we weren't going to be an encumbrance to the closing of the sale. So we sat down and we talked about just the way that we would approach those open files and the reasonable nature of our interaction when we do get involved, that we're not going to be looking to hold things up, but that we're there to try to make sure that, you know, due process is followed and that those permits get closed out in a responsible manner, and that when that person, the person that's purchasing the property eventually goes to sell it, that it's not going to be a problem for them. So it's a tremendous effort, but it's something that I'm very proud of my staff for committing to. You know, it's a really big undertaking, but the only way to do it is pick away at it in our spare time, and that's what we've been doing.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So is this a process that a summer student could do?
through the chair to you, Your Worship. Yes, and we have engaged interns in this process. And back again in, I believe it was late 2018, I did some guest speaking with Georgian College, and I did it with the sole purpose of trying to build a relationship with them so that we could draw some of their architectural and engineering technology students into our organization. I'd successfully done a similar thing in Innisfil, and we developed a very robust program by which students were a regular part of our workforce. So I can say that we've been able to do that over the last couple of years, and at times have even had 2 students per semester, and the work that they have done in terms of cleaning up some of those old files. And I'll say that probably as much as 40% of those old files can be closed in an administrative way. In other words, the work essentially was done that needed to be done to close those permits. The follow-up was just never there to complete the work in the software. So we're able to make a determination from the files that the appropriate inspections did happen and that the administrative side was lagging. So at times these students, once we train them up, are able to actually close the file because the paperwork's in order, and it was just simply that it was never put into the software program. And then the other 60% is where our building inspectors have to get engaged, and we work those inspections into our daily activities. So if and we're still trying to come up with the most magical approach to tackle this, but an example is if we know that we're going to be out on the East End for a number of inspections that day, we'll try to pull some of those legacy files from the geographic area that we're going to be in and see if we can knock some of those files off that way. So it's really just eating a giant elephant one little bite at a time.
I have to say, I've never heard that expression before. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just a quick question there. I did read the information with respect to ECDEV. What are we doing currently over the last few years from an economic development standpoint and tourism standpoint in Quebec?
Through your, Mr. Chair, very little, Your Worship. The focus of the efforts of the Economic Development Department was per council direction to look locally and support locally, which we've done, and but we've added to that, and we've built a program to look to the future. There's a whole development strategy to bring tourism to Ontario, and we all know Quebecers love beaches, but to be frank, there has not been an effort for more than 4 years on that front.
Thank you, Doug. I've noticed Caitlin's come. Did you have something to add, Caitlin?
Yeah, if I can add something through you, your chair. So through our summer campaign, we had Quebec as one of our targeted areas. So that was just one of the few areas that we used to target. So we had digital ads go to that area, and also commercials through Bell Media. And through the campaign, we had over 20,000 impressions, but that also included like the GTA, Montreal, Kitchener, Waterloo.
If I may, Mr. Chair. How was that, not just last year, or has that been consistently over the years? I'm really disappointed, quite frankly, Mr. Chair, to hear that we have not been spending significant dollars in Quebec, because the one thing we know in Wasaga Beach from an economic development standpoint is that the amount of tourist dollars that are out there from Quebec for Wasaga Beach is substantial. And I asked the question because I haven't seen the Quebec plates around lately that I'm used to seeing here in the summer. And the other good news about our friends and folks from Quebec is that they don't come for a day or a weekend. They often come for a week or two. And what we hear from the business folks in Wasaga Beach about Quebecers on a regular basis is that rain, shine, sleet, or hail, they're out in our restaurants, they're out in our shops, and they're buying and they're spending. So I'll leave it at that, but I certainly hope as we move forward from this day on, we're going to start to focus more on Quebec. That's a lot of tourist dollars that we're really missing the boat on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. When I was involved and we were doing some pretty robust campaigning into Quebec, I went to see our friends at Celebrate Ontario and pitched an idea for a very cheap and easy celebration of our Francophone visitors that was looked upon favorably, but there's a limited number of grants you can get. So I think that as we may consider moving back and trying to encourage that market again, that maybe we can collaborate with the events group as well and come up with something so when they come here, they feel welcome. Because I was quite surprised by the number of visitors from that province, and there wasn't a sign or a special menu item or anything that would wish them a warm welcome other than our welcome sign that has some Francophone on it. So just a thought. Thank you.
Chair Boulanger, your microphone. Your microphone.
Seeing none, I'll read the motion. That the Development Service Section of Coordinating Committee receive the Economic Development December Activities Report dated December 8th, 2022 for information. And could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Timms and Mayor Smith. All in favor? It's carried unanimously. And the last item, 5.5.3, I'll turn the floor to Deputy Mayor Schnell.
Thank you, Chair Boulanger. I had two questions in regards to this. One is the pre-consultations in regards to 10 Main Street, looking at adding a kiosk to that area. I'm assuming that's where the other kiosks are that come along Main Street. And I just wanted to share some feedback. I know a business owner who set up in one of those kiosks this summer and invested significant amount of money to start a new restaurant, and unfortunately it was not a success. And what they attribute that to is that they made that decision to go in that direction back when we had the marketplace, back when we had the Beach One bar there. And so it was a very different environment in terms of traffic. And I feel that by removing those pieces, it's really impacted the traffic that's coming up that channel. I know we've tried with bands and things like that, but I'm not sure if that's really getting the uptake that everybody was hoping for. So I would just caution in putting too much retail there, because it's simply going to struggle until we have a magnet to bring people up that channel.
Through you to Madam Chair, I believe that the 10 Main Street pre-consultation did not proceed past pre-consultation. We never did receive a formal application to create that use.
Thank you. And the second one was in regards to 304 Main Street, where the gas station used to be, right on the corner, a very prominent corner in our community, a gateway really into our tourism area. I'm just curious on any sort of update further to the report. Has there been any expressed intention since the property's been sold on, if anything, that they plan to do? And secondly, is there a plan going forward, especially for next summer, to hold that property owner accountable to clean up that site more, thoroughly as the fencing was an eyesore, the weeds are an eyesore, there's broken glass and debris, you know, scattered throughout the site. I really think that at minimum, until they submit something of significance, we should have a plan to beautify that very prominent location, if you could please provide.
Thank you, and to you, Mr. Chair. The two components to the question, the first component in terms of where is the status of the development application, it has not moved forward for almost 2 years now. It was the subject to an appeal by the landowner of the Downtown Development Master Plan and an appeal to their site plan. I think it was last Christmas or the year before, where we ratified an agreement for the site plan, and then the property switched hands. And we've never had, with the new owner, a discussion where we're able to walk hand in hand into the OLT and say, we're happy. They are just not present. And we've reached out to their solicitor, we've had our solicitor reach out to their solicitor, on that point, it's not moving forward with the new owner. On the second point, in terms of property standards, that's been, I know for sure, because we've worked with them, the bylaw department, and Rachel has been directly involved in that one. So we worked for several years to get the abandoned buildings demolished, and that finally occurred to clean up the site. Then there was overgrown conditions, and I know Rachel worked very hard to get it cleaned up once and the fencing installed. But I think just from what I'm hearing in the hallway in Town Hall is that that developer is very hard to get a hold of and very hard to get their attention. So I can bring your question to the MLEO and let her know that you've asked this through council, and maybe she can respond to the status of where we're at with that, because she can advise you better on whether they've laid charges or whether there's, you know, what kind of warnings they've provided to get the attention of that owner.
Thank you. I would appreciate that, because I think this is, it sets a bad precedence, right? When we let one property owner really be derelict as they're in the development process, you know, and as mentioned in previous meetings, a hotel was purchased and not occupied or used this summer and was just left barren, and you know, it just looks terrible for our community, for our residents, and for our visitors. So I hope that the team can do whatever they can to sort of develop an aggressive policy and plan for this for the coming summer. Thank you.
So many things to do. Yeah. Yeah, we've been here, I've been here since 8, so.
Do you need training? Are you a newbie? Do you need
Yeah.
training?
Yeah, I need a shot of something. Anyhow, hearing no more requests for questions, I'll read the motion. Gotta make sure I get the right one. That the Development Service Section of Coordinated Committee receive the Public Works and Engineering Service Project Status Report dated December 8th, 2022 for information. Can I have a mover and a second? Councillor Delio and Councillor Eagle. All in favor? Carried unanimously. And I will now turn the floor over to General Government Section.
Thank you very much. 6.1, deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings. We have none. Under 6.2, unfinished business, there's 6.2.1, the Municipal Law Enforcement Department, options for creating a financial assistance program to assist residents to comply with property standards orders. 6.3, other agency reports. There are none. 6.4, under the consent agenda, I understand that 6.5.1 has been pulled. So resolve that General Government Section of Coordinated Committee hereby receives the December 8th, 2022 consent agenda item 6.4 through 6.6, and that the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder? By Councillor White and seconded by Councillor Timms. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. 6.5.1, this item was pulled by both Councillor Blanchet and Mayor Smith. So I'll ask for Mayor Smith, please, to ask your question first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to the Treasurer, I'm looking at the loan with Wasaga Distribution, Inc., and I've read the report. I'm quite familiar with this loan from before and our situation, and so my question today is the same as it was several years ago, with interest rates, however, on the climb. There's no doubt in my mind that WDI would qualify for this loan from a standard process through a regular bank. So my question is, if we were to take these monies and invest them in another way, the one fund or some other investment fund, can we make a better return, short-term and long-term, for the ratepayers of Wasaga Beach?
Thank you, through the chair. It's possible that we might, on a short-term basis, be able to invest these funds if you were going to call the loan in 2023, because interest rates are still high. But if you wait and call the loan in 24, by then the interest rates may have come back down. And if I were to comment on what has been earned on the investment over the past 4 or 5 years, I would say we have done well with leaving it the way it is. We've probably achieved a higher rate in the way that it's been. So unless you're looking at the short-term window of high interest rates right now, that's an opportunity probably for a 1 year, maybe 2 year window possibly. But other than that, this rate has been quite a reasonable return on this investment.
Thank you, if I may, Madam Chair. And so do you see this interest rate decreasing in the short term, or do you see it staying where it is?
To the best that I can, I would say that the interest rate is probably going to, if you were to get this investment and lock it in for a 2-3 year window right now, I think you could probably get between 4 and 5% on a 2 to 3 year window right now on a GIC. But it depends on the timing of when you call this and what rates are available that day. Things change so quickly in this market. I can't say by the time you made the decision and executed it that that would be realized. But rates have still been quite strong in the GIC market presently.
And my final point, Madam Chair. So my concern is, I recall we were some years ago getting a much better rate than we are even today, and the OEB regulation said, no, can't do that anymore. You've got to basically pay the town the same rate you would pay a standard bank in Canada. And so we reduced that rate. Do you see that happening to us again now that rates have come down, where the OEB might look at this and say, you know what, 3.78 is too high, and that needs to be reduced?
Through the chair, about a year ago, or maybe a little less than that, is it CEO of the WDI had mentioned to me that he thought that possibly this might be proposed to come down last year. He has not come forward with anything further on that, and I am not aware of anything at this point in time, but I could review that matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Councillor Blanchet.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. My interest and comments were similar. I had a conversation with our treasurer yesterday. Given what's already been said, my only comment would be that up until this point, we've always, in the report, compared the interest rate we're receiving from WDI to our bond fund. And I would suggest going forward that we look at the other potential investments as well. I believe if we probably looked at this fund over 10 years, although it looks good against the bond fund, I don't think it would look nearly as attractive against the one fund, which I believe has a little more equity in it and has performed, I think, over 10 years in the 5 to 6% range. But again, that's not something for right now, but I think we do need to have a look at it, because if it's in our taxpayers' best interest that they can earn a better return in another vehicle, that it should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we were to consider putting it into the equity fund, there is higher risk, of course, and we did, when COVID came in, that fund dropped dramatically, but it has also come back up now. So as a long-term vehicle investment, the equity fund is a good vehicle to use and probably would have earned closer to the 6-7% return. So in that regards, this would be a better investment in a long-term vision. And then I think the other thing we want to check out, because when I reviewed an email I had from the auditors regarding WDI and why they wanted this letter, the purpose of their confirmation is to allow WDI to present it as a long-term liability on their balance sheet, because without the confirmation it would be presented as current liability, which could negatively affect ratios, and they seek external debt financing and negatively impact their reporting to the Ontario Energy Board. So I think we'd want to understand the full impact of that to them just before making that decision. That would be useful information, I think, to revalidate.
Thank you. And are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, that the General Government section of Coordinated Committee recommends that Council issue a letter to Wasaga Beach, this one I'm doing right? Am I doing the right one? Wasaga Distribution? Okay. Wasaga Distribution, Inc., indicating that the town will not call the note receivable in the 2023 fiscal year. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo, seconded. Councillor White. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So do we just move into close now? Yes? Okay. Resolve that pursuant to Section 239 2BE and I of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, the next portion of the December 8, 2022 Coordinated Committee meeting will move into closed session to discuss personnel matters about an unidentifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations informations supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organization. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor White. And all those in favor? Excellent, thank you, and we'll go into closed. Thank you.